Keep an open mind until then. I'm often asked about note taking. You were not able to take notes during the trial of this case. And the reason is that I want you to pay close attention to each witness as he or she testifies and not be fixated on taking copious notes. The first step in the trial will be the opening statements.
Have y'all
The
heard
state in its
anything that I
opening
said?
statement will tell you about the evidence that it intends to put before you so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is going to be. Just as the indictment is not evidence, neither is the opening statement evidence. Its purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will try to prove. And after the state's opening statements, defendant's attorney may, if he chooses, make an opening statement. And at this point in the trial,
y'all.
no evidence is.
Today, let me tell y'all, okay, today has been a day for me. I know I'm late, but I had to work this morning. And y'all, when I say they got on my last nerve today, my last nerve, okay, I had to walk away from the meeting. So I need y'all to lift me up today, okay? I hope y'all come with all the jokes and everything today, because your girl need them. So be live in the chat. And Kim, I thank you for being a loyal Taylor Gang member, because since you didn't found us, girl, you make sure that you pop up every day in the chat. So shout out to Kim. I did also say hey to everybody by name, so I apologize if I know you all didn't hear me, but I apologize because I did greet everybody. So what's happening today is that the ASAP Rocky trial is going to the jury. Well, it kind of already went to the jury, but they never really deliberated. They only went to the room and put their things down. But today they are actually going to deliberate, and we may get a verdict. Like, a verdict may be coming out today. While we do that, we are actually going to be watching the Twisted Murder trial, which is South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. Now, it's been a minute since we actually watched the opening argument, so we're going to rewatch that. So just in case anybody wasn't a part of our original watch, making sure they come, everybody come on back and kind of get what's going on. Did you see that motion that ASAP defense filed? Woo, Che, I did not see that, honey. Hold on now. Let me get off in these Twitter streets. What's going on out here in the world? It's been a motion filed. Hold on now. Now, I know why N.W. Melly had a motion filed. All pending motions hearing for YNW Melly's retrial has been set for April 1st. So we're going to have to put that on our calendar. We got a YNW Melly watch today. And then, wait a minute now. Okay, so somebody got to tell me what's going on with this. Somebody got to tell me what's going on with this motion. I can't see y'all. Let me come on back over to the chat. What motion? Hey, okay, I'm still looking for it, Shay. I'm looking for it. Let's see. This is happening in the courtroom with no camera. So we got to go over to Megan's page. She says, I'm going to go ahead and share the tab so everybody can see what I'm reading. Can y'all see the screen? Is it good? Is it big enough for y'all? Okay, perfect. It looks good to me. Okay, so 2 issues this morning. 1, prosecutors claim that Rocky's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, violated the gag order. And 2, the defense claimed that DA Deputy John Lewin made misstatements in his rebuttal. George Arnold says he reviewed Tacopina's comments, and I do not believe that that's a violation of the gag order. That's the ruling. I don't need a response from anybody, said the judge. The defense filed a motion saying Lewin intentionally showed jurors a photo of Riley's knuckles that wasn't in evidence and played gunfire audio at the wrong time during the shooting video. Now, I will say this. The jury is going to have the opportunity to replay all of these things on their own. So I don't know if the judge will truly rule in a way that is going to be, you know what I mean, like you know what I'm saying, like granting a mistrial or anything like that. I just think that he's probably going to be like, the jury can review they may call the jury in to say something to them around the effect of, you are, you know, you have the opportunity to review the videotapes with the audio, etc. But I don't think it's going to lead to anything, honestly. But that is the latest and greatest, y'all. So I will keep my eye out I will keep my ass on the Twitter streets. Okay, I'm gonna stay out here. I'm gonna stay out here for y'all and see if anything else comes in. But in the meantime, in the meantime, and in between time, y'all, we are going to go back to the Twisted Murder trial. And like I told y'all, we watch it from the beginning. We watch it from the beginning because I can't even remember how we started. So I'm gonna share this tab right here. And if we need some sauce to be added to the, if y'all need me to add a little sauce, just drop the sauce emojis down here in the chat. And I'll speed it up a bit. But welcome and good morning, everybody. Let's get to it.
Has been offered by either side. Next, the state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The state's evidence in this case will consist of the testimony of witnesses and may include documents and other exhibits. I remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and the state must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant does not have to prove his innocence. After you have heard all the evidence on both sides, the state and the defense will each be given time for their final arguments. I just told you that the opening statement by the lawyers are not evidence, and the same applies to the closing arguments. They are not evidence. In their closing arguments, the lawyers for each side will attempt to summarize and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you're to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decisions. I will inform you when you can begin deliberating. It is your added duty, Ms. Foreperson, to preside in the jury room and be the jury spokesperson here in court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of the case. We will now begin the trial. State.
Your Honor, may it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walt Wilkins, and myself, along with Jake Hofarth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge. You're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. And so we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes, along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's very important. She is taking down everything that we're saying, recording, so we can have a record of this entire case at its conclusion. And so that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review. This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you'll get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher than the rest of us. And there's a reason for that, because he's the referee in this case. He's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is. And when one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, the rules are officiated by the judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you. As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You can bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. you'll hear different kinds of evidence. So Judge said you hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in a way, any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence can be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and the footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time, even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time. Very powerful circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did, in fact, murder Christina Parcell. You have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first-degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad. And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they've been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, effort to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, that came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. He committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Okay, y'all. So I don't know if y'all caught the story, but that was real quick and smooth. Okay, this prosecutor, I'm expecting him to run through this case. The way he just did that opening, chef's kiss. Okay, so if you wasn't following, the victim had a daughter. She was with a guy named John Mello. They had a custody battle. She wins custody, and Zach is the baby daddy's friend. And he got this strong relationship with the friend to the point where he's trying to shame her by sending photos of her to the neighbors. And eventually she ends up dead. So we're going to keep watching to figure out or see the rest of this unfold. But right now, what we know is that Zach wasn't minding his business.
Hang on, making this short. The defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you.
All right, Your Honor, the state calls Sarah Young.
Yes, sir.
What number called?
The number we have recorded is 864-436-2499.
And do you know who was calling? Does it tell you?
The caller did not give his name.
Did not give his name. And do you know what address that it was calling for?
Yes, sir. The address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
You no objection, Your Honor. Without objection, states number 7 comes into evidence.
State right to publish it.
County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
122 Kingsway Drive.
NJ Police Fire EMS.
I'm sorry? I think I might have a death.
Okay, let me connect you.
Walked in my fiance's house. She wouldn't answer my call. There's a very weird smell. I can't get her to come around.
Okay,
It's all over the floor.
let me connect you to EMS, sir. Hold on just a moment.
All right.
EMS Fire, what's the address of your emergency?
122 Kingsway Drive.
122 Canebrake Drive, and what's the other street for Canebrake Drive?
I don't know. Southeast Drive.
Okay, in Greer?
Yeah.
All right, the phone number you're calling,
I'm sorry?
the phone number you're calling from?
864-436-2499.
864-436-2499. Has anyone testified this COVID-19 or this COVID-19 positive?
No. I just walked in. I can't reach my fiance. I come in the back door. She's going to go here. I smell some weird smell. And she's flat out on the floor.
Okay, you smell a weird smell and she's flat on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, just one
I
moment.
think that's every right away.
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You got something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're gonna start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay, and what makes you think she's gone? I'm sorry.
What do I do? I don't.
Well, we're gonna put one on her back, and then I'm gonna walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's, able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that.
Looks like it's brain matter everywhere. Looks like
Is
there's
there
something.
brain matter everywhere?
Looks like maybe it's something out there. I don't know.
Somebody had shot her? Okay, all right. All right, do you picture that she's, not viable?
I don't know.
Okay, so tell me why you think she's dead.
So she went to town.
You want me to look? Eyes are open? Okay, all right,
There's a lot of blood.
and a lot of blood, okay.
Yeah, I've seen it. There's flowers.
Okay.
There's something like it comes here.
Uh-huh,
There's something else when I thought it looked like in the hallway.
okay,
But the smell is very.
okay. All right, give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broke in and shot her in the head.
Me, I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know.
I understand. Okay, I'm sorry, say it again. I've got some people coming, sir. Do you see anybody, still nearby, an assailant or anything? No?
No.
All right. The front door was locked? Okay,
The back door is on the window. So I walked around, you know, in front of my car.
yes,
I came over, and then I came back and smelled this weird smell.
right,
And I walked in to see there's like a raised floor.
yes. Okay, I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll say exactly what to do next. Make sure to not, move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yeah.
And, if you can, go ahead and step out of the house and that way, wait for the, paramedics and the police at the front of it. Yes, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yeah.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know, but I go back out the same way that you came in
Okay.
and leave everything as you found it.
Yeah, I think it's coming out.
That's okay, leave it, just however it is right now, just walk out, you can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing, really, really, really smell.
Really weird.
Yeah, almost that. Chemical,
Like a gas or a chemical? More like a gas smell?
no, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front, of the house. Leave everything
that the recording of your tree from 911?
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions that this council may have.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, we ask the witness to excuse.
Any excuse?
Your Honor, the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
With whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And what's your current rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls,
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Cambridge neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911. I responded to that address.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the Cambridge?
A couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you go?
Absolutely. Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded. A license siren.
So, what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact.
122 Cambridge.
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so, what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, trying to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out, but we cleared the residence. I located Miss Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like it was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face or neck area.
All right, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna take you back a little bit. Now, when you get out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was Mercedes, was the back one. I'm not remember which one the first one was.
And where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about where he came home. He couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Miss Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly
Correct.
that day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those are your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is this your body camera that you were wearing that day
Yes,
When you made a call to 122 Cambridge?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit A comes into evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show you this body camera, and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see
Okay.
as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene, to 122 Cambridge.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
And are those the two cars right there that you see the silver one in the front,
Correct. Yes, sir.
and there was a red one behind it, I believe? All right, is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with. And we're just I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what.
Are you
Kind of
gathering
like-
information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time he talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't, there's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like she was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here? The side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked. We had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the
entry
door
to.
being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other's going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing the house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also make sure there's no one else inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well.
So where is Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding up. There's a hallway on the right side of the house.
So what did you just see right there?
Miss Parcel's body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared kind of behind him up to him. And then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point, so big areas where somebody could hide.
Just continue to clear the house.
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out, we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Or are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
Is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into.
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life. If we needed to render any kind of medical aid. Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now you're exiting
The back door.
the back door. So did you cut your body camera off about that time? Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things?
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him? Anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. In a sports coat, nice slacks.
You're just answering questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, please report. Just curious, Deputy Robinson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. You testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to audio. The whole video and audio is in.
Overruled.
So, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a Deputy Dan Bell, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? You remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly.
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bell as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was. He was the first one to find her, so standard procedures to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive.
And at the time, isn't it true that I don't have anything
No redirection.
Thank you.
I'm guessing the defense was just trying to create a little doubt there, talking about Mr. Post and if he was a suspect or not. So
State calls Bradley Post.
Can, counsel approach real quick?
okay, so I put that wrong in the chat, y'all. Post is the victim's ex-boyfriend. He's on the stand.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
Were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she'd just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well.
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Cambridge Drive.
Is that 122 Cambridge?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Rivoli Lane?
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. Yes.
Did y'all communicate
Yes.
between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Cambridge?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her
Yes.
child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
And do you know about when that was? If you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April, whatever that works out to be.
Okay, and as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to obtain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes.
How did she do that?
To the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children.
That's
taken-
correct.
Taken abroad.
Yes.
And so did you emotionally support her? You involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
Yes,
And so, do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May timeframe of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview and
She is Christina Parcell?
yes, Christina Parcell had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up. And she was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
As far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what'd you do?
Generic things, common things around the house, and clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car,
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes.
When you drove there, where'd you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people.
And the door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went to the front door. No, they might have went to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
So you did enter the house?
Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to, down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Nola was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right, Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'll start with Exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay?
Yes.
I'll stand this way. I'm gonna start with Exhibit 1, and do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again.
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return address is a P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that?
It's also my P.O. box.
And when about was it mailed to you?
June 30th.
Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it? And did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because the contents inside.
All right. right, can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell. And if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On State's Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3. Another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
On 24, it's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. You recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And State's Exhibit 5? Is that another envelope?
Yes,
And what is the address there?
my address,
And the return address is,
my P.O. box.
and State's Exhibit 6.
Yes,
What address is that one?
it's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes,
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
was to give them what we call evidence or the things that we were sent and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes,
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel
Mhm.
and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
yes,
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
We thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello?
That's John Mello,
Yes,
and that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Ida Mello?
yes.
Now, finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No,
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
no,
Have you ever corresponded him with, in any way, shape, or form, through email, social media, or the like?
no.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney said to me to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcell were engaged.
Yes,
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes,
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
no,
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
no.
Mr. Post, if you could just answer any questions that the defense counsel asked for you.
Thank you, Honor. Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, you don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes,
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
correct.
You know, ask you about some background questions about yourself. So how old are you?
69,
What's your date of birth?
12856,
And where are you from?
Ohio,
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were you
time?
married?
Yes,
And how many times have you been married?
twice.
Do you have any children?
No,
How are you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so it was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes,
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I kept 20 years prior.
And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple weeks and that was it.
And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I didn't even hear her name.
And then you began dating at this time. Now, Parcell, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Manal? Correct.
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Okay, prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcell, you did not?
Correct.
know Mr. Manal. Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times did you say you broke up?
I really don't know many,
Okay, more than 5?
maybe not. Somewhere, I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Manal?
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center for life, so it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There's multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. And how long have you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Aida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay. And the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
Lived there alone. I guess there was one exception that when Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Aida returned?
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
Honestly, don't remember.
And did you remember getting engaged at least the second time at the airport, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Aida.
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. Some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Aida.
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the Bank of Travel Trust?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You could see her incoming and outgoing emails and
texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see. It was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on the clone phone, was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. Just like I said, she had two phones several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of?
Call, text, email.
Okay, do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating,
Yes,
and she gave up custody to John Mellon.
that's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes.
And around how old was Ida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody,
No, when I think you already told us that Ida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
yes,
How old was Ida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time. I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello.
Yes,
Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah.
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
Yes,
of 21.
yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that,
Afterwards,
right?
but not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crime.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Parcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
Your objections outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes. That doesn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, the court's exonerated for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Well, I'm talking about in South Carolina.
Mhm.
So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcell took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back. Correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills. And I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
From times when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks.
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
And Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time.
Yes,
And then the second time she went back by herself.
correct.
And that's when she returned with Aida. And then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages.
So State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right? I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest. Okay. This was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right? I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning. Okay. Well, that was sent first. But where was the other one sent that was intended for you? To my neighbors, into a place that I frequented. Okay. And that was a cigar bar called Outlands? Yes. Okay. The contents of that have been described, you described as photographs of Ms. Parcell. Yes. And you said they were naked photographs. Right? Yes. Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there? I think there was like a potential mailing list of where else was being sent, like a threat. And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website purportedly from her? I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was. Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion? I don't know. Did you not look at it at that time? I don't recall, no. Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when? What are you referring to her past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using. What about the website? Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures. That was what you were told? That's what I was told. Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right? No, I don't know. Okay. Did you read the contents of it? No. Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent? Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her. One moment, please. I mean, we approach that. Sure.
All right, they're having a little sidebar. Let's get past this. Let's see what the judge says. Let's go silent.
I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Looks like they skipped witnesses and moved on.
Jocelyn McInnes.
All right, Ms. McInnes, with whom are you employed?
Right now with Fetch Pet Insurance.
And what did you do back in October of 2021?
I was working at Valley Walk Animal Hospital as practice manager.
And what does a practice manager do?
Just manage just day-to-day operations, hiring, firings, inventory, stuff like that.
And where's that practice located?
In Greer, South Carolina.
And on October 13th, 2021, did you have the occasion to interview Christina Parcell?
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30 that morning.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So, so the actual interview was interviewed from inside y'all's cameras?
Yes, it was.
And you went back and reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
And so what time did Christina Parcell arrive to the veterinary clinic?
Right around 8:30.
All right. And what was she interviewing for?
For a veterinary technician role.
And what does a vet technician do?
Basically like what a nurse does for a doctor, just draws blood, vaccines, stuff like that.
And about what time did that interview conclude?
She left at 8:47.
That's all I have this week.
Anything across?
Just very briefly, Ms. McInnes, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you. Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
Okay. Do you know why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Okay. But it was a full-time position that she was looking for.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. She can be released from proceedings. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We we are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2:00. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday, you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, doing any kind of investigation, any research of anyone involved in this case by any means. You're not to look at any social media. I told you yesterday, if you got
We're gonna go over to part 2. Come on, line crime. Actually, we'll stick. We'll go to your channel, and we'll go to your lives. All right, here we go. Is this part 2?
notifications on your phone, hopefully
Okay,
you
no,
turn
that's
those
the one
off.
we just watched. It sucks that I can't like hover and see the entire piece of it. Here comes my son busting in the room like no tomorrow. Okay, is this part 2? It's pre-trial motion. Son, okay, hold on. Is this the part 2? David, okay, like you coming in here, you beating on stuff, you doing a whole lot. Okay, Law and Crime is so weird with this because their feed was jacked up altogether. So we may have to jump straight into day 2 because I'm not even sure where the hell the part 2 is for the trial. So hopefully we don't miss too much. Well, let's see.
Y'all need to pick something up with the court before we bring the jury back in.
Yes, Your Honor. We had a chance to meet with defense counsel yesterday as we are about to call a forensic technician that processed the scene at 122 Canebrake. She was responsible for taking all the photographs of the scene as it was. And like I said, we went through each of them with defense counsel, and there are a few where they've raised an objection that specifically states Exhibit 63, 64, 65, and 66. And I'll pass them up to the court. I'm also going to pass up to Your Honor a copy of State v. Haight or Hawes, and that is 423. That is 423 SC 118. Copy of defense counsel as well. The state believes that based on Hawes and based on the circumstances of this case, that the specific photograph should be introduced to the jury as is. State v. Hawes is a very similar case with regard to the cause of death, and that was a stabbing death, and the Supreme Court confirmed that the admission of the photographs was proper, and I'll direct the court specifically to Head Note 6, where the photographs of the victim who was stabbed to death should have been admitted. It was not an abuse of discretion where they went to show the circumstances of the crime scene and the location of the body. They go towards the issue of malice in this case. The state intends to elicit testimony from the forensic technician as to the significance of where the body was found, the actions that were likely to have taken after Ms. Parcell was stabbed with regard to the body, and the significance of what the blood pattern indicated. Again, I believe State v. Hawes is on point with this specific issue, and especially where we are offering testimony to extrapolate inferences that we would provide to the jury as to the circumstances surrounding Ms. Parcell's death.
Defense counsel?
Your Honor, our position is just under a 403 analysis. I'm not sure there's any, I'm not sure what the relevance is. They say it goes to malice, but they can certainly describe the crime scene without having to show those photographs. So I would say under a 403 analysis, very little probative value to those pictures, and whatever probative value is outweighed by the potential prejudicial effect. I would also note the state has prepared for 2 of those photographs. They've prepared another set of photographs with the deceased blocked out of the photograph. So if Your Honor does see probative value, we would ask that those be substituted for the those 2 photographs. And I would also add they have other photographs of that room that are
that are taken from a wider angle and from that are not close-ups of the of those areas that they are seeking to point out. So we would ask that that those other photographs that they have, which I think they can show to the court if the court needs to see them, but they would be sufficient to point out what they want to show to the jury.
I mean, obviously, this is the first time I'm looking at the photos. What is, I guess, the difference between 63 and 64 is you've got the victim is in it.
That's correct, Your Honor. These photographs all go to show, and what the state's going to argue is the actions that were taken after Ms. Parcell was stabbed, and it specifically goes towards the placement and the actions taken towards her body after that stabbing. As you know, the state is charged with proving premeditation to this murder. The actions that the state is alleging Mr. Hughes took, obviously during this incident, but afterwards, are highly probative to show his state of mind and the deliberation that he took before committing this murder and the steps that he took afterwards. In a normal instance, if this were simply a spur of the moment stabbing or an instance where there isn't evidence, or the state would proffer that there is evidence in this case that actions were taken after the act itself to go to show premeditation, I could see where it would be a different analysis. But these specific photographs are clearly probative of those actions that we are arguing that Mr. Hughes took in this instance. So again, the state would argue that while we do have several photographs that show different angles, they are all probative. And I don't believe that the danger of unfair prejudice or spurring the emotions of the jury substantially outweighs that probative value that we're putting forth to the jury.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back. Okay.
And Your Honor, we would ask that there are some other photographs that we are not objecting to. We would ask that Your Honor be allowed to view those as well, so you can look at those in conjunction with the ones you've been given to see if those are necessary as the state says. And also, I would just add that premeditation is not an element of murder, so they don't. I think that's not a correct statement to say they have to prove premeditation.
Yeah, I'm happy to pass these off.
Any response to that?
I will say that malice
Malice is definitely
an element that the state is charged with proving, and evidence to that effect. It's obviously extremely valuable, and the evidence from this crime scene is a huge portion of what the state wants to offer to the jury for them to make that inference as to malice in this murder. So again, I passed up all the photographs of the specific crime scene that the state intends to introduce, as well as the two photos upon Your Honor's ruling that those two specific photos need to be redacted. We've done that.
Well, you've redacted 67 and 68, and those are coming in by agreement.
Well, only if you rule the other ones are not.
I got you. Okay.
Yes, we would not have an objection to the ones where the deceased is blocked out of the photograph.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state calls Kaylin Ford.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Caitlin Ford.
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
I work at Albuquerque Police Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that for the Albuquerque Police Department?
About 2 years.
Where were you working in 2021?
Here at Greenville County Forensics
And what specific role?
as a forensic technician.
And could you describe for the jury, what kind of actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic technician when you were with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
So we respond to crime scenes within the county limits. Depending on the crime scene, we can do things such as take photographs, process for fingerprints, collect evidence, just depending on what that specific scene is.
So it's safe to say that collection of evidence on specific crime scenes is one of your primary roles.
Correct.
And
same thing would be taking pictures in accordance with that?
Yes,
Were you in that role on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
And how are you involved with the present case specifically related to the crime scene on October 13th of 2021?
I was the primary crime scene investigator for this case.
So you were tasked with processing the home at 122 Canebrake?
I was.
And in your role as a forensic technician, are you subjected to trainings and continued education for that role?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in science and forensic and investigative science. In the past, I've held certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis and fingerprint analysis, and I am currently part of a specialized unit called the Major Crime Scene Team in Albuquerque that responds to all homicides and officer-involved incidents.
Approximately how many crime scenes do you process in a given year?
I would say over 400.
So can you describe to this jury, specifically related to October 13th of 2021, what your process was on arriving at 122 Canebrake and steps you took with your specific role?
So when I arrived on scene, I met with officers and detectives on scene just to get a brief run through of what was going on. After that point, myself and officers did an initial walkthrough of the scene just to see the layout of the house and where things were located.
So when you were doing the layout of the house and going through there, did you take photographs of the outside of the house?
Yes,
If I show those to you, would you recognize them?
I would.
Let's show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 69 through 84. First witness was 69 through 84. Could you take your time, review those, and let me know if those are the pictures that you took at the outside of the Canebrake home?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the exterior.
So that was what the Canebrake home looked like when you arrived on the scene October 13th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 69 through 84. Counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 69 through 84. Ms. Ford, I'm going to go through these with you. And if you like, I have a pointer here, if you need to use it. Starting with State's Exhibit 69. Okay. What is State's Exhibit 69 a picture of?
So that is a photograph of the gray Lexus that was parked in the driveway.
Were you able to identify in the course of the investigation there who was driving the gray Lexus that day?
Yes, it was the victim.
Showing State's Exhibit 70.
That was the red Mercedes that was parked in the driveway as well.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Mr. Post.
State's Exhibit 71.
That is the front side of the residence showing the windows along the front door.
72.
That is a close-up of the front door.
73.
That is a photograph of the exterior side of the front door handle.
74.
That is the gate on the right side of the residence, and you're standing facing it from the roadway, just showing the gate into the backyard area.
So is that, are you staring at Canebrake Drive there?
Yes.
Is that the red Mercedes in the driveway?
Yes.
75.
That is the photograph of the back or side door of the residence.
And at this time, had the initial deputies already gone through the house?
Yes.
76.
That is a photograph of the backyard.
And so would this be looking to the opposite side that we were just reviewing, where the driveway,
Yeah.
away from the driveway?
Yes, away from the driveway.
77.
That is a photograph of you standing at that gate that we just viewed, looking at the end of the end of the backyard.
78.
That is just showing a close-up of the creek and what you can see from the backyard.
We're gonna go to State's Exhibit 80.
That is the gate on the opposite side of the house, leading into the backyard.
That's looking into the backyard.
Yes.
81.
That is just showing another close-up of the backyard along with the second story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second story porch on the back side of the house.
Now you called it a nook.
Yes,
If I'm standing on Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
they cannot.
And if I'm standing, let me go back to State's Exhibit 78. In the backyard there, what was the collection of houses like, I'll say, with relation to the backyard of the house?
It was,
Or how close in proximity were other neighbors?
they weren't that close. They were separated by both of their own backyards, including that woodsy area and a creek.
Go to State's Exhibit 83.
So that's just another close-up of that nook area.
State's Exhibit 84.
And now we've moved out into the front yard, and that's just showing a broader photograph of that gate on the left side of the house.
So from where you're standing there, taking State's Exhibit 84, could you see into that nook there that we were just reviewing?
No, you cannot.
After reviewing the outside of the house, did you thereafter go inside the house and do the same process of taking photographs and reviewing inside the house?
Yes,
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 40, excuse me, 40. Let me make this right here. States 38 through 62 and states Showing you the same. You took? Now, at this time, the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 38 through 62, as well as 63 and 66.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, one moment, please. Your Honor, just subject to our objections that we discussed earlier and the reasons behind, so on Exhibits 63 and 66, no other objection.
Okay. And your objection on the record. So, 38 through 62 comes to evidence as well as 63 and 66. Okay, same thing, Board, I'm going to go through these with you one by one. Walk through the house with you. Show you State's Exhibit 40.
So that is a photograph of the interior side of the front door, which is in a room that I referred to in my report as the front sitting room.
Same.
Yes.
Exhibit 38.
That is a close-up of the door handle to that front door, showing that it was in the locked position.
State's Exhibit 39.
So this is a photograph of the interior of that front sitting room, where you can see the victim and you can see some apparent drag marks as well.
Exhibit 41.
That is just a different view of the same thing, showing there are stains, apparent blood stains on the couch, as well as the pulling underneath of the couch, the drag marks, and you can see right there is one of the flower stems.
So you noted, you said drag marks.
Yes.
In this photo. Could you explain that a little bit more, how you derived that based on the pattern of the blood that is displayed in this photo?
So yes, as I referred to earlier, there's a pool of blood right there underneath of the couch. From that pool of blood, that blood being on the victim's clothing, when she was moved from that original location, it created the drag marks that you can see there on the floor. And then on top of these drag marks right here are what we refer to as drip stains. That just means that an object or person or thing that had blood on it, that blood volume dripped on top of those drag marks.
You said you identified some flowers, flower stems in this photograph. Could you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to here?
Yes.
Okay. Show you State's Exhibit 42.
So that is a close-up of the victim's right hand, mainly noting the chipped thumb fingernail, which is something that really stood out to me on scene.
Why does that stand out to you?
Broken fingernails can be a sign of a defensive, that the person tried to defend themselves. So that's what that broken fingernail kind of portrayed to me.
Are fingernails something you commonly collect in processing a murder scene?
Yes, it's standard procedure, but considering that one of them was broken, it became apparent that we really need to focus on those fingernails.
Show you State's Exhibit 49.
So this is another photograph of that far wall in the sitting room, again, just showing that blood pooling underneath the couch. And then in this photograph, you can also see some more of the rose petals and the leaves that are leading into the hallway.
Were you able to find the victim's phone at the scene?
Yes, the victim's phone, it's kind of hard to see, but it is right there in that blood pool.
Right here?
Yes,
Were you able to collect it?
yes, it was collected.
Who did you subsequently give it to?
I gave it to Investigator Sparkman.
I want to bring your attention specifically to the couch.
Yes.
There. What do you notice about the accumulation of blood and what the significance of the location of the blood as it relates to the couch?
So with that blood volume being located there, we call that a pooling of blood. The coagulation of the blood tells me that that major artery was hit, and that also that is the site of where the initial incident occurred. Along with that, you can see some disturbances in the blood there that also signifies that the couch was most likely moved after the incident.
Show you States Exhibit 50.
So this is a close-up of that couch and coffee table area, showing the flower stems that were partially located underneath of that orange pillow and underneath of the table. And it is also showing additional blood spatter that was caused. The location of that blood spatter, since it goes under the table, and the size and shape of those blood stains showed me that the table was also moved back into place after the incident.
Is that the victim's phone there in the bottom corner?
Yes.
I'll show you States Exhibit 46.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and leaves that are leading from the doorway to the sitting room from the hallway of the house.
States Exhibit 45.
So that is the view of the sitting room from the hallway, just again showing those rose petals and leaves.
So that's the hallway looking towards the front door?
Yes.
States Exhibit 43.
So this is a photograph of the hallway while standing in the living room, just showing how some of those flower petals go into the hallway, and also the discarded pair of sunglasses that was located in the hallway as well.
Exhibit 47.
This is a photograph from a further point in the living room, again, just showing that entryway into the sitting room in the hallway.
So inside, that is the sitting room in that room.
Correct.
States Exhibit 51.
So this is a photograph from on top of that console table sitting in the sitting room where the victim's purse had been located. And it's just showing that some of the rose petals and stems had made it onto that table.
States Exhibit 52.
This is showing the victim's purse that I was just referencing, and showing that the rose petals were also inside of her purse.
Approximately how many murder scenes have you processed?
Say close to 150.
You ever found flowers near the body?
No.
And I'm just gonna go back really quick to 52. To the location of these flowers, were there some found inside her purse?
Yes.
Inside the items on top of the table?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 53.
So that's just another vantage point from the sitting room of all of the rose petals and the leaves that were located in that doorway.
I'll show you States Exhibit 54.
So that is a blood stain that was located on the wall by the curtains on that front wall of the sitting room.
Were the curtains opened or closed?
The curtains were closed.
55.
So that is a close-up just with scale of that blood stain. That blood stain to me appears to be what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object or thing with blood on it touched a surface that did not have blood on it.
56.
That is a close-up of one of the gray sitting chairs next to that window on the front side of the sitting room, just showing the blood drops that had gotten into the surface of that chair.
57.
This shows those blood drips that I was referring to earlier near that gray chair. The reason that those are so significant is because they are farther away from that initial pooling that we saw underneath of the couch. So what that means is that the shape of those blood drops tells me they're about 80 to 90 degrees, which means that an object with blood on it was directly over that area of the floor when that blood drop was created.
58. Where is this in that room?
That is over by the wall where those curtains and windows are located.
And that's the same, you're talking about the angle with which this blood was most likely transferred. That's different than what you were saying the drag marks were in the earlier exhibits?
Yes, drip stains are created by a blood drop just falling in motion from gravity, kind of if you had a nosebleed and the blood was just falling out of your nose. Because that area of the living room was so far away from the initial blood pool, that was not caused from the incident. It was most likely caused, again, like I said, from an object or a thing.
I would object to the opinion testimony that's being offered. I mean, this witness has not been offered as an expert, nor do crime scene techs get offered as or qualified as experts. The pictures all speak for themselves, so I would object to opinion testimony being offered.
She's testified to her experience in processing hundreds of these scenes and the training she's had. While this is not being offered as expert testimony, she's speaking to her rationally based perception of the angle that these blood droplets came from. As to Mr. Moyer's concern, it's right for cross-examination if he wants to offer a contrary opinion or pry into why she derives her opinion, but she's simply speaking to her experience.
I'm noting on your objection, it's noted.
So as I was saying, those blood drops were most likely created from an object or a thing that was in that area.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 60.
So that is showing a clump of hair suspected to be the victim's that was found in an area of blood in the sitting room.
Is that area of blood what you described as the drag marks?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 62.
So that is a blood stain that was located on that interior side of the front door. That is once again what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object that had blood on it touched a surface that did not.
Finally, State's Exhibit 66.
So this is a photograph of that front sitting room again, where you can see the victim that's located at the end of that drag trail, and additionally another smaller pool of blood, just signifying that wounds were still bleeding at that time.
So you spoke to flowers that were found at the crime scene. Did you collect those and identify those?
I did.
If I showed you pictures of those, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Show defense counsel what's marked as State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Showing you what is State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Are those photographs that you took of the flowers, or some of the photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves into evidence State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection 85 through 93.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 86.
So that is a bundle, those are bundled stems with a rubber band that were located underneath of that orange pillow in the living room.
That rubber band is on the stem?
Yes.
On collection?
Yes.
87?
That is just a different view of those same stems showing the leaves.
89?
So that is a close-up of one of the flowers that was found on the sitting room floor.
You said wildflower.
Yes, it is a wildflower.
That's
Correct.
not a rose?
No,
State's Exhibit 90?
that is just a close-up of that same wildflower, just showing the coloring on it.
I'm going to expand on that a little bit. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 93. Are those the same stem?
No,
So the stem on the right is not a rose?
no, it's a wildflower.
State's Exhibit 90?
Just another close-up of that wildflower.
Approximately how many of the wildflowers did you collect?
I'm not sure.
6, say several?
Yes.
In your processing of the house and looking through everything, did you find any vases,
No, I did not.
containers for flowers?
No.
And in processing that house, I assume, did you take several collections for potentially DNA testing or blood testing?
Yes.
What about fingerprint lifting?
Yes.
Now, if someone's wearing gloves, do they leave fingerprints?
No.
After you process the scene, what are your next steps upon leaving Cane Road?
So I secured all the evidence that I collected, and then the next day I responded to the autopsy.
Okay. Did you take some pictures of the autopsy?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 109 and 110. First one, 109 and 110. Are these two of the photographs you took at the autopsy?
Yes.
What do they show?
They're showing the decedent's hand, left hand, which contains her engagement ring.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 109 and 110.
Without objection.
Objection,
What are your duties when you're at the autopsy? What kind of things are you doing there?
So at autopsies, we take additional photographs of the victim and their injuries, as well as collecting clothing, DNA swabs, otherwise known as buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, head hair samples, and pubic hair samples.
Did you collect buccal swabs and fingernail clippings from Ms. Parcell?
I did.
If I showed you those collections, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94, 95, 96, and 97. Showing you 94, 95, 96, and 97. Starting with 94. What is 94?
94 is the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand.
And could you describe to the jury, when you're taking these fingernail clippings and autopsy, what is that process like?
So we have a sterile set of nail clippers that we remove from the packaging. We then place a piece of paper towel underneath of the victim's hands. I use those fingernail clippers to clip the clippings from her left hand. And then I do the same process with a different paper towel from her right hand. Those are packaged individually. And then the fingernail clippers are packaged and submitted as well.
And is that what you did here?
Yes.
With both her right and her left hand with respect to 94, 95?
Yes.
What about 96 and 97? What are those?
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from the victim at the autopsy.
I know we've had some testimony to that effect, but what exactly did you do there to collect those?
So we take a sterile cotton swab and we swab the inside of the person's cheek to collect those cheek cells and get DNA from them.
You collected 2 of those?
I did.
All right, at this time, the state moves into evidence. State's Exhibit 94 through 97.
I object to the introduction at this time, in that the chain of custody has not been established. These are fungible items, so it would not be proper until the chain is established.
Will you be putting that later to another witness?
We'll have testimony for another witness, but she is the collector of these items.
Well, until that time, they'll just remain armed.
Understood.
Put them in.
On taking these samples, being the fingernail samples and the buccal swabs, what thereafter do you do with them?
I take them and I submit them to our property and evidence section.
Presumably for testing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, Ms. Ford. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Just a
about those flowers that were talked about quite a bit during your testimony. First off, the ones that you testified are not roses. Was any determination that's made as to what particular species of flowers, what kind of flowers they were?
Just wildflowers,
When you say wildflowers, what exactly do you mean by that?
things that you could just find in someone's yard,
Okay.
just wildly grown in a field.
Okay, and that's just based on your training, or is that based on just your experience of just knowing about flowers?
Just
over the years?
experience about flowers, yeah.
Okay, and the way they were positioned in the house, they were just kind of randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered, yes.
Yes, I mean, they weren't in any kind of arrangement or pattern or anything like that.
Yep, they were just scattered.
Okay, one moment, please. Oh, and I'm sorry, just to be clear, when I said scattered, we're talking about the roses and the wildflowers. They were just randomly scattered throughout the house. Right?
They were scattered throughout the front sitting room area, yes.
Okay. And so they went basically out into the hallway just a little bit, but it was mainly in that area where the deceased was found. Right?
Yes, there were some in the front of the sitting room, then there were some located near the decedent as well.
Okay. And again, not in any kind of pattern or arrangement or anything like that.
No.
That's all. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. We would ask to recall this witness at a later time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Eric Turner.
Please stop at the end of the bench, sir. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Eric Turner.
And Mr. What is your rank?
I'm a deputy.
Deputy?
Yes, sir.
And who do you work with?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I work in the school enforcement unit. I'm a school resource officer for several elementary schools in Greenville County on the east side.
And is that typically called an SRO?
It is.
That's
Yes,
School
sir.
Resource Officer?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Turner, I'm going to refer you back to October 13th, in 2021. Were you working that day?
I was.
And were you called out for 122 Cambridge?
I responded out there. Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury how you responded?
Sure. I was in between schools. I had just left one. Let me go back. At the time, I had 4 elementary schools. So I had just left a school and was actually headed to Buena Vista, right near where the scene was. And so on my way, the call came out. I was close by. I said, hey, I'll run by there and check on it. It's right there at my school. I just want to make sure there wasn't any threat towards my school. So I responded there, notified dispatch that I was on the way.
About what time did you arrive to the location?
Within, I don't know the exact time, within just a few minutes of the call coming out, I was right behind the first arriving deputy. He was already out of his car.
And once you got there, what did you do?
I stood by with a gentleman later identified as Mr. Post and spoke with him while Deputy Robinson and his trainee went inside to check the residence.
And did you learn that the victim, Christina Parcell, had a daughter?
I did.
And what was your role in regards to her daughter?
So as soon as I found out that she had a daughter, I was like, I asked, do you know how old she is, where she goes to school? And he goes, actually, she goes to Buena Vista right there. That being my school, I immediately switched roles and went to, I've got to get to the school to make sure that the school is safe. He gave me just a little bit of background, family background. So I was under the impression, hey, there may be an issue with this child. So I stood by for just a few more minutes and then I left and went to the school to make sure that everything was okay. Prior to me leaving, I actually called our front office at the school and asked, was this student there? And she said, yes, she's here. I said, do not let her leave with anybody. I want the school locked down until I get there. I'll be there in just a minute. So the school handled their protocol, did what they were supposed to do. And then I arrived and made confirmation that she was there. She was in the classroom and she was safe.
So, so as soon as you found out about Christina Parcell's daughter, you arrived at the school.
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived there, did you talk to anybody?
Just the administration. And they confirmed back to me, hey, she's in the classroom. She's good. I'm like, let's leave her there. I don't want I don't want anything to disturb her normal day until we figure out what's going on.
And then how did y'all decide when and how Christina Parcel's daughter was going to leave?
We kind of discussed what was going on. I told them, as far as I was concerned, just let her have a regular day. There's no need to take her out of the class, and let's just let her proceed with her day, leave as normal. I spoke with a couple of the investigators, and it was determined just she can leave with the family member like she normally does. They walk them up to, it's called the front path, goes out of the front of the school, and they walk home because they live right there. And so we just allow that to proceed on as normal, like she does every day.
Please answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
May it please the court. Deputy Turner, you had a body worn camera that day, did you not?
I did, sir.
And did you take steps to record some of the activities that you engaged in or around Canebrake on that afternoon?
I did. As soon as I got out of the car, I believe, shortly after getting out, it was on.
So what time is Buena Vista let out of school typically?
2:15.
Okay. And so maybe it's a silly question, but on that day when school was let out, Ida would be coming home. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And being a school resource officer, you're familiar with issues related to children's attendance in school. Is that correct?
It's really none of my business. If the attendance clerk brings it up, I may do something about it.
Deputy Turner, if a student at Buena Vista, let's say she didn't want to go home, would the law make her go home?
Judge, on speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows that.
I mean, it has happened before, not with me.
But if a student says, I want to go home, I'm not going home, must the student go home?
Again, we're going to look into it, probably contact DSS, get them involved in it, our investigators, our crimes against children investigators, and figure out what's going on, why this child doesn't want to go home, stuff like that.
That's further on. Okay.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Now a good time to take a little break.
The next witness is going to be quietly be here.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a morning break. Again, no discussion about this case amongst yourselves or anyone. And again, thank you for your service. Enjoy your break.
Okay, look, resource officer. If anything happened to my kids, I need the resource officer shutting down the schools like he did. It's nice to hear somebody actually take their job seriously and follow the protocol. All right, let's move forward.
Christina Parcell.
She's my younger sister.
All right, the sisters on the
And
stand.
so, can you tell this jury a little bit about y'all's relationship going back to the 2000s and kind of taking us through that?
Sure. She was 2 years younger than me, so we were close. We were different people, but we were, close in age, close as sisters. Early 2000s, she got married for the second time. I got married for the first time. We were both living our lives. We were close, but not intertwined, I guess would be the best way to put it. And we were friends, not best friends, but we were friends. We were still young enough where all of your childhood, younger, older sister relation, all of that baggage hadn't quite gone away yet.
And did she ever begin a relationship with John Mello?
Yes, she began dating Mr. Mello, I believe, around December of 2008.
And in 2008, where were y'all living?
2008, I lived near downtown on Glen Street, right behind Cleveland Park. My sister lived at that time in her home in Greer with her estranged husband.
And how long did Christina Parcell and John Mello date?
They broke up, to my understanding, October of 2015, so just under 7 years.
And during that time, did she have a child?
She did. She had my niece.
And when was your niece born?
June of 2012.
And so during the time in which Christina Parcell was dating John Mello, what kind of relationship did y'all have?
So they began seeing each other, again, just based off of my sister's papers and all of that sort of thing. December of 2008, I'm the kind of person I have to put things in place in time. So December of 2009, my dad had his first stroke when he was 51. And within a year, so April or May of the next year, my sister wrote a letter cutting off contact with our whole family, saying that she had reached a new place of spiritual love and needed to only have true and pure love in her life, etc.
And so around 2009, did you see her very often?
I would see her less and less in 2009, and then beginning in 2010, she cut off contact, and we didn't see her for 4 years.
So from about 2009 to 2013?
2010 to 2014, we didn't see her for 4 years.
And did y'all have the occasion to reconnect?
My sister reached back out to my parents July of 2014. My parents found out they had a grandchild, that my niece was 2 years old. My sister began reconnecting. She reached out to me. We met for, I don't know if it's lunch or dinner, but Freddie's Custard and Easley was the first time I kind of got to see her and my niece again for the first time in 2014.
So during that time, did you know where Christina Porcel was living?
She lived in a house at Easley on 3rd Avenue or 3rd Street. I don't remember Avenue or Street.
And is that where she brought home her daughter?
Yes, my understanding is Aida lived with her full time. The photos I've seen of that time period, she had a room, there were photos there, they lived together.
And so she was raising your niece during that first couple of years.
Yes, and all the court documentation follows that as well.
And during that time, did you have the occasion to meet John Mello?
Not during the first few years of my niece's life because we didn't have contact. I met him maybe a time or two from 2014 to when they broke up in 2015.
Now, did they ever live together?
No, he was living with his wife at the time.
So around 2014, 2015, you and your sister sort of reconnected?
She reconnected with the whole family, correct.
And did Christina Porcel and John Mello ever engage in disputes over who had rights to their daughter?
For years, yes.
About when did that custody dispute begin?
They broke up sometime in October of 2015, and I know that she had a family court deposition in March of 2016, so almost immediately would be the best I could put it.
So about the time y'all reconnected, she was already engaged in disputes with John Mello over the custody of her daughter.
I don't believe that they were. I don't believe they had begun in 2014 when she first started reconnecting with our family, but within that next year, shortly after they broke up.
So from that point on, were you, I won't say involved, but were you aware of the dispute, and did you support your sister during that time?
Well, sure. Not financially, emotionally, or because we had been estranged for 4 years. That is. It sounds so trite. It's a big hurt, that this is my baby sister, and I'm trying to find a way to put her back in my life. So even though she was going through this custody battle, I was also kind of trying to get over my hurt feelings with her. So we interacted, but we weren't, again, tied at the hip best friends at that point.
And so as time goes on, did the custody dispute continue?
For years, yes.
And did Christina Porcel begin a relationship with Brad Post?
Yes, she did.
About what time did she begin that relationship?
Again, based on documentation I've seen in her effects, within a few months of ending things with John Mello.
So around 2015?
Yes.
And so pushing up to 2020 timeframe, did your relationship with her grow closer?
Yes, in January of 2020, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma, which is scary. And you dropped something. It's scary. It's aggressive. My sister and I met for lunch, and we're making a plan for how are we going to get my mom through this. If something happens to mom, how are we going to take care of our dad? He's had multiple strokes. And during this lunch, she looked at me and said, I really want you to be a bigger part of my life and my niece's life. And so we started consciously choosing to be more involved with each other.
And at that time, where was everybody living?
So at that time, COVID, I was sheltering in place with my estranged husband in my marital home in Greer. That's awkward. It was. My sister, again, she rented a duplex. So when she had visitation with my niece, they would do those visitations in the duplex. And then when she was not living in the duplex, she spent her time with Brad Post.
Okay. And up until about 2020, did John Mello and Christina Porcel share custody of Aida?
Early on, I hate this phrase, but it's the only one I can really know. They had a gentleman's agreement early on about custody that suddenly nobody agreed to, so they went into court. John had primary custody. My sister had visitation, standard visitation every other weekend, weeks during the summer, time on birthday and Mother's Day, at the holidays. I think it's Richards Brown. I don't remember the name.
And so, and then during all this time, was there litigation going on between the two?
Yes, multiple times.
So I'm going to take you to about October of 2020.
Yes.
Did John Mello leave the country with your niece?
Yes, he emailed my sister and said, we won't be here for the next visit weekend, can't make it to the next visit weekend, something to that effect, and missed the court-ordered scheduled visitation. Didn't know where or why necessarily until shortly after when we discovered they were out of the country.
And so in October of 2020, where was Christina living? That same duplex?
So no, in Again, March going to April of 2020, I'm sheltering in place with my now ex-husband, so super great. I decided I didn't want to do that, and I'm getting an apartment for myself. And my sister had just said, I want us to be closer, and her lease on that duplex was coming due in that spring of 2020. And I told her, I'm getting an apartment. I can get a 3-bedroom apartment. I clearly am a army of one and don't need a 3-bedroom, but if I got a 3-bedroom, then you could have your visit weekends with me, and we can spend time together. We have a playground, have a pool, et cetera, et cetera. So summer going into fall of 2020, my sister had her visit weekends with my niece in my apartment. And then she, again, was living for the most part with Post non-visit weekends or non-visit weeks.
And was Christina Parcell working during this time?
Yes, she was a vet tech.
Was she a full-time vet tech or?
No, at that time she was part-time.
So in 2020, y'all discover that your niece has left the country with John Miller.
Yes.
Did this sort of set off a new set of litigation as far as the custody dispute is concerned?
Yes, she filed a rule to show cause in family court under the then agreement that she had, because they had reached an agreement. He was in violation of that agreement. Rule to show cause was, the family court equivalent of you broke the agreement. Once we determined where he was, and she'd already spoken to family court, her lawyer, Greenville County, tried to reach out to SLED, tried to reach out to the FBI. Once we discovered where they were, started investigating, how do you get someone back from a foreign country?
And was she dedicated to trying to get her daughter back?
Every day.
So what did she do?
Once we've finally figured out that there is a Hague Convention for child abduction, not just war crimes, but truly for child abduction, reached out to the State Department. Her first contact was Zach, and then the second contact was a woman named April Conway. And essentially, you go through this entire application of the circumstances. You have to provide the court orders, the existing orders that funnels up through the State Department to, they call it the central authority. So the U.S. central authority then reaches over to their counterpart in whatever the country is, because this happens for all of these countries that are a part of the convention. And then it goes down their chain. In this case, it was Italy.
And when did she start that process?
Oh, we found out where they were late October, early November. So probably November, possibly December of 2020.
And how did you find out that your niece was in Italy?
Her father posted a photo on Facebook of her standing in, think like a cobblestone plaza type situation. It was nighttime. There was a banner on the wall behind her that said the name Rovigo, Italy. And once we began searching down that rabbit hole, we found an online news article.
And were you having any contact with your niece at that time?
First time my sister got to speak with my niece was Christmas Day of 2020. So it had been 2.5 months.
All right. So you mentioned this Hague Convention. Did Christina continue to pursue that, and in fact have some hearings in Italy regarding the ultimate custody of your niece?
Yeah. So when you go through this process with the Hague, I'm not an expert, but this is one of those things that it kind of sticks with you. Since it goes through the central authority, essentially that other country, their government is acting on your behalf. So the equivalent of Walt in Italy was representing my sister. It's not that she had to hire an attorney. The state or the nation of Italy was doing it, because this is all international agreements and arrangements. All communication was done to her through the State Department. So they channel up, it goes over, it comes down and back and forth. The State Department let her know that a hearing had been scheduled for February of 2021 and that she could attend either virtually or in person. And she called me to let me know. I was at work. She called me and I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said yes. And I asked her if she wanted me to go with her, and she said yes. So I bought 2 round trip tickets that day.
And did y'all ultimately go to Italy for a hearing?
We flew out of Atlanta on Wednesday, March 10th. We arrived in Venice, Italy at the Marco Polo Airport. The things to stick with you. We arrived around noon that Thursday. Court was the morning of Friday. We flew back to the States that Sunday.
And were you successful in getting your niece back?
We were nothing at getting my niece back. There was no decision reached in that trip in March. They said they would deliberate and they would reach out with more information.
Now, when you were there, did you get to see your niece?
Did I lay eyes on her? Yes.
Did you speak with her?
And again, this is just based on what happened. Not I know the rules of Italy, but when we were there, they said the mother has to go in, the father has to go in, and the minor child cannot go in. He brought her to court, and she was not allowed to go in the courtroom, and she had to stay outside of the courtroom. I couldn't go in because I wasn't a party. She was now an unattended minor in a foreign country, which is, again, not great. And they asked if I would watch her. His attorneys asked that I not speak with her. That wasn't a court order. It was just, hey, can you sit here and watch her and not say anything?
And was John Miller there as well?
Yes, he's the one that brought my niece into court for that hearing.
So did y'all ever return back to Italy again?
My sister returned to Italy. So this was in March of 2021. She again received notice from the State Department it felt like forever, of course, but a few weeks later, either end of March, beginning of April, there's another hearing. Again, you can attend virtually or in person. She said, I want to go in person. I asked if she wanted me to go again, and she said, no, I'll go by myself.
And so did she fly to Italy?
She did fly to Italy, give or take tax day.
And was she successful in getting the return of your niece?
At first, there was no decision reached, and they said you can leave and come back when we decide. She opted to stay, and a few days later, I can check my records for actual dates. A few days later, they let her know that they had decided to repatriate. Italy repatriated my niece to my sister. John Mello and my niece were brought to a police station. Aida was given to my sister. My sister then had to wait a week to get a replacement passport for my niece because hers had expired when they were in Italy.
While Christina was over there, did she have to hire bodyguards?
We had 2 bodyguards when we were there. We weren't allowed to, because again, COVID, we weren't allowed to take public transportation. We weren't allowed to sit down in restaurants. So we did have 2 people that were hired to both provide some protection for that day in court, but also to get us from point A to point B while we were in court. And she had the same staff were hired when she went back.
So what day did Christina and your niece return?
April 22nd of 2021.
So when they returned, to what residence did they initially go?
They started living with me full time in the apartment that we discussed. The lease on that apartment was up in the middle of May, so I'd already started making arrangements to live somewhere rather than renew the lease on the apartment.
And so did you eventually secure another location?
I had made an offer to buy the Canebrake home December 17th of 2020. I'd already been trying to buy that house for 4 months.
And did y'all eventually move into 122 Canebrake?
We moved into 122 Canebrake on May 14th of 2021.
So when once y'all moved in, you and who all lived there?
I was in the master bedroom, a nice tan with wood trim and a bay window. My sister was across the hall in a not great yellow bedroom. My niece was down the hall from her in what came as a hot pink bedroom. And she was thrilled about that. So it was the 3 of us. I had chosen this home. It was large enough. There was an ensuite. You saw it in the walkthrough. The salmon colored in the back had its own full bathroom, and that was going to be where my parents could live if they needed to in the future. So it was the 3 of us.
So you talked about this custody dispute, let's call it before John Mel and your niece went to Italy,
Yes.
and now we're past that. During this time frame up until May of 2020, how would you describe the dispute, this custody dispute between Christina and John?
It was active until the moment she died. There were still hearings while he was in Italy. He did not return to the United States for the, I guess it was 5 months, 3 weeks that they were here, almost 6 months. He would attempt to retain counsel or did retain counsel, though it attend a hearing on his behalf. There was a hearing with regards to when could phone calls happen.
Did you ever fear for your safety or anybody or your niece's safety or your safety?
We wouldn't let her play outside by herself. It is a beautiful neighborhood, an exceedingly safe neighborhood. I mean, kids everywhere. So it's not that the neighborhood wasn't safe. We just didn't want her to be playing by herself. We didn't want her to get taken. The front window, part of why we always left it open was so we could see the front yard if she was out there.
Did John Mel ever do anything that made y'all feel unsafe?
Can you be more specific with your question with regards to place and time?
Around that time.
Around that time, I can't say if it was John Mello or not. I know that my employer received an anonymous packet full of John Mello and my sister's family court documents, and I know my sister didn't send it.
About the end of June and July, do you remember Christina and Brad Post receiving some envelopes?
Yes, I didn't. Many envelopes. It was kind of a flurry of activity as to had all of them arrived in our neighborhood, his neighborhood, the guardian, her attorney, her employer. It was.
Were you aware of the contents of those photos?
Yes.
I mean, of those envelopes?
Yes.
What were the contents of those envelopes?
If it were something that existed in South Carolina, I would call it revenge porn, but apparently that's not illegal here.
So they were
naked pictures of my sister.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1A and 1B. Now I'm going to ask you if you recognize these photos. And I'm sorry to have to show you these to you.
Yes, that is my sister, Christina.
And then I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6, envelope State's Exhibit 6, and ask you if you recognize photos 6A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yes, those are all my sister.
So, y'all received these about June and July of 2021.
Yes.
Now, did your sister go to the police?
Yeah, she went to the police. She went to a postal inspector.
In regards to the photos, how do you know that's your sister?
I'm going to try not to be. I recognize her, having known her her entire life. I recognize her haircut. I recognize her tattoos.
And can you give this jury a time frame of when those photos were taken?
Based on the length of her hair and again the state of her tattoos, I would say somewhere between 2010 and 2011.
And was that the time in which she was dating John Mello?
That's correct.
Now, so how old would Christina Parcell be?
She was born in 1980, so 2010 she would have been 30, 2011, 31.
30, 31.
Mhm.
So now I'm going to take you to, well, when did y'all move in? When did you move into the Canebrake house?
May 14th of 2021.
So from then until October 13th, 2021, what was life like?
Well, it was still COVID, but it was less COVID-y than it had been. So my niece joined the swim team and played her first team sport. She had friends in the neighborhood. She miraculously was promoted from 3rd to 4th grade, even though she missed 6 months of that school year. I worked downtown. My mother would come and babysit if Christina and I both had to work, or maybe our schedules overlapped. And I know that this sounds odd, but I would text my sister, I'm coming home. Can you chop the onions? I'm making this for dinner, or I'm going to the groceries. I mean, it was a really standard. We were living together, and we have a kid, and school, and etc.
So I'm going to take you to October 13th, 2021. Where were you working that day?
I worked at a company called Norris Financial Group in downtown Greenville.
And we've seen video of your car leaving. Do you remember about what time you left to go to work?
That's not my car. That was a rental. But I left, give or take, 8:30 that morning.
And with work?
I did go to work, yes.
And when did you realize that this incident happened?
I had a voicemail. My phone hadn't rang, but I had a voicemail. It's a thing that happens sometimes. And it was from Brad Post saying there's an emergency at home. Emergency at the house. You need to come home. And so I grabbed my purse, walked into the hall, told my boss, there's an emergency at the house. I'm going to go home, and made my way to the car.
And before you left for work, what was going on inside the household as far as Christina and your niece?
Do you mean that? Do you mean that morning? Okay. I slept a little later than normal. Who knows why? And Christina had a job interview, so she was not necessarily up earlier than normal, but trying to get the day started and out the door earlier than normal. So she took Aida to school while I was drinking my morning coffee in that middle sitting room, where we call it the den. That's where we spent our time. Christina came back. She had forgotten the school communication folder that you're supposed to bring back every week. She'd forgotten that. So she came back to the house to get the school communication folder and stood in the doorway and said she had a hair appointment that afternoon, and it was gymnastics that afternoon, and what are we going to cook for dinner? And then she said, I love you, bye. And she walked out the door.
And when did you first hear about this incident?
The voicemail from Post said there was an emergency. And as I was going back to my car, he called again, and I again went straight to voicemail. So I called him back, and he said, "It's her. I think she's dead." And so I got there as fast as I could.
So did you ride back at the house?
Give or take 11:30 that morning. Yes.
Now, in regards to your house, what door do y'all do you namely use to enter and exit the house? And which doors do you have keys to? Explain this to your front and side door.
Yeah. So I've been trying. I made an offer December of 2020. Less than a year into COVID, and what neither I nor my realtor knew, this house was under foreclosure. We didn't know that, and because of COVID, all foreclosures were under a moratorium. So it was in foreclosure, but they not done in foreclosure, and kept trying to complete the sale and couldn't get the final number that you had to have, the close number, the actual dollars you had to have. So by the time the lease was coming up on the apartment, I have to have a place to live. I want to buy this house. And so we had what's called an occupancy prior to purchase agreement, where you're essentially renting the house from the people that own it. So we had this, so I could move in before I owned the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have a key for the back door. And since I didn't own the home, I couldn't change the locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And like I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home,
When you say back door, is that the door down the side of the driveway?
Yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were going to sleep at night.
Yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on the front door because it had a little slidey lock, and then go on down the hallway.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you're coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically, always.
Always the front door.
Yes.
So it would be normal for if Christina Parcell arrived home from a job interview, which door would you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
So what about the curtains in the front of the front room?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, they were kept open.
And what was that front room's meant for?
So it's a standard ranch house where you have that front long, skinny, formal living room that nobody uses unless you're the kind of person that has furniture with plastic on it, and that's not my life. So yeah, I see that. You know what I'm talking about. But that front window got a lot of light. So, and you saw in some of the photos, my sister kept her plants there. We had my 2 silver chairs. The neighborhood kids and my niece would do puzzles in that room, arts and crafts. My sister had a desk where she did her schoolwork that was in front of the smaller window, but it wasn't the TV room or the family congregation eat dinner room. We did that in the den on the other side of that wall.
And so when you left that morning for work, were those blinds open or were they closed?
We always left because it was always open. Blinds and curtains were always open to get lights in for the plants. We didn't keep a light on in that room, so we weren't concerned, say at nighttime, we weren't concerned people were going to see us through that window because we didn't do anything in that room at nighttime that people would see. We were on the other wall, so it was just always open.
So when on this incident, did you talk with law enforcement about that day? Did they interview you? Did you talk to them?
Yes, I sat in Investigator Sparkman's vehicle, and he said, "Tell me the history of your sister." And I said, "How far back do you want me to go?"
Did you kind of tell him what you told us here today?
And then
More or
some,
less.
yes.
Did you tell him anybody you thought might have done this?
I said I absolutely believe John Mello did it.
Did you know where John Mello was located?
I knew he was supposedly in Italy, but who knows?
And Ms. Parcell, have you ever met Zach Hughes?
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
I've spoken at him, but no, never with him.
Prior to October of 2021, have you ever spoken to him?
No.
Ever seen him before?
No.
Noticed him?
No.
Have you ever seen Christina Parcell talk to him?
No.
He's never been to the house?
Oh, no. I mean, not while I was there. I wasn't there 24/7, but no.
Did you know her to ever have any communications with him?
I found this week when I was reviewing all of the legal files, an email John Mello sent to my sister where he CC'd.
Okay, it's getting interesting now, y'all, because we have questions. So we know that the guy who's on trial is the ex-husband's best friend. Apparently nobody has ever even spoken to him before.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have you ever known Christina Parcell to have any interaction with?
No, absolutely no interaction, no.
Ms. Parcell, you've heard testimony here today, yesterday, that there was cocaine, small bag of cocaine found in that front sitting room. Do you ever use cocaine?
No.
Did y'all keep cocaine in the house?
No.
Did you know Christina to use cocaine?
I've never seen her do cocaine.
And we've discussed this child custody dispute. Was there a guardian appointed to your niece?
Yes, so once my niece was taken and my sister filed a rule show cause, which essentially opens up the prior action that had been settled, the court appointed a guardian ad litem to act in the best interest of my niece.
And would the guardian keep in contact with Christina Parcell?
The guardian was in very frequent contact with Christina. The guardian did home visits of my apartment, number one, because that's where I would have been returned to. She also did a home visit of Canebrake. I'd have to check paperwork to see if Christina took drug tests during that time. There were many over the years. So
You know that she was asked to take drug tests.
Oh, many times over the years.
Did you ever know Christina to use cocaine?
No.
All right, Ms. Parcell, if you'll just answer any questions. Yes, Counsel may have. Questions on your motion?
Good morning, Mr. Purcell. My name is Mark Moyer. I have some questions for you today. Okay. So just want to start off with a little bit about your background with Ms. Purcell. You said Christina was about 2 years younger than you, is that right?
2 years, 4 days.
2 years, 4 days. And you all began living together the first time with at the Woods Road apartment, is that right?
I had room in my apartment designated for her to have visitation with my niece. Yes.
Okay, so y'all were living together at the
As I testified to earlier, she had visitations with my niece under my roof at that apartment, but my sister herself typically lived with hosts during those times.
Okay, and it
No.
wasn't until you all moved into the Canebrake house that y'all were living together.
No, as I testified earlier, when my sister and my niece returned from Italy, April 22nd of 2021, my niece and my sister lived with me full time. The first few weeks I was still at the apartment, but we moved into Canebrake May 14th of 2021.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the custody disputes that were going on. You said you did not stay very much involved in the actual disputes at the beginning of that. Is that right?
No, that is not actually the character of my testimony. What I said was that my sister and I were becoming closer and essentially trying to get closer after she had cut contact with me for 4 years. So that's not something you get over quickly or immediately.
I understand, but that kept you from staying very much in tune with exactly what was going on at that time.
Well, that and John Miller threatening to have me charged with kidnapping, that also had a factor in it.
Okay. And you gave up, Christina gave up custody of Aida to John Miller, didn't you?
No, I don't believe that's actually accurate, and I would like to make sure it's accurate. As I testified earlier, she and Mr. Miller had a quote unquote gentleman's agreement. And then when my sister was not receiving the visitation she thought she was due, that's when the actual court actions began, which is not in any way, shape, or form the same as giving up custody, I believe.
Okay, but John Miller had primary custody.
I believe that the agreement was written that he had custody and she had visitation, correct?
Okay. So that was in the court documents that he had custody, and she didn't dispute that. She didn't fight that, did she?
She had fought that repeatedly, trying to get custody, and then would reach an agreement with him.
But not initially. When that first document came out, where John got custody, when John Miller got custody, she did not.
Mr. Mello had physical custody before there was a document in that original Pickens County family court action. Mr. Mello had physical custody and was not allowing my sister to have visitation, so she took him to court and then reached an agreement where he retained custody, but he was not granted custody by the court.
Okay, but she reached an agreement, so they didn't have to fight it out in the court because she allowed him to have custody, right?
That is the agreement which she reached. That's not the same as allowing, but
So she agreed to it. That's what an agreement is, right? Right?
She entered that agreement, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was not until Ida was taken to Italy by John that she began trying to get full custody. Is that true?
No, they had multiple family court cases. Sometimes she initiated, sometimes he initiated, trying to modify the agreement that they had.
And it wasn't modified until after she came back, Ida came back from Italy, right?
Honestly, I would have to check the paperwork.
Okay. Now, you had met Brad Post before he started dating Christina in 2015 to 2016, correct?
He was a customer at my father's cigar store.
And and that was somewhere around 2000 or 2001 when you met him?
I couldn't tell you. He was a person that sat in my father's cigar store, so I couldn't tell you the first time I noticed him as a human being. No.
Okay, you worked for him for a period of time?
No, I did not.
You don't remember?
My sister worked for him. I did not.
Your sister did, but you never worked for him?
My father?
No, did you never work for Brad Post?
So I worked for a company. It was originally called eBridge Technologies. That was owned by Brad Cunningham. It was a software company. That is where I worked. And then Mr. Cunningham is the one who began purchasing NC&E, Network Controls and Electric. So no, I did not work for Brad Post. I worked for Brad Cunningham, who purchased NC&E from Brad Post.
Okay, so if Brad Post said that you worked for him, that would be incorrect?
Never heard him say I worked for him, so I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, I'm saying if you did, we told this department that you worked for him for a period of time, that would not be true?
No, I worked for eBridge Technologies, which again, I don't want to say subsidiary, I didn't do any of the paperwork, but eBridge Technologies, that software company, kind of merged with Network Controls and Electric once Brad Cunningham became the person that was buying NC&E.
Okay. Christina was working part-time at the, as a vet tech, correct?
Correct.
When she died. And Bradley Post was helping her out financially, was he not?
I couldn't give you any type of dollar amounts, but I assume so.
Was he helping with the house at Cambridge?
No.
Okay, but you all had conversations about when you were having trouble getting the house. Did you not have conversations with Christina about getting Brad Post involved to help with that?
No, I unequivocally did not want Brad Post involved.
So you never talked to Christina about, you never sent her an email or said, this house is more expensive than I thought, so maybe Brad Post could buy it and then we could rent from him?
No. So I found out October 9th, 2021, that the people I was trying to buy the home for, again, it was in foreclosure. Foreclosures went for forbearance because of COVID, and the dollar amount, the cost to close kept going up, going up, going up. My realtor called me that Saturday and said, it's got to be this much. It was approximately 10 to 15% more than I was approved for. And I told her, I can't do that, but give me a couple days. I'm going to figure something out. And so my sister and I began texting new houses to try and buy a different house, which meant I was looking for a new house at the time my sister was murdered, which means I was not trying to have Brad Post buy Cambridge so I could rent it from him.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took his daughter and Christina's daughter to Italy, he had the primary custody at that time.
That was the agreement, and also he was to allow visitation as per the agreement he reached in family court, yes.
And he was a dual citizen of
I
this
know
country.
he claims to be a dual citizen.
He was a dual citizen of this country and Italy, is that true?
I know he claims to be a dual citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
And your niece became an Italian citizen while she was in Italy.
I know he claims she became an Italian citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
Okay. And you talked about having a bodyguard or someone to drive you around while you were in Italy and then back here. Brad Post was paying for that, wasn't he?
I don't know who paid. I didn't see an invoice.
So when Christina went to Italy in mid-April for the final hearing, she went alone that time. She testified, correct?
I didn't go with her. That's correct. I understand she went alone.
And she returned to this country with Ida, right?
She returned with my niece April 22nd when they landed in Greenville.
And you met her at the airport?
Yes, I did.
The guardian ad litem was there?
Yes, she was.
Brad Post was there?
Yes, he was.
Who else was there?
Representative from Lindsey Graham's office was there. Friends of the family were there. My parents, people, my sister's neighbor from the duplex where she used to live, and her children were there.
And Brad Post was there?
As I said earlier, yes, he was there.
And he proposed to her at the airport, didn't he?
That was a choice that he made, yes.
Then there was a welcome party later that night too, same day?
No, sir. Everybody was at the airport with flowers, with balloons, with signs. My sister and my niece got packed into my car. I took them to the apartment. I picked up Indian takeout food, and we ate Indian takeout food at my home that night.
Okay, so the welcome party was what happened at the airport.
Yes.
And so just to be clear then, Aida was out of the home and gone between October the 5th of 2020 and then mid-April of 2021, correct?
My understanding is October 4th, but again, since I was not there when they left the flight, I would have to check documents.
Okay, now you all moved into the Cambridge house on May the 14th of 2021, right?
That's correct. That's when the movers came on Friday the 14th.
Okay, and you testified today something that contradicts what you told Investigator Sparkman in your interview about where everyone stayed in the house.
I was in the tan room, the master room, in the back of the bay window, right over the nook. My sister was across the hall in the yellow bedroom. My niece's bedroom was the hot pink bedroom just down the hall.
Okay, you told Investigator Sparkman that room had been turned into a playroom and that your niece
No, the
stayed.
purple bedroom was going to be the designated playroom.
Did you not remember telling Investigator Sparkman that your niece slept in the bed in the same room with
Christina?
No, I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying there were times that she would sleep there. She would sleep on the couch. She might sleep in her bed. And my understanding is she co-slept with her father as well.
And you told Investigator Sparkman, though, that she didn't have a room, that the room that was supposed to be for her was turned into a playroom, and that she stayed with Christina.
I don't believe I said that she didn't have a room. It clearly had her toys in it, had her clothes in it, had her bed in it. Now, again, I just discovered that my sister was dead in my house when I was homeless, so it's entirely possible I misspoke, and for that, I apologize.
That was several days later, wasn't the same day.
Again, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay. Now, Brad Post would come by the house every day, would he not?
I can't say it was every day, depending on the mercurial relationship. Sometimes they were in a better spot. So there would be times where he wouldn't come over at all. There would be times where he would come over and have dinner.
But while they were dating and not broken up, as you told Investigator Sparkman, Brad Post would come over every day. Isn't that true?
Bless you. Again, not a matter of broken up. If they were in a good patch or a bad patch, as anybody is having a good patch or a bad patch, there would be times he'd be there every day, yes, for dinner or what have you. There'd be times where he wasn't.
Now, you mentioned Ida wasn't allowed to play outside
No, I said we wouldn't let her play outside by herself.
by herself. So, and you mentioned that she had friends in the neighborhood, so would friends come over and play inside with her? in the
Well, no,
house?
she would play outside with friends. We would do our best to, again, keep an eye out on her, on the friends, as any adult would do to make sure the children are going to be safe, especially with the creek nearby. So she would play in the house, outside the house.
Okay. And her friends would play outside with her and play inside with her?
Yes.
Now, I have to ask you just a few questions about the packages that you received, that you were asked about by the solicitor. You mentioned the pictures that were in the package, but in addition to the pictures, there were some website postings that were included, were there not?
I wasn't shown any by the solicitor.
Do you remember when you looked at the packages, though, do you remember seeing the website from the escort service?
I saw that there was something textual. I didn't lend credence to it.
And again, I hate to have to ask you about this, but were you aware of that part of your sister's past?
I was aware the allegations had been made in family court, just like there had been allegations made I was going to try and kidnap my niece. So I didn't lend credence to them.
Are you aware that she gave a deposition in which she did give credence to those allegations?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So after the death of your sister, Christina, where was Ida?
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question?
After your sister died, where was your niece?
I would also ask you to rephrase that question to be accurate.
Okay, who did your niece live with?
So after my sister was murdered, what is the question for that?
Where did your niece live?
The guardian ad litem, after my sister was murdered, got an ex parte emergency placement with me. My niece and I stayed with friends, and that's where we went.
All right, and then what happened with Ida on October the 19th of 2021?
She was put into foster care.
Okay, and what time of day was it?
It was at night.
Okay, and the police came and got her?
Yes,
About what time at night?
it was approximately 10:30 at night.
Okay. How long were the police at the house on that day?
I don't know, maybe an hour, less.
And she was taken into emergency protective custody at that time?
Yes.
And who got custody of Ida?
Would you clarify the question, please?
Where does Ida live now?
Oh, I've reached an agreement with Mr. Mellon right now.
Okay, so you gave up custody to allow?
I never had custody, but
You dropped your petition to try to get custody.
I did not drop a petition. I reached an agreement with Mr. Mellon,
Okay.
and he has custody.
Okay, you never had custody of Ida.
I had ex parte custody briefly.
Okay, and then after Ida was taken out of the home, shortly thereafter, she went to live with John Mello, and she still lives with John Mello. Right?
She was not with John Mello for the first almost year and a half after her mother's death, almost 2 years. She was in foster care, and then she was in third-party placement. He did not receive custody of her until August of 2023.
Okay, and she remains with him.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And John Mello was exonerated of the charges of taking Ida to Italy. Is that right?
I believe what you're looking for is a directed verdict of not guilty, not actually exonerated by a jury, yes.
So a judge threw it out, basically.
A judge said South Carolina state law says a non-custodial parent has no rights to their child. Yes, that is correct.
So a judge threw it out. One moment.
questions we have right now. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor. After the murder of your sister, where did your niece go?
Are you talking short term or long term?
Both.
Again, she was ex parte emergency placed in my care. She was removed from my care and put in foster care for 2 months. After that, she was placed with Allison and Lamar Sutherland from December of 2021 until December of 2022, where she was then placed with her half sister, Isabella Mello, John Mello's eldest child. She was there until August of 2023. And then in August of 2023, when I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello, where I had visitation and my niece was returned to his custody.
And have you seen your niece?
I've not seen my niece since August of 2024.
And do you have rights to see her?
I do.
And have those been complied with?
We currently have active family court action.
So you and John Mello are now in a family court action over the custody or access to your niece.
There is a new action, and the agreement that we reached is currently being appealed in South Carolina State Court of Appeals.
No further questions. Any recross?
No recross, Your Honor. We would just ask that the witness remain undisputed.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see counsel.
Nah, she held it down for her sister. She really held it down. I think she was a really great witness for the state. Looks like they're going to end up taking a little break here, so we'll just fast forward. Maybe they went to lunch. All right, here we go.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Michael Manal?
Mr. Manigal, you reside in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
And where do you live?
Dale Street.
And what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a photographer
And how long have you been doing that?
since I was 6 years old.
Back in 2020, 2021, were you working for John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do for John Mello?
I was helping clean his house while he was out of town.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
On and off for several months.
And what about October of 2020 through 2021? Was John Mello living in the United States during that time?
I believe so, but I'm not quite sure because I didn't keep up with all his track, all his movements because I was at the time working 2 jobs and I had to keep track of everything all at once.
How did y'all communicate?
Text messages or video chats.
And so he would text you and ask you to do things?
That's when he worked when I was telling you, sir.
Okay. And what kind of things would he ask you to do?
Guard work, cleaning up. She was moving back to Italy. He was helping me clean his house up to get ready for sale.
And what about, and how would he pay you?
Cash.
And where was this location?
It was on Lake Street.
Now, back in 2020, 2021, did you meet Zach Hughes?
I met him while John was in Italy, and I did a little work around the house with Zach. That's about all I did with him.
So how did you meet Zach?
Through John.
Through John, and then did you and Zach work together?
On and off throughout a couple of days, yes, sir.
And where would y'all work together at?
At the house.
At the Lake Street house?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that with Zach?
About 2 weeks, everything was done. We were doing mostly outside work, a little bit inside, cleaning up around the house and inside.
And then after October 13th, 2021, did you ever talk with investigators?
I was pulled over. I will get on the bus. I was stopped by 2 investigators at the vape store on Lawrence Road, taken back to the county. That when I was there, questioning if I had any involvement in the crime that I did not know I committed at the time.
And was that Detective Sparkman and Master Deputy Wolf? Do you recognize
Yes,
them?
sir.
And what did you tell them?
I had no idea what the crime was committed. I willingly gave them my phone to go through it so they could check everything. I gave them all the access codes, everything. So I had no.
Voluntarily handed over your phone?
Yes, sir.
And what about, did you voluntarily give them your DNA? Did they swab your mouth?
I don't recall.
And did they ask you about any other associates that John Mello may have?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
Well, did you not tell them about Zach Hughes?
I knew Zach Hughes, but that's to the point where I only knew Zach Hughes because of John Mello. I didn't know him before that or during the fact, after the fact.
No, but did you tell these investigators?
That I worked with Zach Hughes, yes, sir.
You told them, the investigators, that you worked with Zach Hughes?
Briefly, not for a long period of time.
Did you tell them that you knew Zach Hughes through John Mello? What did you tell them about
I only knew Zach
John Mello and
Hughes.
Zach Hughes?
I only know John Mello. I knew John Mello for years. I knew Zach Hughes for a brief period of time. This whole situation, I had no idea about the murder, none of that stuff.
Absolutely. But did you tell investigators?
I only knew Mello. I only knew Zach Hughes through John Mello briefly. After we stopped working, that's the last time I talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. I know that's off record.
Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Master Deputy Blake Wolf.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Blake Wolf.
Right, Master Deputy Wolf, who do you work for?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working with them?
I began working with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office in 2019. Before that, I was employed by the Greenville County Department of Public Safety for 7 years.
And what do you currently do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a master deputy assigned to Bravo Platoon.
Were you ever in homicide?
Yes, sir.
How long were you in homicide?
A little over 3 years.
Did you get involved in this case back in October 13th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us how you got involved in this case.
I was asked to co-lead this case with Investigator Sparkman on October 15th. When Ms. Parcell was murdered, I was involved in another case. We concluded that case on the 14th, and then I was asked to assist with this case on the 15th.
So on the 15th, did you head out to the scene?
No, sir.
What did you do on the 15th?
So the first thing I was asked to do is a Google geofence search warrant for the location where Ms. Parcell was murdered.
And what is a Google geofence?
So if you have any Google apps on your cell phone and allow them to store your location data, we can find out, we can get access to that data through Google. So when we have a location where a murder occurred, we can send them a search warrant for that location, a specific radius around that location for a time frame. And if any devices were in that radius, they will let us know. But that only applies to people who allow them to track their location data.
Did you recover anything of significance from those efforts?
No, sir.
So what else did you start doing involved in this case?
On October 19th and the 20th, I went back out to the Canebrake neighborhood and continued canvassing the area for potential witnesses or additional security footage.
So we heard Master Deputy Stokes talk about canvassing this neighborhood. Were you doing sort of the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all do it 2 separate times?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
People are home. People come and go. Her murder happened earlier in the day. People could have been at work. So we go at, usually more than once at different times just to try to catch people when they're at home.
And in doing so, did you talk with Donna Gorman?
Yes, sir, I did.
About when did you talk with her?
That'd be the afternoon of October 20th.
And at that time, had y'all obtained ring cameras and video footage related to this case?
Yes, sir, we had.
And did you show her a copy of the individual that was on a bike at that time?
No, I did not.
Did anybody else speak with Donna Gorman?
Investigator Riley Stokes.
Do you know when he spoke with her?
The day of Ms. Parcell's murder.
About when did you obtain video footage of a suspect leaving on a bicycle?
October 14th, I believe.
So after you continued to canvass the neighborhood, what did you do?
I made contact with Ms. Gorman and spoke with her.
And then after that, what did you do?
After that, it was on October 22nd that myself and Investigator Sparkman learned that Michael Manigault is somebody that was familiar with John Mello, and it was suggested that we speak with him.
Did you, in fact, try to go and locate Michael Manigault?
Yes, sir.
And where did you locate him?
So we were told that he rides the Green Link buses. So we went around to some of their bus stops and we located him getting off a bus on Orange Road.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, sir, we did.
Was that the gentleman you just testified?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you have the occasion to obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, sir. He gave consent.
And where did you take that sample?
It was in the CID interview room in the homicide office.
Did y'all carry him down there, or did he meet y'all there?
No, he doesn't have a vehicle, so he rode in Investigator Sparkman's SUV.
And down there, did you take a buccal swab sample?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is the packaging for the buccal swab that I collected from Mr. Manigault.
All right. And you like to open it?
Yes.
See what's inside of it. All right. And inside State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. This is the buccal swab I collected from Mr. Manigault, 2 of them.
Now, what did you do with those bubble swabs?
I placed them into our property note trim.
Now, after you spoke with Mr. Manigal, what did you do?
I began researching Zachary Hughes.
And so how would you go about doing that?
So I started, I just did a basic Google search of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina.
And what did you find?
I found,
Maybe approach. Sure.
Look at these civil folks. I think they have a no speaking objection rule too. They always approach him.
yes, sir.
So, Master Deputy Wolf, in trying to locate Zachary David Hughes, what did you do?
So I began by just doing a basic Google search of something along the lines of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina. The first thing I noticed is there were several articles online about him being a pianist, being famous for being able to play music by memory.
And then once you had that information, what did you do?
So then I logged into my South Carolina DMV online account and I obtained a picture of Mr. Hughes's driver's license, his DMV photo. I showed that photo to Mr. Manigault just to confirm that I was looking at the same Zachary Hughes that he was referring to.
Was it confirmed?
Yes, sir.
So once you've confirmed the person that you're looking into, what do you do next?
Well, I continued to look at his DMV online account. And one thing that I found was important is the address on his driver's license was 200 Tindle Avenue. 200 Tindle Avenue is located within the city limits of Greenville. A few months prior to Ms. Parcells' murder, the Greenville Police Department had installed traffic cameras around the city. So since he lived in the city, I believed if he had a vehicle, there would be some photos on these traffic cameras of his vehicle. So also using my South Carolina DMV online account, I found that he had a gold 1999 Ford Ranger registered to his name. So the city uses a traffic camera system. Some people call them license plate readers, LPRs for short, called Flock. When you pass a Flock camera, it takes a picture of your license plate in the back right side of your vehicle, and then it goes into a database that's searchable. So once I had Mr. Hughes's license plate from the DMV, I entered it into the Flock system. At that time, Flock had a retention period of 90 days, and I found 55 images of Mr. Hughes's vehicle.
Now, explain this, so how many Flock cameras are there around Greenville County?
At that time, they were just in the city. I would say maybe 10 to 15.
Okay, so we only had 10 to 15 cameras in the city limits.
Yes, the county had not yet employed any Flock cameras.
And now you say you have access to this Flock camera system. Is this a nationwide system or a local system?
Yes, so Flock is a national company. They sell these traffic cameras to law enforcement agencies across the country.
All right, so after you searched a car registered to Zach Hughes, what'd you find?
So I found the 55 images of his vehicle during that 90-day retention period. I found 2 images the day of Ms. Parcells' murder.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 114 and 115. I'll ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are the Flock pictures of Mr. Hughes' vehicle on October 13th, 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 114 and 115 into evidence.
No objection.
114 and 115.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm showing you States Exhibit 114. Can you tell the jury what's in this photo and the time and date?
Yes, sir. This is a photo of Mr. Hughes's 1999 Ford Ranger. It was captured at 2:31 p.m. on October 13th at the Bunkman-Rutherford intersection. And then you can see a black bicycle in the bed of his truck.
So that was at 2:31 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Why was this significant?
Because we had the video of a suspect leaving the crime scene on a black bike.
I'm going to show you what's States Exhibit 102. Was this what you were trying to compare it to?
Yes, sir.
And what was your conclusions?
My conclusion is that there's a lot of similarities between the bike in the photo you were holding up and the bike in the bed of Mr. Hughes' truck.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 115. What is that?
That is another flock camera of Mr. Hughes' vehicle at night. Lawrence in East Washington, 7:30 on the same day.
You can't really see anything.
No, sir.
So as a result of that, what did you do?
So after learning this information, I acquired search warrants for 200 Tindle Avenue, Mr. Hughes' truck, his DNA, and his cell phone.
Now, did you, after talking with Mr. Manigault, your independent research, did you learn where John Mello lived or had a house at the time?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
So he has a house here in Greenville in 12 Blake Street.
And did you also look into the location of Mr. Mello at this particular time?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to confirm where he wasn't?
Yes. We obviously had to consider him as a potential suspect. We were told at the beginning he was potentially in Italy, so we had to confirm that.
Were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
So you went and got a search warrant for 200 Tindle.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go out to 200 Tindle?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you execute a search warrant on that house?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. Tell the jury how that occurred.
So we started by meeting at a predetermined location a few miles from the address, and we had a deputy in a unmarked vehicle drive by the house to make sure Mr. Hughes was going to be there. Mr. Hughes was actually leaving the driveway at that time, so we waited at our predetermined location until he returned. Once he returned, we went to the house to execute the search warrant.
And did you learn who, now, did the defendant own this house?
No, sir.
Did you discover or learn who the owners of this house were?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Jeanette and Marshall Lynn.
So how many individuals arrived on which day was this?
This would have been October 22nd.
So October 22nd.
Yes, sir.
So about 9 days after the murder.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what happened when y'all arrived.
So when we arrived, we sent deputies to the front of the house and then to the back of the house. Their driveway is located behind the house. You have to go down a side street to get to it. And I was one of the deputies that went to the back of the house. I parked directly behind Mr. Hughes's Ford Ranger. When we exited our vehicles, he was standing inside the house right in front of a double French door. When I first observed him, he already had his hands up. So,
And did he have a cell phone?
yes, sir, he did.
Where was the cell phone?
It was in his hand.
And did you approach him or did he come out?
No, we called him out to us.
And what did he do when you called him out?
He complied.
And what did he do with the cell phone?
He put it down on the table he was standing beside, just almost directly inside the French doors.
Did you secure that cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It was collected by another deputy and then transported to be downloaded.
And where did they take that cell phone from?
The kitchen table.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112. So you can recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is the cell phone that we collected that belonged to Mr. Hughes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 112 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
X 112 comes there.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 116, 117, and 118. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. These are photos of 200 Tindle Avenue.
Your Honor, State moves 116, 117, 118 in evidence.
No objection.
116, 117, and 118. United States.
So let me show you State's Exhibit 117. What is that?
That is the front door if you're on Tindle Avenue and you're facing the front of their house.
Was that where Zach Hughes was standing?
No, sir.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 116. What about that?
That is the backside of their residence that leads to the area where we were parked.
And where was Mr. Hughes standing?
You can kind of see the French doors through the bushes there, but he was standing there. Yes, sir.
So did y'all effectuate the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And so what, at this point, what is important to your investigation?
So at this point, we knew Miss Parcell was killed with a sharp force object. So we're looking for any type of knife, screwdriver, anything of those means, clothing, book bag, a bicycle, things like that.
And did y'all search the house looking for those items?
Yes, sir, we did.
What about who was living there during the time of the murder?
Mr. Hughes was living at the residence. I assume the Winds.
Were they there on October 13th?
No.
How do you know that?
When we were able to access Mr. Hughes' cell phone, he was receiving pictures from the Winds while they were in Europe.
Did you talk to the Winds when y'all were executing the search warrant?
Investigator Sparkman and I did, yes.
Were they compliant?
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking for a bike, did y'all locate one?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 119 through 125. I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 119 through 125 and ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I recognize these photos.
I apologize. I'm going to backtrack 2 seconds. Forgot one of my exhibits. But I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. I need a number. Let me show you State's Exhibit 132. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is a photo of Mr. Hughes' vehicle with the bike in the bed of the truck on the day of Miss Parcell's murder. And then that is just a Google image of the Buncombe and Rutherford area where the camera is placed.
State moves 132 in evidence. No objection.
42 comes in evidence.
Now back to 210. Did y'all focus on the garage at some point?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 119. Is that the garage?
Yes, sir.
Are these in evidence? I'm not sure.
Oh.
He was getting ready to.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. All right.
So 119 through 125.
119 through 125.
Defense position.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We like a clean record.
I understand. Thank you. A lot of exhibits, it gets confusing.
Ton.
All right, I'll show you State's Exhibit 119. And you said that's the garage?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all enter inside the garage?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 120. And what'd you find inside?
We found several bicycles inside the garage.
Okay. Were some bikes, well, explain the different bikes that you found inside.
So there's some bikes, as you can see to the upper left of this vehicle that's, mounted on the wall. Several on the ground as well near that vehicle that were just dirty, dusty, look like they've just been sitting in a garage for a long period of time. They're not used regularly. And then to the right of that vehicle, you can see there's a bike sitting upside down on its handlebars and seat. That's a black bike that was very similar to the other two images we had. And it was pristine condition, perfectly clean.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 121. What are the bikes on the left there, or in this little?
Those are just some of the other bikes, the dirtier bikes that we found in the garage.
Did those bikes look like they had been ridden?
No, sir. Some of them had cobwebs on them.
All right, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123.
Yes, sir. That is the black bike that I mentioned earlier that was sitting upside down and was just very, very clean.
When you say very clean, what do you mean?
So compared to everything else in this garage, it's just a dirty, dusty garage. Things sit there and collect dust and dirt. And this bike looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
gonna show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 133. You recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
This is the bike that was seized from the garage at 200 Tindle.
Statement is 133 in evidence.
Objection, 133 comes in.
Now, do you do any comparison with this bike and the other photos?
Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude?
There's a lot of similarities, such as the frame of the bike, the shape of the handlebars, the placement of the brakes.
And you compared it to the photos from the ring cameras?
Yes, sir.
So once y'all concluded the search of 200 Tindle, what did you do next?
The Ford Ranger was taken back to the crime scene unit's office, so I responded there while a forensic technician processed the vehicle.
And then once you concluded that search warrant, were you able to locate another location that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Through phone location, we located a residence on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta that was also owned by Jeanette Wynn.
And did y'all, in fact, go up to Indian Flats Trail?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. And did y'all get a search warrant for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get that search warrant?
It was in April of 2023.
Why did it take so long?
The location data from his cell phone, we did not have his password, so the initial downloads were only partials.
So when you obtained information that Zach Hughes might have been at that location, you obtained a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
So where is Indian Flats?
It's in the northern area of Greenville County.
And so how long do you think drive-wise would it take to get there?
About an hour.
All right. So when did you go up there and serve a search warrant?
It was in April of 23, I believe April 14th, but I could be wrong on that date.
And who went with you?
Most of the homicide unit.
Was the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
And what were you looking for?
So at this point, we still had not recovered a murder weapon or clothing that Mr. Hughes or the suspect was wearing at the time of the murder.
I'll have numbers on these. All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm going to show you 130, States Exhibits 134 through 139. Actually, do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do. These are photos of the Wynn's residence on Indian Flat Trail.
No state moves 134 to 139 in.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 134. What is that?
That is the front of their residence there. And then on the tree on the right side, you can see a trail or deer camera.
Is that what you're referring to right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as location or seclusion related to this house, where would you compare this house?
This is in the middle of the woods on a mountain. You could walk around naked and there's nobody to see you.
So there's no neighbors near you?
No.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Now, did y'all walk all around this house and
Yes, sir.
look at different locations? All right. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 137. What is that?
That's a fire pit or burn pit there on the property.
I guess what you can do there is burn things.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you States Exhibit 139.
That is just one of the closets that was full of cleaning materials.
Now, did y'all search the entire house
Yes, sir, we did.
and the surrounding areas?
Yes, sir.
How deep did y'all go into the woods?
Pretty good bit.
You ever locate anything?
No, sir.
What about that trail camera?
That was seized under the search warrant, and then I obtained another search warrant for the SD card contained within it.
So what is a trail camera? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Most people just use them to take pictures of animals. Some people that hunt put them up in the woods to see, what's in that area. Most of them are motion activated.
Did you seize that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with it after you seized it?
I took it back to our office.
And were you able to look at any photos on the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
So the camera contained an SD card. I got a separate search warrant to remove the photos or search the SD card. After that, you just plug that SD card into any SD card reader, and all the pictures are there.
And were you able to look at any photos on this trail camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 140. As you can recognize it.
Yes, sir. This is the trail camera we seized from that tree on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
State moves at 140.
No objection.
No objection. And you were able to locate some photos on that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What were those photos of?
Zachary Hughes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 141 through 145. If you recognize those?
Yes, sir. These are photos of Mr. Hughes that were recovered from that trail camera.
State moves 141 through 145.
No objection.
No objection. 145.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 145. What is that?
That's a photo of Mr. Hughes.
All right, what is the date of that photo?
October 11th,
About what time?
a little after 10 a.m.
Was that 2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Anything significant on here?
Yes, sir. The hoodie or jacket that he was wearing is significant.
Why is that?
So you can see the outside is black. We have the individual on the bicycle riding away on a black hoodie, but you can also tell the top being folded out. The inside is a grayish color. The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is this what is this photo?
It's a photo of a person entering her house shortly before she was killed.
And what color is the sweatshirt?
Gray.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 141. What kind of haircut does Mr. Hughes have at that time?
I don't know what you would call it. It's shaved on the side with looks like a long ponytail in the back.
And what arm, what left or right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
And then State's Exhibits 142. Is that
Another picture of Mr. Hughes.
and again, this is on what date?
The same day, October 11th.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 144.
So zoomed in picture with Mr. Hughes on the same day.
So that would be what Mr. Hughes looked like on October 11th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple more questions, Master Deputy. Approximately how far from that mountain house to the Canebrake location would it take to drive?
I believe a little over an hour.
So how many flock photos did you locate of Zach Hughes's car when you did the search?
55.
Right. And of all those photos, how many did you find his car with a bike in the back?
Just one.
And what date was that?
October 13th of 2021.
Thank you. Answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, you testified that one of the reasons why you thought that the other bikes in the Wynn garage had not been ridden was you saw cobwebs on them, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any cobwebs on this bike. Have you been riding this bike?
No.
Did you ride this bike over from the P&E?
No, sir.
Okay. You talked about cleaning supplies. Do you live in a house or an apartment?
A house.
Do you have cleaning supplies in your house?
Yes, sir.
You have them in a closet?
In the closet under sinks.
You talked about, based on your investigation, you realized that John Mello was in Italy. Is it true he was in Italy and with Aida from October of 2020 until April of 2021? Isn't that true?
And to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
You said a word I want to make sure I understand. You said that you could be at the Wynn Mountain House and you could be what and nobody could see?
You could walk around there.
Talked about, let me show you State's Exhibit 144. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, is it true in 144, that picture shows a person who's clean shaven?
It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a shadow in the neck.
Can you see a beard on that man?
No.
When you went to 200 Tindle to execute that search warrant, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. There were numerous police officers on scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
And some of those police officers were armed, is that right?
They're police officers. Everyone's armed.
Right. And you talked about how the winds complied that day, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, my client, Mr. Hughes, complied, didn't he, that day?
Yes, sir. Good.
So you testified in 2021 you were working in homicide, is that correct?
I was up there for a brief period of time to assist them.
And you said you're back on the road now in Bravo Platoon?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supervisor in Bravo Platoon?
I'm a master deputy. I have several deputy twos that work under me as supervisor. Yes.
Okay. And is there a sergeant over that platoon as well?
There is.
So how long, so I need to be clear, were you ever assigned to homicide?
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 years.
And now you're back on the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You heard, were you in the courtroom when Deputy Riley Stokes testified?
Yes, sir.
And you heard his testimony about the videos that were obtained from residences in Canebrake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, and I want to say it's 8:45 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Well, let me ask this. Do you recall when he said the first video was that was significant? The first time he saw any vehicle tracked or anything?
I remember him talking about that, but I don't remember the time frame of that video.
Isn't it true, though, that one second.
Okay.
Any redirect?
What was the date of that photo that he showed you regarding the beard that Mr. Mormon showed you?
October 11th of 2021.
2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just recross. You just testified on my cross-examination But you did not see a beard in that photo, is that correct?
You can just see a shadow on his face. That's
Okay,
it.
this is my question to you. Did you not just testify that you couldn't see a beard in that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Can you reread? Correct.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. State will recall Kalen Ford. Man, you're still under oath. Ms. Ford, hello again.
Hello.
We've gone through your background for the jury, but were you still involved in this case at the time that the home on Tindle was being processed by law enforcement?
Yes.
So when you were involved, were you doing essentially the same procedure, same duties as you were at the Canebrake home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you tasked of going through the Tindle home and taking photographs of that home?
I was.
Were you able to identify the rooms of the house?
Yes.
Were you able to identify which room was the defendant's room?
Yes.
How?
The homeowner stated it, and he had personal belongings in that room that were observed as well.
Okay. If I showed you pictures that you took in that room, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the processing of the bicycle that was recovered at the Tindle address?
Yes.
And how specifically were you involved in the processing of that bicycle?
Once the bicycle was located in the garage, I photographed it. I then sprayed the bicycle with Blue Star and took swabs of different areas of the bike before it was actually collected.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive reagent, a chemical reaction that can show the presence of blood.
Are there any significant findings as a result of spraying the Blue Star?
The bike illuminated on the handles, the seat, and the pedals.
Okay. What did you do thereafter as far as processing the bike?
I then took swabs from those 3 separate areas that glowed.
Did you take swabs of the handlebars of the bike?
I did.
If I showed you those swabs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 98 and 99. Are those the swabs you used for the handlebars of the bike?
Yes.
Are those your initials on each?
Yes.
Is one for the left handlebar, one for the right?
Yes, 98 is from the right handlebar and 99 is from the left.
After you collected these swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the collection of evidence as it relates to the defendant himself?
Yes.
How exactly?
I took photographs of him and I also collected his buccal swabs.
If I showed you the buccal swabs you took from the defendant, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 100. Can you identify what I just handed you?
Yes, it is the buckle swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you take several?
Yes.
Or actually, did you take 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical?
Yes.
After you collected these buccal swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you still involved in this case when John Mello returned back from Italy?
I was.
How were you involved, specifically oriented towards Mr. Mello?
So I responded to the Greenville County Detention Center where he was being held at the time. I took photographs of him and I collected his buckle swabs as well.
One moment, Your Honor. Fine. Just like this. Up. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 101.
So these are the buckle swabs that I collected from John Mello.
And there's 2 of them?
Yes.
What did you do after collecting State's Exhibit 101?
Those were also submitted to evidence.
This is what I have no further questions for you.
No, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Alice Miller, right?
State your name for the record.
Sergeant Allison Wright.
Ms. Wright, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Greenville County Forensics.
How long have you been with them?
A little over 7 years.
So were you employed with them in 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what was your specific, in 2021, what was your specific role with the Sheriff's Office?
So I was with Greenville County Forensics. I was a field training officer.
And could you explain a little bit about what your roles and duties were in that?
As a field training officer, I went out on calls with some of the newer employees and helped train them. And then I trained the newer employees as they came in.
So that involved evidence collection and documentation?
Yes.
How are you involved in the present case?
I was requested to process the subject's vehicle.
Is that a 1999 Gold Ford Ranger?
Yes, it is.
Does that include taking photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
When you're processing this truck, what other things are you doing going through it?
We first photographed the vehicle and then we searched it, or I apologize. We photographed the vehicle and then collected DNA swabs. We did the door handles, the tailgate handle, steering wheel, typical places that you would normally touch. And then after that, we searched it to see if there was anything of evidentiary value. And then at the end, we used Blue Star to search for or detect possible blood.
Now, was there any significant findings as a result of the use of the Blue Star?
We did have a few areas that illuminated.
And you say illuminated. Can you describe a little bit more as to what that indicates to you when you're going through and using Blue Star?
So Blue Star is used to detect blood. It shows the possible presence of blood. So when we spray it, we have a dark room. We'll spray the area, and if it illuminates, it'll illuminate like a blue color. That will indicate that there's possibly blood there.
And then subsequently is when you do DNA collection?
So I swabbed for DNA on multiple items beforehand, but then if it does illuminate, I will also either swab or collect the item.
Understood. Do you let me know if you recognize those photos as what you observed that day?
Yes, I took the photos that were in our vehicle bay.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence states 146 to 157 and 159 through 163.
No objection.
Without objection, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163. Showing you states 147. What is that?
That is the vehicle at the incident location that Technician Ford photographed.
Showing you 151. What is 151?
That is the insurance card found in the vehicle.
Show you 152.
That is showing the truck bed of the vehicle at our vehicle processing bay.
Explain, why do you bring the car back to a different location to process it?
We bring it back to a different location in order to have a secured location where we can take our time on processing it.
Let me show you states 154. What is that display?
This is a picture of a gas can and ropes that were inside the toolbox in the bed of the truck.
I'll show you 159. What is that?
Those are the items that were found behind the front seats, and there's a pair of gloves in there.
I'm going to show you 160. What is 160?
And that was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
And just going back to 160. How many pairs of gloves does it say are in that pack?
It says there are 6 pairs.
I'll show you 161. Are there 6 pairs of gloves in that?
No, there were 5 pairs located.
And finally, 163.
And that's showing the bed of the truck and the toolbox that was in the bed of the truck.
I'll talk just a little bit more about Blue Star. Is blood the only thing that Blue Star might use a hit on?
No, there are some additional false positives that Blue Star can eliminate on.
What are some things that it could give a positive on?
Cleaning supplies are one, as well as bleach is a big one. Some plants can actually illuminate as well, or different paints and tarnish.
That's right. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much. Cross-examination.
I've got no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. That's all right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. As we get and discuss this case among yourselves, and we will see you back in probably about 15 minutes. Okay? Thank you all.
In Greenville County. I've been practicing 28 years, predominantly in family law, handle some closings, but mostly family law, representing litigants, and also representing children in court when I serve as guardian ad litem.
What is guardian ad litem?
That is an advocate for the child who's appointed in family court cases when there are issues involving the children, such as visitation issues or custody issues. A guardian's appointed. It's typically an attorney, but sometimes we have some non-attorneys that are awesome. And so that's just part of our system. When a case involves a child, we do an investigation. We're kind of an arm of the court, and we report back our findings to the judge.
And how are you involved in this case, the state against Zachary Hughes?
In the case against Zachary Hughes, I came into a little bit of this case because I was the guardian ad litem for the child of the mother who was murdered.
Of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
And John Mello?
Yes.
Okay. When were you appointed the guardian ad litem of Ida Mello?
In October of 2020.
How old was Ada when you were appointed?
I believe she was 8.
So getting a little bit into this, as guardian ad litem, are you responsible for communicating with the father and the mother of the child?
Yes, I typically start with the parents, the parties. We talk to third parties, go visit the child at the school, of course, talk to the child a good bit. And then by the time we get to court, I would have investigated and talked to way more people, and I prepare a written report before the trial.
So in October of 2020, where was Ida Mello?
She was in Italy.
Okay. So were you able to contact her while she was over there?
I had her father's email address, and Mr. Mello and I would email back and forth. He did not necessarily cooperate in allowing me to speak with him or the child. There was one time I was going to get to speak with her. He wanted to script my questions, and I didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable position. So I waited to meet her until she came back.
So I think you touched on it, but by what method would you communicate with Mr. Mello?
Email only.
Okay. Was Ida Mello ever eventually returned to the United States?
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
Okay. So once Ada had returned to South Carolina, what developed as far as that custody dynamic, specifically with regard to your role?
So the parents were in contested custody litigation. The mother wanted Aida to stay here, of course, with her. Mr. Mello was in Italy, and I think there were some criminal charges that he was working through before he could return here. So they were just in what I would consider very highly contested litigation. Mr. Mello regularly emailed me, and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time? But let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk to the prior guardian ad litem and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem, approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr. Mello?
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered as guardian, and so they continued to escalate. And I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things that he messaged you, but what kind of, when you say threats and harassment, what kinds of things was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him. He put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in his posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children through Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit. And at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely fired up.
And once you assumed this role and this line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early on, not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly, one was a saint, one was, there were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses with very similar threats and characterizations of me and the litigation, and they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reached out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself because of the way the emails were worded. He used a lot of the same phrasing. He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times and has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of similarities in these third-party emails, which caused us to believe they were likely him. And then, like, for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely Mr. Mello.
So going to October, or let me back up a little bit. So as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Ida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it, these hundreds and hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not. And this was the worst case I've ever worked on as far as representing a child's interest, but at the same time, having a parent act like that. It came to the point, even early on, I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian, asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guardian ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes.
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes, this is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references a P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
You said Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was postmarked?
July, and I think it was 2021.
Okay. July 8th, sound right?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcell in various states of undress. One included a male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were basically pornographic in nature. Yes,
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them, to your knowledge?
I did.
Okay. Was that the only envelope you received?
No.
When did you receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope from Knoxville, Tennessee, with the same PO box return address. So this time we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
And in the context of what you testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle, so he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
We were just moving right along. I think I'd had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation. The mother had custody at that time. Of course, even though I had reason to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me. I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was, so unstable.
You mentioned accusations that John Mello would make. Would he accuse Ms. Parcell of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that. We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing. And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Ida to stay with Christina Parcell?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays, and anyway, she loved sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time of the murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian. So if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this. If he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns. And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial allegations, and this guardian is appointed only for her interests, please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child. And he was definitely not cooperative.
So before the murder on October 13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Ida?
Prior to the murder? He would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her. per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think he had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been April 2021?
Yes.
Is there any significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of the parties?
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6-month mark.
In October was that 6-month mark? Is that correct?
That would be right.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case. And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Miller's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit
Okay.
To support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter. And he also worked with local attorneys, helping Mr. Mello procure representation and in that line.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164. Showing you State's Exhibit 164.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court. He prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered. And this affidavit was used in that motion.
Your Honor, this time the state moved into evidence State's Exhibit 164.
No objection. 64, I'm saying. Thank you, Judge.
So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute? Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
Okay. And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all kind of filed what we could because you have a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in question.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this is filed.
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
I want to go back briefly. Speaking of these emails you received from third parties, what were some of those parties or those individuals, purported individuals that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude with this particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And I'm looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci. Did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that helped identify who might have sent them?
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part. She was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting, very similar to Mr. Mello's tone. And a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways we could never really seem to trace them. And I'm not really good at that computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Did he ever mistakenly send one from one of those, send an email? From
Yes, there was an email one time from Sophia Carlucci, from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
I'll cross-examine. Yeah, really, Chris. Sure.
So John is out here catfishing, sending the CPS lady emails. Like, and I can't believe he was exonerated. Like, I need to understand what that investigation entailed, because at this point, I got questions. Yes, y'all, we getting a lot of support over there on X. Twitter is representing today. Shout out to everybody watching from X.
All right, Mr. Warren.
Just a few questions. On direct examination, you testified, I believe that as part of your job as a guardian ad litem was to familiarize yourself with the course of litigation and prior cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that, based on your review of the history of the case and the litigation, there have been at least 3 prior cases? Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
And isn't it true that in each of the cases, Christina Purcell agreed to give John Mello custody? Isn't that true?
That's my understanding.
You were asked a little bit about John Mello and I being in Italy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as part of your duties as the guardian ad litem during this period, was it your obligation to familiarize yourself just a little bit with what was going on with the litigation in Italy?
With the hate convention?
And just in general terms, what the status was of the litigation, what the outcome was.
Yes, I was following that. Yes.
Based on your interaction with Christina during this period, what was your understanding as to who was financing the litigation in Italy?
I'm not sure. I know her sister was helping. I think she bought the plane tickets. I don't think she had an attorney. I think she was self-representing or whatever you do with the hate convention. But
did you also think it was possible that Mr. Post was financing the litigation?
Maybe part of the family court litigation, maybe. But as far as being in Italy and that part, he may have paid for bodyguards while she was there. I think I heard something about that, but I don't know for sure, and I don't want to misspeak.
Understand. Do you think he was helping finance the litigation in the States?
Possibly. I've definitely heard that.
I don't have anything else. We would ask Ms. Warmover may notice the PND there.
Okay. Any redirect?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. You may say that.
Thank you.
Quick witness.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you again. Sometimes I have to ask you to step out just because I have certain matters that I need to take up with the attorneys. And if you weren't here, I would just, or if you were in here, I would not be able to get into all those details. And I just, again, want to thank you. I told you I sound like a broken record, but again, I just can't stress how important it is that you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage, any type of news, and just for the integrity of this trial, justice and fairness to the defendant state.
Y'all, we're gonna be caught up with the real feed here in a minute. So just hang tight.
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
I'm an investigator, and basically my role is I assist other investigators in interviewing anybody with their cases. That could be witnesses, suspects, just to help further their cases.
Have you had any other prior duties with the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Everything from patrol to crimes against children investigations.
So did you ever have the occasion to meet with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
Do you remember about when that occurred?
Originally, I believe it was 2018.
Okay. What about in 2021?
I did.
Okay. And where did y'all meet?
In my office.
And how did that meeting occur?
I was contacted by Christina Parcell, and she had informed me that she had been receiving some letters in the mail, and she wanted to report them to law enforcement.
And did you schedule a meeting with them?
I did.
And where was that meeting located?
In my office.
And who all attended that meeting?
It was myself, Christina Parcell, Brad Post, and an investigator from the Postal Service.
And what was his name?
Mike Nichols, I believe.
And so when y'all had that meeting, what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was basically just to receive the complaint, just find out whatever information they had. They had previously informed me that they had already gotten envelopes at their house as well as neighboring houses, and they wanted to hand them over to us for investigations.
And so did they bring you a number of envelopes?
They did.
And did you look at the inside of those envelopes?
I did.
All right. And what was the purpose of looking at all these envelopes and looking at the inside?
I looked at the ones that were open, and they mainly wanted to show me what was inside, investigate the contents of them.
And so specifically, what was their complaint?
Due to the content of the envelopes, they believed it was a harassment situation, and they wanted to report that.
And so did you, in fact, review those contents of that, of all those photos that they brought to you?
I did.
And did you investigate as to who might have sent these photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1. And actually identify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
It's one of the envelopes I received from Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
Your State moves Exhibit 1 into evidence?
No objection.
No objection. Exhibit 1. Wait on the elbow. There we go. All right. Thank you. So is this the envelope that you received?
It is.
All right, whose name is on there?
Brad Post.
All right, and did you ever determine whose PO box that is?
It's Brad Post PO Box.
All right, and up here, is there a date? Can you read the date?
Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
And what does it say above that?
Greenville, I believe it's P and DC 296.
Now, did you look inside the contents of this envelope?
If it was opened, I did. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what States is marked as 1C. Ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. What is that?
It's one of the pages that was in the envelope.
Your Honor, State moves 1C into evidence.
No objection.
All right, no objection. 1C comes into evidence.
All right, let's take a look at States Exhibit 1C. All right. Now, what did your investigation reveal as far as what this particular photo was?
It appears to be a screenshot of an escort site.
And can you describe what's on there? Whose name is on there? Websites?
It appears to be an advertisement for the name Caroline Warren.
That right there?
Correct. And the part that's kind of squared right here is a URL for belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com.
All right. And then what about the words above that?
It's basically an advertisement for an escort. It says, "Okay, Georgia boys, I'll be
concluding a quick Alabama tour and was considering spending a day in Atlanta. Question is, are you men ready for me? I have very limited availability at an upscale in-call location, so get in touch with me soon so we don't miss out on each other.
And so your experience as an investigator, what is that asking to do?
It's an advertisement for an escort, or just more specifically prostitution advertisement.
And more specifically, I'm going to refer you to this area right here. I'm going to move this up a little bit. You can see kind of an arrow.
Yes, sir.
Pointing down like that. There. Did you take particular notice of that?
I did.
So just what is that?
It appears to be drawing my attention to the website URL and then an arrow pointing down to something else.
Down towards the page?
Correct.
Could it be considered like that particular URL move down?
Correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1A and 1B for identification purposes only. I'm going to show you first 1A. If you'll tell the jury what's on there and specifically about that URL.
It's a black and white image of Christina Parcell nude. And there is the same website URL, that Bella Donna Giorno website, down at the bottom.
And I will show you States Exhibit 1B.
It's another black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with that same website down at the bottom.
Is there any distinguishing factors between the two websites, the two URLs that are located?
Can I see the other one?
Yes. So I'm letting you compare 1A and 1B.
The words are the same. The URL is spelled out exactly the same, but the font, the size, the alignment is all different.
Do you remember approximately how many photos or envelopes that were handed to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
It was less than 10, I believe.
6 or 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 2. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's another envelope given to me by Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
State moves Exhibit 2 in evidence.
No objection.
No objection. So I'm showing you States Exhibit 2. Please tell the jury what's on there.
We have a P.O. box at the top left, Bradley Post name and his address right here, even though his name right here is misspelled.
How is it spelled?
On here it's spelled P-O-A-S-T, but the correct spelling is P-O-S-T. And up here is the postage stamp for Knoxville, P&DC, Tennessee, for Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you what's States Exhibit 2A and 2B. And I'll show you 2A. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It is the advertisement that I previously read for the escort site.
So previous to the one you just testified to?
Correct.
In a different envelope?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 2B.
I recognize it. Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a checklist with 3 different addresses on it, and they're crossed out and check marks beside them.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 2A and 2B in evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, 2A and 2B. How about that?
All right. So I'm showing you Exhibit 2A. What is that?
It is the advertisement for the escort site that I previously read off.
And who is this advertisement website for?
It is for Caroline Warren.
And what is that URL at the bottom?
It's that same URL, the belladonna DiGiorno.escort -site.com.
And then I'm going to show you States Exhibit 2E. What is that?
That is the checklist with the 3 different addresses. As you can see, the addresses are crossed out and the check marks beside them.
All right. Now I'm going to show you state's exhibits 2B, 2C, and 2D. Do you recognize 2B, 2C, and 2D?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put them up like this. These are marked for identification purposes only. And if you'll state the exhibit and describe the photo and the URLs of that Belladonna Giorno.
Okay. The first one is 2B. It's a color image of Christina Parcell. She's laid back on a bed, partially nude. The same previously mentioned website URL is down at the bottom. 2C is another nude image of Christina Parcell with the same URL down at the bottom. 2D is another color image of Christina Parcell and male anatomy on there with the website URL on the side of it.
Did you notice anything distinct about the URLs among those 3 photos?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice?
Once again, the location on the page is different, like the alignment, the size of the fonts is different, or the type of font is different, the size, they're all different.
Moving along, I'm going to show you state's exhibit 158. What is state's 158?
It is another envelope that I received addressed to Vanessa Cormillo.
Your state moves 158 into evidence?
No objection.
Objection, 158. All right, I'm showing you states 158. Tell the jury what's on there.
P.O. Box at the top left-hand portion, addressed to Vanessa Cormillo at 1314 East Washington Street, Greenville, 29607. Postage stamp up here is Knoxville, PNDC, Tennessee, Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 158A. You recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
It's the same escort advertisement from earlier.
State moves 158A into evidence.
No objection.
Objection, 158A.
All right. So what is that?
It's the escort advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And what is the website down here?
Belladonna DiGiorno escort-site.com.
Now, is Christina Parcell's name on any of this?
No.
Now I'm going to show you 3 photos, 158B, 158C, and 158D. Kind of the same thing. I'll let you look at them, you describe them, and the URLs as well. You refer to them by number.
Yes, sir. 158B is, just so you guys know, these are the same images that I previously described. Color images of 158B is color image of Christina Parcell laid back on the bed, partially nude, with the previously mentioned website down at the bottom. 158C is another color image of Christina Parcell nude with the URL down at the bottom. 158D is a color image of Christina Parcell and the male anatomy on it.
Anything about the URLs?
Once again, different size, different font, different alignments.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 6.
It's another envelope addressed to 22 Rivoli Lane.
This is one envelope that was given to you?
Yes, sir.
Your state moves exhibit 6 into evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 6. Is that the envelope?
It is. And return address is Brad, I'm assuming it's Post that's covered up. It's got his address, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, 29615. bottom address is 22 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615, with the postage mark of Greenville, PNDC 296 for Saturday, 17 July 2021.
And I'm going to show you states exhibits 6G, 6H, and 6I. Do you recognize states exhibit 6I?
I do.
What's that?
It is a piece of paper that states, please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren, paramour of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
And 6H.
Is a black and white image of the escort advertisement.
And 6G.
It is a longer list of addresses with only the first one crossed out and X'd off.
Your Honor, state moves 6I, 6H, and 6G. Who's evidence?
No objection.
Objection. All right. So is this the letter
It is.
that you found? And that's the one referring to Christina Parcell?
Yes.
Now, is this just printed on a white piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Could you type this up and print it out if you wanted to right now?
Yes, sir.
And how would you do that?
Very easily with Microsoft Word, Notepad, any type of computer program.
And then 6G.
This is the longer list of addresses with, as you notice, only the first one's crossed off and X'd.
And what do you think the purpose of having that X and crossed off mean?
To me, I take that as these packets, one of these packets has already been sent to that address, and all these other addresses can expect the same packets.
Is that part of the intimidation harassment?
I would absolutely take it that way.
All right. And I'm going to show you states 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and F. So 6A through F. We'll do the same things we did before. You got to go through them and just briefly explain to the jury what's in there and focus on those URLs.
Yes, sir. 6A, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the website URL down at the escort website down at the bottom. 6B is a black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website down at the bottom.
And that's the Belladonna.
Belladonna DiGiorno.escort-site.com. Just for future reference, when I refer to the website URL, it's all typed out the exact same, just different sizes, different fonts, different alignments. 6C is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. 6D is a black and white image of Christina Parcell, kind of on all fours, looking back towards the camera. Website URL down at the bottom. 6E is another black and white image, nude image of Christina Parcell with the website URL listed on there. 6F is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And as far as those URLs, all different shapes and sizes?
Correct.
All right, let me show you States Exhibit 5. Recognize States Exhibit 5?
I do.
And is that one of the photos that Christina Parcell and Brad Post gave you?
One of the envelopes, yes, sir.
One of the envelopes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. Number 5. Briefly. Is that the envelope?
It is.
And who's it mailed to?
It is mailed to Mr. Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615.
And whose PO box is that?
PO Box 27302.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5A and 5B. You recognize that?
I do.
What is 5A?
5A is another list of addresses with several of them crossed out and X'd off to the side.
And 5B?
5B is a black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 5A and 5B in evidence.
No objection.
Not objection. 5A. Tell the jury what that is.
It's the list of addresses, starting with Brad Post, his address going down. These appear to be neighbors of Brad Post. Like I said, the first 3 are crossed out, and down towards the bottom, you have Outman Cigars and Martini Bar, and that one's crossed out.
And again, what would be the purpose of including that in these?
To show that, I would take this to show that these envelopes have been mailed to the addresses that have been crossed out, and they're about to be sent off to the addresses that are not crossed out.
And show you State's Exhibit 5B.
Again, black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And it's hard to see. What is that URL down there?
The same URL, the belladonna.giorno.escort-site.com.
And who is this website? Who is the name associated with this escort site?
I'm sorry,
What is the name associated with this particular escort site?
the Caroline Warren one? Yes, sir.
Not Christina Parcell.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you, again, State's Exhibits 5C, D, E, F, G, and H, all for identification purposes only.
5C, black and white image, Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5D, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours, looking over her shoulder with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy over it and the escort website URL at the bottom. 5G, black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom. And 5, is that H, I believe? Black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And again, those URLs.
Different sizes, different fonts, different alignments on their locations on the page.
Get closer. We'll show you State's Exhibit 4.
You need some water? Okay.
State's Exhibit 4, 4A, and 4B. I'm going to try to speed it up if I can. 4A, 4B.
4 is another envelope. This one's addressed to Outman Cigars and Martini Bar. 4A is another one of the typed letters saying, please find enclosed photos, Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren. 4B is another black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
The Honor State moves 4, item 4, 4A, and 4B.
Objection. 4A.
Again. Is that the envelope? Item 4 that I'm showing you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the address?
Address is for Outman Cigars and Martini Bar with the address of 26 Orchard Park Drive, Greenville 29615. Return address, Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. And the postmark is kind of blurred, but I believe it's a Greenville postmark.
Notice anything about the stamps? 2 sets of stamps?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4A.
That's the type letter. I identified the please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren, Paramore of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
So the only thing identifying Christina Parcell is this typed up letter here.
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 4B.
Black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren and the website URL, or the Belladonna Giorno website down at the bottom.
All right. And then I'm going to show you for identification purposes for C, D, E, F, G, and H. Do the same thing you did before. Detective Bell?
4C, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 4D, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom. 4E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours looking back at the camera. Escort website URL at the bottom. 4F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy with the escort website URL at the bottom. 4G, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude, escort website URL at the bottom. 4H, black and white image of Christina Parcell partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom.
Down to State's Exhibit 3. And State's Exhibit 3 is
Another envelope with the address sent to 25 Rivoli Lane.
State's Exhibit 3A
Is another one of the type letters identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
and 3B.
Another black and white image of the escort website advertisement, Caroline Warren, with the website URL at the bottom.
Now, State moves Exhibits 3, 3A, and 3B.
No objection.
Objection, 3A. 3B, come in.
Is that the envelope?
It is.
All right. And the address?
Sent to or addressed to 25 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Return address for Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Postage stamp for Greenville PNDC. I believe that's the date of Saturday, 17 July 2021.
And you notice this one doesn't have a name associated with it.
Correct.
Just an address.
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 3A.
It's the same letter from earlier identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And State's Exhibit 3B.
Same escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren with the website URL at the bottom.
And that's that right there.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, 3G, and 3H. And briefly describe those and the differences in the URLs.
All right. 3C, black and white image of Christina Parcell partially nude. Escort website URL at the bottom. 3D, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. The escort website, again, down at the bottom, different location, different font, different size. 3E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours. Looking back at the camera, website URL, once again, different location, alignment, font. 3F, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL, slightly different font, location towards the bottom. 3G, black and white image of Christina Parcell, nude, escort website URL at the bottom, once again, different alignment, different font. 3H, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL at the bottom. Once again, different font, different size, slightly different alignment.
So when you met with Christina Parcell and Brad Post and Mike Nicholson, were you trying to determine who had possession of these photos?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss that with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And did she tell you who had custody and control of those photos?
Yes, sir.
And after she told you who had possession and custody and control of all those photos you just described, who did you immediately start investigating?
John Mello.
Now, in regards to those URLs on those photos, if you had possession of those photos on a phone or a computer, did you insert that URL into the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And how would somebody do that?
It's very simple to do. You can load a picture into something like Microsoft Word and literally just type it in at the bottom.
And I'm assuming Microsoft Word allows you to put the location of that URL wherever you want.
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to change the font on those?
Yes, sir.
The size of the letters as well?
You can change it up however you'd like. Size, location, alignment, font, size, anything.
Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Just typed the address into one of our computers in the office.
And what did you find?
The website no longer worked.
So you put belladongiorno.com, this looks like, and put it into your computer?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
It just redirected me to another escort website.
Were any of those photos on that escort site?
No, sir.
Was any pictures of Christina Parcell, any of those websites that you found?
No, sir.
So does Belladonna Giorno exist?
If it does, I'm not aware of it.
Or you don't know if it existed back then or not?
No, sir.
Can't tell.
No, sir.
All right, go answer any questions defense may have.
Please, the court. So just to understand, the last thing you said is it's very possible that this website did exist. Is that right?
I typed it in, but it wasn't there, so
My question is it possible that it existed and then taken down? Is that possible?
possibly, yes, sir.
And you testified that the website that Mr. Wilkins referenced, that it was an escort website, is that right?
It appeared to be, yes, sir.
And you testified that based on your training and experience and your review of the website, it looked as though it was a platform for advertising prostitution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And prostitution is illegal.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that oftentimes people engaged in illegal activities online use aliases? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that use aliases to try to avoid detection from law enforcement to make it harder for you to determine who's engaged in this illegal activity? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that the URL on the photographs was the same spellings as the URL on the escort website. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that the person who was new or partially new to those photographs was Christina Parcell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that that you had been in multiple different divisions within the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were in patrol.
Yes, sir.
When did you serve in the patrol unit?
From 2012 to 2017.
And then you mentioned ICAC. Is that right?
After that, I went to Crimes Against Children for 2 years, then ICAC for another 4 years.
What is ICAC?
It's Internet Crimes Against Children.
Right. So you started. When were you in the Crimes Against Children unit?
From 2017 to 2019.
And then when were you in the ICAC unit?
From 2019 to 2023, I believe.
And you testified that Christina Parcell, or let me be clear about that, maybe you didn't. Did Christina Parcell contact you directly when she received these envelopes?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't call 911, she didn't call a non-emergency line with the sheriff's office, she called you directly, is that true?
Correct.
And you testified that she called you directly because you had met her and Brad Post earlier in 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you meet them in your official capacity as a police officer or in your private capacity just as a citizen?
No, in my official capacity as a law enforcement officer.
Okay. Is it true, Investigator Bell, people post things online, take things down online all the time? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true, if you're like me, on occasion, you'll search a website that once existed and then it doesn't exist any longer? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I've got nothing else. Okay.
Any redirect? No redirect, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, we just ask that you remain under subpoena instead of the recall.
Thank you, sir. You're on state calls, Mike Nicholson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Nicholson, and that's Nichholson.
Your Honor, if I give you about 45 seconds to get these items back in order. Mr. Nicholson, with whom were you employed?
I was employed as a United States Postal Inspector. I retired in September of 2023.
And how long were you a United States Postal Inspector?
I was employed with them from October of 2002, as I said, till September 2023. Various assignments, locations. I started in Columbus, Ohio, and I came to Greenville end of 2006.
And as a postal inspector, what are your main duties?
I usually have to go into a little bit of explanation because most folks don't know what a postal inspector is. Generally, I always say we're the FBI for the post office. What that means is we have jurisdiction to investigate any kind of federal crime that has a nexus to the United States mail. That can involve a variety of things. It could be mail theft. It could be identity theft, mail fraud. I worked a lot of narcotics in the mail. And in this particular case, harassment or stalking through the mail.
Did you have the occasion to meet along with Detective Bevel with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Investigator Bevel contacted me because he had been working this investigation for a period of time, and he advised me that some items had been sent through the mail, and asked if I would come and sit in on the interview, be present at the interview, and then make a determination if there might be a possibility for federal charges related to what was being sent through the mail.
And did y'all both receive some envelopes given to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
We did.
And did you have the opportunity to review those envelopes as well?
I did.
And what was your purpose of reviewing these envelopes? What was your role?
Again, just for me, it was to assist the sheriff's office and as a preliminary investigation to see if there might be occasion to bring federal charges at some point in the future.
Now, on these envelopes, it has a bunch of squiggly lines and some dates and a location.
Mm-hmm.
Is that postal inspector information that the post office puts on packages?
It is, and it's not necessarily just specific to postal inspectors. That's just what happens to mail pieces when it goes through processing centers.
And with that information, can you determine where, or at least down to a city, where the mailings occurred?
Yes, and those particular envelopes that I was able to review with Investigator Bevel and Christina Parcell and Brad Post, as I recall, there were a total of 6 envelopes that he brought that day, and 5 of them bore postmarks of Greenville. So what that means from our perspective is it went through the Greenville, South Carolina Processing Center. So, and I think Investigator Bevel actually made reference to 296 or 293. So in the entire upstate of South Carolina, is divided into 293 and 296 zip codes. So anything in the upstate of South Carolina is going to come to the Greenville Processing Center. So seeing that postmark on there tells me that mail piece was dropped in the mail somewhere in the 293 or 296 zip codes.
All right. And if I show these to you, would you be able to tell this jury about where they were mailed? All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. Focus on this. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
What is that?
So the Greenville obviously indicates the city. PNDC stands for Processing and Distribution Center, and then 296 is where this processing center is actually geographically located.
So where's the location and date when this particular mail?
It says Greenville, Wednesday, June 30th, 2021. So what that tells me is that it hit the processing center, hit a particular cancellation machine on that date.
On June 30th?
June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so that Greenville 296, what area is that?
That would be part of the upstate of South Carolina.
Upstate of South Carolina.
Yes.
So it's mailed somewhere in the upstate.
Somewhere in the upstate of South Carolina,
Would
correct.
that be Greenville County, or could it be another?
It could be it could be anywhere in the upstate. Oconee County, Anderson County, Pickens County, anywhere.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. What about this one?
This one says Knoxville. Again, it's PNDC, stands for Processing and Distribution Center in Tennessee. I'm not as familiar with that, but 379 would be the 3-digit geographic identifier for that processing center. Okay? And that would tell me that any mail piece that starts in 379 zip code is going to go through that particular processing center.
And on what date?
The date on that says Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
So is that when it would have hit the distribution center?
Yes, that's the day it came through the distribution center.
So that would be in around the Knoxville area.
That's correct.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 158.
Again, it says the Knoxville Processing and Distribution Center. And again, 379 would be the leading 3 digits of the zip code, Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 6.
This one indicates Greenville Processing and Distribution Center, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Just out of curiosity, what are all the squiggly lines around those? Is that just a stamp?
That's to cancel the stamp, so it can't be reused.
Good old government.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 5. A little more difficult to read.
I can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 4.
Again, it's blurry, but you can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
And State's Exhibit 3.
Again, Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Go answer any questions, Vince, Councilman.
Mr. Nicholson, you and I have known each other for probably 15 or 16 years now.
Yes, sir, we have.
How did we
When you were an assistant United States attorney,
over that period of time, we worked many cases together.
we did.
Thank you for your service, and Mr. Nicholson, you're as good as they come. Thank you so much, sir. I've got nothing
No due direct from this tape, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Blake Wolf. Recall.
I would remind you that you're still under arrest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Master Deputy Wolf, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
So did you become involved in the harassment investigation regarding all those photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you get involved?
During the murder of Christina Parcell, I obtained a search warrant for Zachary Hughes's Gmail account, which would include his emails. After I received his emails, I became involved in that investigation.
Now, how did you locate his Zachary Hughes's email?
When we did the search warrant at 200 Tindle Avenue, we seized his cell phone. A cell phone extraction was done on that device, and we were able to determine what email address he used on his cell phone.
And then once you obtained that email address, what did you do?
I then obtained a search warrant for the email address. Since I knew that Mr. Hughes had been in communication with John Mello is overseas, they obviously have to communicate through electronic means.
And in those emails, were there also email addresses for John Mello as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain a search warrant for John Mello's email?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall the email address that you sent the search warrant off to Google?
For John, or it's zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And what about Mello?
John at milestonemusic@gmail.com.
And did Gmail or Google return emails to you as a result of that search warrant?
Yes, sir, they did.
And were you able to review those emails?
Yes, sir, I was.
And by reviewing those emails, were you able to confirm that it was in fact this Zachary David Hughes and the John Mello that we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
What was the basis of that?
So when we receive somebody's Google information, we obtain more than just emails. We get account information they provide Google, such as their name, phone numbers, addresses. If they allow Google to back up photos, for example, Mr. Mello in his Google account, I have photos of himself and his daughter that he took that allowed Google to back up.
That Google sent you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were there any conversations among those emails?
Yes, sir, there were.
And were those conversations between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to determine that it was in fact this Zachary Hughes and the John Mello we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
What were they talking about?
Christina Parcell, they were referring to her as Sweet Caroline Warren.
emails between Zachary Hughes and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you. Page 167. States Exhibit 167. I'm asking you to identify that.
Yes, sir. This is an external drive that contains the emails, the raw data I received from
And
Google.
have you reviewed this?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that your initials?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is the raw data that you received from Google?
Yes, sir.
State moves Exhibit 167 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so thank you, Your Honor. When you get this stuff, did you put this information into Thunderbird?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you did that, about how many emails do you think you recovered?
For Zachary Hughes, it was a little over 23,000. I don't remember the number from Mr. Mello.
And then, as part of your duties in this case, did you go through those and sort of create a package of the emails just between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir, I did.
And between those two, how many emails did you, just between Zach Hughes and John Mello, how many emails do you think you obtained?
Oh, hundreds.
While you were doing that, was there a particular email that brought your attention?
Yes, sir, there was.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit 167. I'm sorry, 168. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is an email that Mr. Mello sent Mr. Hughes on May 16th of 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 168 into evidence.
No objection.
Objection. All right, I'm going to show you the top of this email. And so can you tell, starting with the forward, what this is?
Yes, sir. This email was forwarded from John Mello to Mr. Hughes. The title is Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren. You can see that the message where it says forwarded messages, the original message came from Mullins Investigations at protonmail.com.
All right, as part of your investigation into this, did you look into Mullen Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you do that?
So I started with just the basic Google search. I found no private investigative company named Mullen Investigations. And then we contacted SLED. In South Carolina, if you're a private investigator, you have to be registered and licensed through SLED. SLED had no record of a Mullins investigation or a private investigator with the last name Mullins.
And so you you never located Mullen Investigations?
As far as I can tell, they don't exist.
And I noticed that it says at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
That's significant.
Yes, sir, it is.
How's that?
Proton Mail is a company that's based in Switzerland, where privacy laws are very different. When you create an account there, they don't ask for any of your personal information. They don't comply with our search warrants. We have no way to get any information from them. They make their business off guaranteeing that you're going to stay anonymous.
So if you wanted to create Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com and send emails, would you be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
You would not have to give any of your personal information.
No, sir.
And then you could then represent yourself to be Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
And have y'all attempted to try to get information from protonmail.com before?
I have not personally. I know of investigators that have in other cases and federal cases. No.
So I'm going to move forward. So what was this? Was this attached to the email?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what is this?
This is the same advertisement that investigator Bevel covered that was in the packages, the 6 packages that were mailed out, the escort or prostitution advertisement.
And was there a Bella Don Giorno attached to it?
Yes.
Where's that?
Down at the very bottom.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
And then whose name is over here?
Caroline Warren.
And is this the same photos that we just saw with Detective Bevel?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about how it's with the photo there? Who was in the photo?
Christina Parcell.
And did you notice anything about how it's cut and pasted?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you notice?
So first thing I noticed is that the margins are off. The photo of Miss Parcell is too far to the left. And then at the top of the advertisement, you can see where it looks like they cut and pasted it, but they left a couple other, where your finger is. Maybe those were letters or some other part of the web page that they just didn't cut off.
Now, on this email on May 16th, 2021, to Zach Hughes from John Mello, is that Belladonna Giorno-escort.site.com on this picture?
No, sir, it is not.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
So this photo, you can see the top of it of Christina Parcell right there, is just a photo of Christina Parcell.
Correct.
Nothing else on it.
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibits 168. And what is the top up there?
That shows the title of the forwarded email, Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren, and then that is Christina Parcell's face.
And is this one of the photos that was in the packages that
Yes,
we
sir.
reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular photo, is the URL Belladonna Giorno-escort.site.com on there?
No, sir.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
And I go here, best I can. Is that sent with Proton Mail? Sent with Proton Mail?
Yes, sir.
It's a secure email.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, how is it signed?
So that's John Mello's email signature.
All right, can you go through those for us?
Yes, sir. At the top, he's got an address for Milestone Sound in New York City. He lists himself as a house producer and a vocalist with phone numbers. Then he's got an address in South Carolina and Atlanta, Georgia, Torn and Trade Productions with a P.O. box here in Greenville. And then he's got addresses in Europe and one down there in Italy. What I will note is that the +39 number that ends in 0041, that is the number he was using to communicate through WhatsApp with Mr. Hughes.
How do you know that?
Through reviewing the WhatsApp messages.
So you reviewed WhatsApp messages off of Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you confirm that that number right there was the number used by John Mello?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, did you also, let me do this real quick just to make sure the record's clean. I'm going to show you Exhibit 6A marked for identification purposes only. Just get you to confirm that that is one of the photos that was on that email.
Yes, sir, it is.
So 6A was one of the photos on that email.
Yes, sir.
And in this email, is there a http belladongiorno.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And then what about 6D?
That is the first photo in the email.
All right. And does that have a website, belladongiorno-escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice the font difference between these two?
Yes, sir.
And those photos were found in numerous of these envelopes, lots of these envelopes.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just State's Exhibit 6. They were all scattered. They were all through the all the envelopes that were received.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you have the occasion to get Verizon tolls for Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I knew that some of these packages had been mailed out from Greenville and others had been mailed out from Tennessee. So I wanted to know where he was on the dates the packages were mailed.
And so how do you go about getting phone records or phone tolls, and why would you get them?
So we get a search warrant and then we get them to know where he was at a particular date and time.
And who do you send the search warrant off to?
It's going to be the service provider for that particular individual.
And did you know the service provider for the phone for Zach Hughes?
I believe it was Verizon.
And how did you learn that?
Once we have a person's phone number, we can just research that phone number. We were able to get his phone number through the phone extraction after it was seized at 200 Tindle.
And did you send a search warrant off to Verizon for I guess you call them phone tolls, phone records?
Phone tolls, yes, sir.
Phone tolls. What is a phone toll?
Phone tolls cover anything from you called this person at this particular time, you received this phone call, you get text messages, your phone transmits data through whatever network. And anytime you're connecting to that tower, they know an approximate location where you're at. Not exactly where you stand, but you are connected to a tower, usually the closest tower that has the best signal.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. $169. Ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. That's the thumb drive that has Mr. Hughes' cell phone tolls on it.
Your State moves 169 and that is
No objection.
no objection. 169 comes up. Anything else? Now, do you know exactly when John Mello returned back to the United States?
It was shortly after Christina Parcell was murdered. I don't know the exact date, sir.
Do you know where he arrived when he came back?
Charlotte.
And was he arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a warrant on him?
Yes, sir.
What was the warrant?
Custodial interference.
And so he was arrested there. Was he brought back to the law enforcement center?
No, he was kept in custody in Charlotte and then released.
Are you aware if, do you know if John Mello had a cell phone on him when he arrived back from Italy?
We were told by the authorities in North Carolina that he was not found in possession of a cell phone.
And about October 22nd, sound about right?
Sounds about right, sir.
Please answer any questions Mr. Moore may have.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, you just testified about custodial interference warrant that John Mello had.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true he was exonerated of that charge?
Yes, sir, it is.
You've asked a lot of questions about the websites in the mail on direct examination. Isn't it true that when that website was actually up, you didn't see that website? Is that right?
That's correct.
And so it's very possible that when that was up, that website had, is it true that it's possible that website had photographs of Christina Parcell? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that that website was a vehicle for advertising prostitution? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that people engage in illegal activity online on a daily basis?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else, John.
Quick question, Ron. You can't say one way or the other whether that website was actually active or not.
No, sir, I can't. It was August of 2023 when I became involved in that case.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I think now is a wonderful time to take a break. Again, I will just remind you.
Chloe, it's sus as hell because where your phone at? What happened to your phone, sir? All right, y'all. So I'm still looking for the confirmation that the A$AP Rocky trial jury has reached a verdict. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm looking for it. In the event that they come back, I do have the thread written, sorry, the feed ready for us. So we're just waiting.
Yeah, we'll have it after lunch.
And in using those, does it require training, some education on how to navigate those programs?
Sure.
I began receiving training earlier in my investigative career, peer training with Cellbrite. I later went on to Cellbrite School, as well as some Penlink hosted schools, varying places of continuing education on how to operate and stay up to date with current techniques.
And to expand on this a little bit more, when you use one of these programs, Cellbrite or Grayshift or Penlink, are you interpreting the data it provides, or how does that process work?
In layman's terms, I would explain it like it's, you can think of it like a digital camera. You turn the hardware and software on, make a connection with it. Essentially, you're pointing it towards what you want to capture, and you follow its instructions, and it begins to retrieve whatever it can, whatever it's capable of retrieving, and then we review the information that it puts out in front of us. It could be telephone calls, messages, photos, location data. There's varying amounts of data that could be observed.
To your knowledge, are these programs those that are generally used by law enforcement, at least locally or more broadly?
It's my understanding and experience that these same capabilities are used worldwide by law enforcement.
And in your time in this specific role, approximately how many of these extractions specific to cell phones have you conducted?
Several thousand.
Were you tasked with doing extractions on cell phones in the present case?
Yes, I was.
What phones specifically?
There was a varying host of cell phones that I was provided with and performed extractions on.
I'll narrow it down for you. The state's exhibit 112. Show you state's exhibit 112.
Sure.
Is what is 112?
112. This is the packaging. It contains a cell phone labeled with the item number CN1 and the case number from the Grimm County Sheriff's Office for the cell phone of Zachary Hughes.
Is that a cell phone that you did an extraction on?
It is.
Okay. Did you get any information as well from the victim, Christina Parcel's phone?
Yes. Yes.
Did you find what phone number she had that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, there was several phone numbers that we learned that was in use by Ms. Parcell. One of those being 5742. It ended in 5742.
Is it 5142?
5142. I'm sorry, my notes are a little scattered. We refer to that as it was referred to as the clone phone.
Okay. So in conducting the extraction of State's Exhibit 112, I believe it is, do you hook it up to a computer?
Yes.
And is that how those programs take effect?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of activity, what kind of data can you extract from a cell phone?
Depending on how much is on a cell phone, a great deal. Cell phones are much like a computer in terms of what they can access and store internally. The data can store telephone calls and messages and emails, internet search history, photos, third-party applications that are accessible through the internet. A great deal of information can be extracted from a cell phone, and in these particular cell phones, a great deal typically was extracted.
And is it through these programs that you view this particular information?
The program in which it's extracted with, like Cellbrite, yes.
So could you speak generally to when you're extracting a cell phone, to what kind of data you can receive initially without opening it, without having a passcode, anything? Can you still receive data from it?
Sure, you can. Some of the initial information that you could receive about a cell phone without getting too in depth into the extraction is if the device has been programmed with a name, for instance, John Doe's cell phone. That cell phone number that device is using, oftentimes those are some of the first pieces of information that are present for us to see and observe.
Okay. And then after a phone is, let's say opened with a passcode, does it continue to pull data and information?
It can, yes.
Okay. And to this specific phone, States 112, how was it brought to you to analyze? Or I should say, who brought it to you to analyze?
I believe that Investigator John Garrett brought me this cell phone while a search warrant was being executed at 200 Tindle Avenue, where I understood Zachary Hughes to reside.
So you did, in fact, conduct an extraction on States 112. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you perform an extraction before the phone opened and after the phone opened?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 172.
showing you states 172. Do you recognize states 172?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's a USB thumb drive where I put the raw data that was extracted from this device, both before and after the passcode had been discovered.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of 172 and confirm that that is what's on this device?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 172.
No objection, Your Honor.
So speaking to this extraction you conducted on Mr. Hughes' phone, when you initially begin this extraction process, what kind of data were you able to receive from that phone?
When I initially received the phone, it was turned on, it was powered on, and it was passcode locked. Using the software that we used at the time, I began the process utilizing GrayKey. This is an Apple iPhone, and GrayKey did the best job at extractions with those type devices, specifically on those that were passcode locked. I plugged it into the machine and allowed it to begin to examine the device. It quickly gave me preliminary information like the cell phone number, the type of phone that it was, and that some data could be extracted immediately, and that it was capable of brute forcing the passcode. And what brute forcing means is that it will begin a process of attempting to decrypt what that passcode may be. And there's many different processes that software may utilize, but it gives me the option to command it to either begin processing the passcode, begin working on decrypting that passcode, or go ahead and extract data to review right now. And that's what I chose to do was to command it to go ahead and retrieve whatever data that it could, and then work on the passcode.
So when you're using a GrayKey or a Cellbrite, and you want to, I guess, present the information in a deliverable form, how do you do that?
The raw data that is extracted initially is then uploaded into a program called Physical Analyzer. That Physical Analyzer program is software that is built and engineered by Cellebrite, the same software that may pull the data, but it essentially takes all the raw files that it's able to extract, and it begins to put it back into an order that we could look at on a computer, similarly to how it might maybe look at on a cell phone device. It will give us options and folders that are in categories like pictures and images and telephone calls and text messages and internet search history. It makes it a little more convenient for an investigator or for an analyzation of that data to look in the direction of what it is that you're looking for.
So using a Cellbrite, are you able to account for times and dates that items were sent or stored or recorded?
More often than not, yes.
And using those programs, do you create reports from them, or do they create reports for you?
Yes, reports can be created. Generally, we're always going to create a report of whatever data that we extracted, and that report will contain essentially everything that is known. It can be categorized, and even the data that the software is not capable of understanding, although it extracted it, it will just place it over in another folder that's just known as uncategorized data. And then we can further build reports off of the initial main report for individual things like telephone calls or text messages or location data.
Were you able to create some reports using Cellbrite and GrayKey specifically from Mr. Hughes' phone?
Yes, I was.
If I showed them to you, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'll show you what is State's Exhibit 170 and 171. I'll show you 70, 171. Did you identify these two items for me?
Sure. The State's Exhibit 171 is a GrayKey progress report, and this is a progress report that GrayKey makes available of the raw data that extracted. When that extraction takes place, anything that's known as a target device is the device that we actually have plugged into the computer that we've commanded it to extract data from, and it will identify what it can recognize of this device, like the type, the model, cellular telephone numbers that are utilized on it, email addresses, various Wi-Fi IDs and Bluetooth IDs and MAC addresses, as well as an event log of when certain amounts of data or when processes were taking place with the extraction itself.
So that is essentially an overview of what Gray Key produced.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then what about 171?
171 is a Celebrite report. This would have came by way of physical analyzer. It's an extraction report for an Apple iOS full file system extraction.
Does it what
And I can-
information does that produce?
This one in particular is, I can tell that it's an extraction report specific to what user accounts may have been located on that device. And I can see that the user accounts, Facebook, email, I can tell that this is the user accounts created from Mr. Hughes' cell phone.
Your Honor, this time the state moves in evidence 170 and 171.
No objection.
No objection. 171.
Investigator Cunningham, bringing your attention to that Cellbrite user accounts report. What is the email associated with all of those accounts?
I can see that there's several. One is zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
So were you able to corroborate that email with the emails that were returned from Google and the material that they provided for Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir.
When you're conducting this initial extraction, were you able to receive data on messages that were exchanged from that phone?
Yes, sir, I was.
And from what medium were those, or the vast majority of those messages pertinent to this case shared with you?
The vast majority, I would say, came from an application known as WhatsApp, as well as Facebook Messenger and the regular messaging.
Were you able to create a report on WhatsApps, or let me back up. Did you find some a WhatsApp conversation or WhatsApp exchange from that States 112 and a John Mello on WhatsApp?
Yes.
Were you able to create a report specifically for that conversation?
Yes, I was.
And if I showed you the first page of that report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states, 173. Showing you states 173. What is that?
This is one of many pages from the extraction report from Mr. Hughes' phone of a WhatsApp message specifically between Mr. Hughes and John Mello, John Mello's WhatsApp number, which I recognize, and there's a photograph of Mr. Hughes also in that message.
Do you recognize Mr. Mello's number, at least from one angle, from the email exchanges between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
Yes, yes, I can see that the number is the same number that we observed in the Gmail data that was received back.
And I believe the first message there, does Mr. Hughes, or is Mr. Hughes' name identified there in one of the messages?
Yes, it is. It shows Zachary Hughes as the owner of the message.
Okay. Is his picture on top of it?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time state moves in evidence, that states 173.
No objection.
Objection.
Let's start from the top here. Is this the report that was generated for the WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir, it was.
Is that the picture you're referring to, the top left of 173?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that Mr. Hughes in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And then it's this first message in the blue there. It says it's John Zach. How's Zach spelled?
ZACK.
Is that significant at all in reviewing these messages?
It is. I remember a time when I believe I read a message earlier on where Mr. Hughes was his name was used as Zach, but spelled differently, and it was corrected by Mr. Hughes in reply that it was
Z-A-C-K.
K. Yes, sir.
What's the date on the very first message there?
October the 7th, 2020.
And this red X that's in both of these messages, what does that mean?
That's indicative of a recovered deleted message. So that's a symbol placed on a message that was deleted data that was recovered with the forensic software.
So approximately, how many messages were you able to review exchanged between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello, beginning with this message on October 7th of 2020?
I believe it was maybe in excess of 1,000. It was a great deal.
So when's the last message on WhatsApp to date between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
October the 13th, 2021.
Investigator Cunningham, in conducting your extraction of the cell phone, approximately how long did it take to crack Mr. Hughes' phone as to the passcode?
Around 2 years in total from beginning to break that passcode to the point in which it did successfully break that passcode.
Thank you, Investigator Cunningham. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
All set.
Hey, please, report. Investigator Cunningham, you testified on direct examination that you were asked to analyze or conduct numerous cell phone extractions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about a cell phone extraction that they didn't ask you about. Isn't it true that the lead investigator in this case was Investigator Sparkman? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that during the course of his investigation in this case, Investigator Sparkman seized a phone that belonged to, or more than one phone, that belonged to Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And could you speak up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you, pursuant to a search warrant, you conducted an extraction of at least one cell phone that Investigator Sparkman seized from Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And isn't it true that this occurred in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that this occurred after the passing of Christina Parcell? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true after you conducted the extraction of Brad Post's cell phone, you contacted a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Objection, Judge. Based on your previous ruling, this line of questioning is improper.
Your Honor, this
overruled.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Is it true that you contacted Investigator Wayne Arnett with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office after you conducted the extraction? Isn't that true?
I did not contact him, but I'm aware that other investigators were contacted. Yes.
And isn't it true that your extraction was made available to Investigator Wayne Arnett? Isn't that true?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that the extraction you conducted pursuant to a search warrant of Brad Post's cell phone fairly and accurately represented the contents of that cell phone as it existed in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
One second. I don't have any questions. I would ask that Investigator Cunningham remain understood.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Cunningham, it's safe to say you downloaded several phones in relation to your duties in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Michael Mandel's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Alex Field's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Christina Parcell's phone?
Yes, sir.
That's standard where electronic evidence is being gathered in any given case where it's needed.
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions for you.
Any brief thoughts? Just very briefly, Investigator Cunningham, you were asked about extractions of other people's phones. Did say Michael Manigault's extraction, did that extraction make its way to Investigator Wayne Arnett?
I believe they were all made available to the investigators that investigated this case. I couldn't speak to specifics if one versus the other was unavailable. I believe them all to be similarly available.
But you know that you testified earlier that your extraction of the Post device made its way to Wayne Arnett. You testified that earlier, is that correct?
It's my understanding that yes, sir.
That's where we are.
Can you reread it?
Nothing from the state.
You missed that, Dan. I'm sorry. How are we looking? This is about 3:33.
going to state calls FBI agent Matt Wow.
They didn't have the FBI on the
Tell the
case.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Matthew Wild.
All right, who do you work for?
I work with the FBI.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Almost 15 years.
So are you an agent, special agent?
I am. Right now I'm a supervisory special agent. And I was an agent until at the regular agent level from like 2010 till 2021.
And currently with the FBI, what are your main duties?
So right now I supervise a group of agents and task force officers with the cellular analysis survey team. And what our unit does is analyze historical records from phone carriers, specifically for location data. And so I supervise that group, and then I also do some of that work myself.
Now, in regards to your educational background, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting from Limestone College in Gaffney. And then I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, the FBI Academy, and then I've attended additional training in relation to historical cell phone analysis as well.
All right. So in relation to historical cell phone analysis, what kind of education experience do you have?
Yeah. So in 2012, I went to a course. It was a CAST basic course where we learned how to read phone records that we get from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. We learned how to read those, compare the records to a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map to demonstrate where on Earth a device, generally where it's located in and at a certain date and time. And so I took that class in 2012. I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016, where I worked in violent crime. I was actually in the Baltimore field office, and I worked violent crime, working bank robberies and armored car robberies and all kinds of other things. And then in 2016, I was selected to go to the advanced CAST course, which is a week long, where we take a deeper dive into the records. We had a test at the end of that course. I passed, and I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week was about radio frequency theory. So we learned about how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas on the towers. The second week, we met with each one of the carriers. So we meet with Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. We get to talk to their records custodians. Those are the people that provide us the records. We also got to speak with their network engineers. Those are the people that design and maintain the network. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a cell phone tower, and I can tell how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week, we did a moot court exercise where we were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do a drive test, and then testify to it in court. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified as a CAST agent. Now, every year since then, from 2016 until 2024, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 3 to 4 days, where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get updates on the technology. And so I've attended that every year since I've been certified.
So you're referring to CAST. Can you tell us what CAST stands for and what it means?
Yeah, so CAST is a cellular analysis survey team. And so our team is about, I think we're between 80 and 90 agents and task force officers located around the country, sometimes in different parts of the world. And again, we focus on learning and analyzing these records and using them in cases.
Can you give us your example of how you would use cell phone data that you receive and how that helps determine a location?
Yeah, so I mean, a perfect example is like a missing person. A lot of times we get involved in missing persons cases, and we will go to the carrier and request the telephone records from them for the person that's missing. And then so we'll analyze those records. They give us a date and a time when the phone was used, as well as the tower and the sector, which gives us a general area of where the phone was used at. And then we're able to kind of direct resources into that area to try to locate that person's car, or locate that person's, if that person, or God forbid, we have to locate their remains. We do that on a daily basis.
And so is basically, are you as good as the data that you receive from the carrier?
Absolutely.
Is there better data than some in relation to finding a more specific location versus a broad location?
Yes, it just kind of, it's one of those things, it varies between the carrier, the time range you get the records in, all the types of data kind of vary between each one of those things.
And how do you actually do the analyzation?
So the records come electronically, usually in an Excel file or a text file. And so what we do, or what I do, is I take those records and I upload them into a Google-based mapping system. And then I can snip and make maps to display the general area where the phone was located at those times.
Now, in addition to using cell tower, cell phone tolls, or cell phone tower information as to a specific phone, can you use the actual phone itself to help determine locations of that phone?
I can. So sometimes when a phone is downloaded, location data is obtained off of that device. It's processed through Great Key or Cellbrite, and then I can use some of that data in what I do to historically locate where that phone was during the time that we're interested in.
About how many times have you downloaded or analyzed cell phones?
So the downloading and analyzing cell phones, probably 40 to 50 times. I have downloaded hundreds of phones. The analyzation of the location data, probably 40 to 50 times.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Over 150 times.
You know, the state moves to qualify special agent
Matt Wild as an expert in call detail record analysis and cellular technology. Call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
No objection. All right. To be qualified as an expert in call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify to what they either saw, or they heard, or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them that way. This witness will be qualified in the area of call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. To give an opinion testimony in this area, however, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Wild, were you asked to help analyze the data location, cell phone data location and cell phone of Zach Hughes?
Yes.
So how did you obtain the information? Well, what information did you obtain in your efforts to analyze it?
So from the solicitor's office, I obtained the phone records in electronic format, as well as the cell phone download was in an electronic format. And then with the download, I had to go in and pull out the location data so I could look at it and do what I do with it.
And as far as pulling it from the cell phone, what software do you rely on to help you read that information?
I used Cellbrite. I believe it's called Cellbrite Reader. It's just like it's another version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And what does Cellbrite Reader do?
So it grabs the raw data and it kind of processes it, or it does process it into a usable format. And again, it splits it out. So if we just have like a big bucket of data, it just spits it out into images, text, pictures, videos, text messages, phone call logs, location data. It just kind of splits it out into all those categories. So I took the raw data, I put it in Cellbrite, and then I took the location data and then I exported that out because that's really what I was focusing on.
And then when you look at the exported location data in this particular case, you just take it at its word, or do you do some underlying analysis to verify its authenticity?
Oh no, you can't just take it at its word. So the location data is sourced from multiple different places on the phone, depending on what kind of applications you have running or the user has running. So it kind of splits it out into different chunks, and there's different parts that are more reliable than other types. And so I try to focus on the most reliable data set that I can.
Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you create a PowerPoint describing what you did with the cell phone data from Zach Hughes and actually the download of Zach Hughes' cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm going to show you. State's Exhibit 174. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the thumb drive with my report on it.
State moves 174 in evidence.
No objection. No objection. No, sir.
All right, well, we're going to throw this up on the screen right here. I'm even going to give you a laser pointer.
All right. Thanks, sir.
If you'll just say next slide whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hofer will click it for you, and we can move on. So you prepared, is this the presentation that you prepared for this jury?
Yes, it is.
And so what are you attempting to share with this in general with this jury?
In general, I'm going to share the general location through cell phone records and the cell phone download of the device associated with Mr. Hughes during certain time periods that are relevant to the case.
And again, so it's two pieces of data. It is Mr. Hughes' cell phone records.
Yes, sir.
To his phone, as well as his actual phone that you receive the data on.
Yes.
And do you distinguish between those two in this report?
I do.
All right. Now, is there anything interesting about the cell phone data that you received in this report?
The cell phone records?
Cell phone records.
Yeah, so the cell phone records I received in this for this case, they're from Verizon. Usually Verizon provides a report that has the cell phone tower, so it tells me which tower is being used, and then it tells me which sector or side of the tower is being used. In this case, I think Verizon was transferring systems. They generated a different report, and that report only shows me the tower that's being used. So it's kind of demonstrated as a circle. And so when we get there, I'll explain what that means.
And before it would be a point of pie.
It would be like a wedge. Yes, like a piece of pizza. All right, next one. All right, so slide 2, this is just the background of the case and my methodology. So, the first paragraph describes that I was asked by the solicitor's office to help with this case in reference to an incident that occurred on October 13th, 2021. My methodology I've already talked about. I take the records that I get from the carrier, compare that to a list of cell phone towers here using the tower list that was in effect during 2021. And then I generated a map to display the general area where the devices were located. And then my conclusions are further down in the report. Next slide. This is an example of different cell phone towers. Most importantly is the one here on the top left. That's really most likely what you see almost anywhere in America. There's a couple important things about those. There's speaker-looking devices hanging on that tower. Those are those antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. A phone's very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, there's a tune to my favorite radio station, to my favorite frequency, and somewhere out in Greenville, there's a tower. It emits a signal. My car radio receives that signal, and I can listen to my favorite station. The difference between my car radio and my cell phone is that with my cell phone, that transfer of information has to go in two directions. It has to come from the tower to my phone, but I also have to be able to send information from my phone back to the tower. And so those are those antennas that send and receive that information. And then there's just several other examples of antennas. There you have them on the outside of buildings. Everyone's favorite is always a pine tree. And they all essentially serve the same purpose to transmit and receive signals. Next slide. Generally, what we figure out is when I look at the records, again, it usually gives me a sector, tells me which side of the tower is being used. And so by looking at the sector and the azimuth or the direction that sector faces, I can usually demonstrate a wedge. Here in this case, again, I don't have the sector information, so really this doesn't really matter. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so normally I would display the sector like I would here on the top as kind of like a piece of pizza or like a pie wedge. But here, again, I don't have any sector information, so I'm demonstrating as a circle. I'm not saying by any means that the phone has to be within that circle. I'm just saying that that tower is within that circle, and that tower emits a signal that goes in 360 degrees direction or out from that tower. So the phone's gonna be somewhere between the tower being used and the next one in any direction around it, but closer to the one that's being used. Next slide. All right, so this is the legend for this case. So this just kind of gives you an overview of the area. And so I have a couple of addresses here. The green pin up there represents 200 Tindle Avenue in Greenville. So they're in the center of the map. The blue pin represents 799 Indian Flats Trail in Slater, Marietta, South Carolina. That's kind of up there near the South Carolina, North Carolina border. The red pin represents 122 Canebrake Drive in Greer. And then the orange pin represents 12 Blake Street in Greenville. Every one of those red dots you see on the map represent a Verizon cell phone tower. Next one. So this is showing the activity here on Verizon telephone number 864-894-0020. And it's showing the activity on June 30th, 2021 at 1:24 a.m., so 1:24 in the morning. And this is showing activity in and around in Greenville, South Carolina. Now the Verizon records here, I'm relying on the phone to be able to make and receive phone calls to obtain a record. Later on in the report, we'll have some data records that kind of help fill in some gaps.
Real quick, Your Honor, so I'm sorry. Agent Smith, I'm gonna show you States Exhibit 1. And what is the date on States Exhibit 1 up here?
The date on the top right there is Wednesday, June 2021. So June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so where was Zach Hughes' phone location on Wednesday, June 30th, 2021?
In the early morning, it was using a tower in the area of downtown Greenville. Next one. This slide, slide 9, is showing the activity between July 4th, 2021 and July 8th, 2021. And again, the phone during that time, these are all phone calls. And the phone during that time is using towers in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, so I'm gonna show you States Exhibits 2. What is the date on States Exhibit 2?
That is July 8th, 2021.
And States Exhibit 158
is also July 8th, 2021.
And where are those mailed from?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Both of those?
Yes, sir.
So July 8th, 2021, Zach Hughes' phone was located in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir. All right, so this next slide, this is showing activity on October 11th between 9:44 a.m. and 11:18 a.m. These are data activations. So they're not phone calls, they're not text messages, they are all the other stuff that's going on a phone in the background. And so sometimes they generate a record. They tell me the cell phone tower that was being used, how long that session is. And so I'm able to demonstrate it here. And so here, between 9:44 and 11:18, you can see that phone's using towers just to the northeast and to the south of the 799 Indian Flats Trail address.
And what is that date?
That is October 11th, 2021.
So would that be consistent with Zach Hughes' phone being near 700 Indian Flats Trail?
Yes. All right, and then this next slide, so now we're showing the location data from the physical download of the phone. And so this is showing that same day, October 11th, there was a location data point right there at Indian Flats Trail between 10:06 a.m. and 10:54 a.m.
And what is that?
That's October 11th. So it's the same date as the previous slide showing the cell site activations.
So that's 2021.
Yes, sir. Next one. So now this is October 12th, 11:14 a.m. to 12:18 p.m. Again, these are data activations, showing activations right there near Greenville Technical College, basically southeast of the 200 Tindle Avenue address.
And that is October 12th?
Yes, sir. Next one. These are the Cellbrite, these are the location data hits off of the physical phone. Again, 10:25 a.m. to 12:23 a.m. on October 12th. And there are some specific activations showing the device near the Tindle Avenue, specifically between 10:47 a.m. and 12:01 p.m. And then there's two others, one to the south and one to the north. Next one. This is October 12th, 2021, between 12:31 and 1:21 p.m. The first one, 12:31 to 1:07 p.m. is consistent with being in the area of Tindle Avenue. And then the second one at 1:18 to 1:21 is consistent with being at 12 Blake Street in Greenville.
We were made aware of this. I think it's at 12 Lake Street.
I did understand that's Mr. Mello's address. Next. So now the next one is this is showing again October 12th between 1:59 p.m. and 2:34 p.m. So again, these are all data hits, and you can see the phone's using towers to the north of Greenville, not quite all the way to Marietta at that time. And then the next activation, voice call, is on October 14th, and yeah, the next activation is on October 14th.
Okay, so in regards to voice data, you have it on October 12th.
I do.
And then when's the next voice call?
On October 14th.
What is a voice call? What does that mean?
So that's an incoming or outgoing call.
Is that how you receive the location data?
It is. There is some data records on October 13th that I did not include in my presentation, but they are consistent with the activity we're getting ready to see. Next one. So this is October 12th, 6:56 p.m. till October 13th, 1:30 a.m. and showing the phone consistent with being in the area of Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
So Zach Hughes' phone, this is October 12th.
This is.
All right. And what are the dates in which he is at the Indian Flats Trail?
So this is showing the evening of the 12th into the early morning of the 13th.
So what time is the last data point for on the 13th?
1:30 a.m.
That's 1:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then this is the next activation. This is the next activity on that download report, and it's showing 2:42 p.m. is the first hit, which is showing in the area of 200 Tindle Avenue in Greenville.
All right. So the last data point that you just had up there was 1:30 in the morning of October 13th, and where was that located?
In Marietta.
And the next data point that you have for Zach Hughes' phone or his cell phone records is at what time?
So for this phone, it's at 2:42. I did have some activations on the data side earlier, just earlier about I think they were 2:34, and it was north near Furman University.
And that 2:42, that'd be consistent at being a little north of downtown Greenville at 2:42.
So 2:42 would be consistent with being south of downtown Greenville.
South.
Yeah, 2:34 would, I believe it's 2:34. It was north of downtown Greenville. That's correct. Next one. And then this is showing the activity 9:07 p.m. to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th. So this is the night of the 13th going into the next day. And there's activity, let's see here. 9:07 is that box up in the middle between 9:07 and 9:32. Then 9:43 to 11:13, the phone is over there to the east side of the airport. And then 11:25 p.m. on the 13th to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th, the phone is consistent with being in the area of Tindle Avenue.
So that's the night of October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Into the morning of the 14th. And next. And then these are the voice calls on the 14th. So this is 12:57 a.m. to 1:02 a.m. And you can see the phone is there over on the east side of Greenville, kind of near the airport. And that's it.
Just answer questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this one, Special Agent Wild, I want to talk to you about your expertise in cell phone technology, just in general. And that's one of the areas you've been taught by as an expert. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had talked about conducting numerous downloads or extractions of cell phones in your career. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to perform any analysis on a cell phone, in this case belonging to a man named Bradley Post?
I was not.
You made a comment that when you receive data, basically you never take it at face value. Is that correct? Or you don't take it as or assume it's accurate. Is that correct?
I mean, just because we get data on a spreadsheet, location data on a spreadsheet, I don't take it 100% at face value. There is a skill and experience and knowledge.
All right, y'all. The jury has reached a verdict. The jury has reached a verdict. So we are officially we just waiting. We're just waiting for them to come back on the feed. So
I want to talk about, in your experience analyzing cell phones, have you had an opportunity to conduct extractions involving images on cell phones?
Yes.
And images on cell phones also have data oftentimes accompanied with those images. Is that correct? Or in conjunction with those images?
I mean, the image itself is data, right? But yeah, no, you got it.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
Metadata. Oftentimes there is metadata associated with images on cell phones.
There could be, yes.
Will you tell the jury what is metadata?
It could be like the date and the time the phone was taken, the device that it was used, the device that took the picture, maybe the orientation, whether it was in landscape or portrait mode, and then possibly I've seen location data associated with those images as well.
And sometimes, depending on the cell phone extraction and cell phone itself, you'll have some metadata, you won't have metadata. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no
You want
wish
to
it was
eat?
more black and white as to a definitive yes or no. But unfortunately, because of the the multiple types of phones out there, the multiple types of continuously changing operating systems, and then on the law enforcement side, the software that we use constantly changes. It is impossible for me to if you presented me with a device, an operating system, and whatever we were using for me to sit here and say 100% yes, we could have got that or didn't get that off the device.
And if you were analyzing or looking at data, for example, there would be occasion you would have to doubt the veracity of the metadata if you had conflicting evidence. Is that true?
I don't know what you're referring
Let me
to.
give you an example.
Sure.
Let's say there's a picture of me on a cell phone that says that this picture was taken January 1 of 2021, and let's assume you know that I could not have been where the picture was taken of me of January 1, 2021. Isn't that? Under those circumstances, would you have reason to doubt the accuracy of the metadata on the phone?
I mean, it's kind of a big if, and I just generally across the board, I wouldn't really doubt the accuracy of the metadata. So, I mean, that's kind of like a huge if question. I don't know how specifically to answer that.
So let's be specific. If you see a picture of me and the metadata says it was taken January 1 of 2021,
He's asking hypotheticals that he's not.
he's an expert in cell phone technology.
He's just made up hypotheticals without any underlying data.
He's his expert. Thank you. So if there's a picture of me that has metadata in a cell phone that says January 1, 2021, and you know for a fact that I could not have been at that location on January 1, 2021, would that not cause you to doubt the accuracy of that metadata?
I mean, I've never been presented with a situation like you're referencing, so I don't know how to answer the question, sir.
So you can't answer the question. If there's metadata that says a picture was taken with me at a location on one date and I can't be there, you don't know how to answer that.
I don't know how to answer that question, so I've never been faced with that situation, and I don't even know how I would go about answering that question accurately.
Let me ask you this: artificial intelligence. That's something obviously that's become more prominent in recent years. We agree with that. Is that correct?
I agree.
And when you are reviewing cell phones now, are you finding the implementation of artificial intelligence in contents of these cell phones?
On a daily basis, I'm not actually reviewing multiple downloads of cell phones. I'm basically in my role and what I do, I'm focusing on the location data associated with those phones. So, if you gave me a phone today to download, I'm basically going in there, grabbing the location data and doing my thing with it. I'm not really diving into whether or not there's AI on the phone or whether or not somebody's using ChatGPT or any of that kind of stuff. So I have no experience in that measure.
So back to my question. With cell phone extractions that you're reviewing currently, are you finding evidence of the presence of AI on these phones?
Again, I'm only reviewing the location data, so I wouldn't see the presence of AI or even know what it would look like because I don't look for it. I look for the location data.
So that's what are some reasons why metadata associated with images could be inaccurate?
I don't know.
You can't think of one reason.
No, sir.
Do you agree it's possible that metadata can be inaccurate associated with images?
Again, I don't know. I've never been faced with that, so I don't know if that could happen or not happen.
So you're telling this jury, as an expert in cell phone technology, you have no idea whether metadata associated with images can be inaccurate?
Again, I've never been faced with that situation, and so I don't know if it could be inaccurate or not. I'd expect it to be accurate. In the times I've used any kind of metadata, it has been consistent with other data sets, such as the location data associated with the phone that was taking the picture. So in my view and the experience I have with it, it has never been inaccurate. It's always been accurate.
How many cell phones have you analyzed?
I mean, I've downloaded hundreds of phones. But for location data, I've analyzed probably 40 to 50 phones. Again, I'm not diving into the pictures on all those phones because my role specifically is to analyze the location of where the phone was located, not look at the thousands of images on the phones that I'm downloading.
So you're telling the jury that in all the phones you've analyzed, you've never seen a picture on a cell phone with the wrong date?
Again, I'm focusing on the location data 99.9% of the time, so I'm not ever really looking at the photos and diving into it that deep.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I just saw that too, Shay. So they're saying if anybody is there, if everybody gets there in time, then they'll read it sooner. but I guess they're giving everybody 90 minutes to navigate LA traffic.
Again, please do not discuss this.
Good thing we're already like balls deep into this trial, though, right? We're gonna keep watching.
So I work in the intelligence unit where we do processing of all sorts of electronic data and any kind of investigative work to help with a wide variety of cases.
And did you get asked to try to verify the internet address of the Winds Mountain House?
I did, yes, sir.
How did that happen?
So this was back November 1st of 2024, so last year. I was asked to drive up to the Indian Flats Trail, and we used an Android device that pretty much just scans, just like a phone does, Wi-Fi addresses, Wi-Fi networks that are available, and it logs them. That way we could log what different networks were up there, and the Wind Wi-Fi was one of the networks identified.
So how were you able to identify it?
So it when you scan, just like if you're driving down the road on your phone, and it might pop up, say, Starbucks or McDonald's Wi-Fi. It works in the same way. So this showed Wind Wi-Fi it displayed the name for it.
So did you just park on the street and look to see what available networks?
Right. Yeah. So just driving up the street and it automatically pops up.
Right. And how do you spell it?
It was spelled WINNWIFI.
And were you in close proximity to that Indian Flats Trail Mountain House?
Yes, sir. On the road, just at the end of the driveway.
Answer the questions that you have. Good questions.
Thank you.
State calls Jim Perry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take your name.
James Perry.
I'm Mr. What is your rank? How do you go by?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what kind of work do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I do the Computer Crimes Investigation Unit.
What does that entail?
It entails doing forensics on cell phones.
And were you, how long have you been with them?
I've been with Greenville County for 30 years, and then I had another 13 years with Greenville City and Greer. So 43 years total. A little stench of about 7 years doing private investigations. So 50 years.
50 years in investigations. I imagine you have a story or two for us.
There's statute of limitations.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
How did you get involved in this particular case?
The day of October 13th, I was asked to go out by my sergeant to the crime scene to collect a cell phone that belonged to the victim and bring it back and do the forensics on that one.
Now, you oftentimes utilized, along with Charlie Cunningham, who we heard from as well, to help download phones and analyze them?
Yes.
And in doing that, what software do you use to analyze those?
Back then, I was using just the regular Cellbrite forensics tool.
And what does Cellbrite Forensic Tool do?
It basically what it does is it images the cell phone that you target. And once you get the image, you load it into a software program that pulls up a certain format that you can go through it and see what kind of data that is actually on there.
So you have the software that downloads the raw data from the phone.
Correct.
And then you have the software that helps you read it.
Yeah, it opens it up and parses it to make it a readable.
And is that called Cellbrite Reader?
It's called Physical Analyzer, UFED Physical Analyzer. The report you get when you go through it is called, it puts a program in there called Cellbrite Reader so that if I give it to you, you can open it. You don't have to have the program I have.
And once it gets into the Cellbrite portion, the reading part of the software, are you able to manipulate it after that? Or
no, once it comes up on the screen and it's opened up, you can't go in there and add things or take things away.
In this case, were you asked to review the downloaded data from Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And were you able to do that?
I did.
And how would you do that? Or where would you do that?
I did it in my office on my forensic computer.
And once you're in there, are you able to generate reports?
You can create a report from a report. So if I were to give someone a 50 gig Cellbrite report, but you just want to narrow it down to 1 day, you can narrow it down to 1 day. And then at that point, create another report that looks identical as far as the layout of the Cellbrite report. But I know like on this particular phone, if you were to print it out, would have been close to 88,000 pages if you did the whole phone.
And so were you able to review the information on this phone as well?
I was.
In fact, did you identify that Wind Wi-Fi that we just?
Yes, I did. I saw the Wind Wi-Fi in the networks.
And then when you obtain that information, do you report it back to the lead investigators about information that's found on the phone?
Right. If we're specifically asked to go through the phone, we will give them a report pretty much of everything we found that's relevant to what they're looking for.
And so not only are you downloading the phone and reading it, you're perusing it for evidence that you think may be important to the investigator's case.
Correct.
And are you communicating with the investigator about all this?
Up front, they kind of give us an idea what they're looking for. And then at that point, we go through. It may even come down to the point, and in most of these cases, the solicitor will come over and sit down and go through with it, which you did, sat down, and we were able to show him different things that were on the phone that were relevant.
So were you able to make various reports on Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And was one of those reports called user accounts?
Some of them, yes, that's one of the, it has tabs, and each tab will give you different information on the phone. And user's account is one.
I'm gonna show you what states. I'm gonna show you what states exhibit 170. It's already in evidence, and then we'll go through it. Is that on the is that the user accounts?
That is.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at it real quick. So up at the top right here, is that how we're identifying it as user accounts?
That is correct.
All right. So what is user accounts going to show?
I mean, it'll show if they have a WhatsApp, a Facebook page, it'll identify those and actually sometimes give you the information you need to, if you need to send off a legal process for that account.
All right. So I'll refer you to column number 3, for example. What is that?
I'm sorry, column.
Yeah, column. I'm looking at the numbers on the left side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So number 3.
Okay. That's ZachDavidHughes@gmail.com.
And so is that the information that would have been put on this report from that phone?
That's correct.
So what does that tell? What does that tell you, me, or whoever's looking at this thing?
It just tells you that one of the users on that phone has an email account of ZachDavidHughes@gmail.
Okay. What about number 6 and 7?
SDGpiano@Yahoo, and then the Beethoven Odyssey@gmail.com were additional accounts that were on that phone.
So that information is given to us, given to the solicitor's office, given to investigators to help identify whose phone that is.
It helps, yes.
All right. So are there additional reports called device events?
There are.
All right. What are what's a device events report?
The iPhone will pick up an extremely large amount of activity that you're doing on your phone every day. It will show if you turn the device on, if you turn it off, if the screen comes on, the screen goes off. If you rotate it from the to landscape mode or portrait mode to landscape, it tells that you did that. It's a treasure trove of information of what's going on with that phone in the hands of the user.
And do y'all use this in investigations to help determine what that phone was doing during a certain amount of time?
Correct.
And is it able to tell you certain things?
It is.
Okay. Will it tell you when the phone's plugged in or unplugged?
Correct.
For example. And did you run a report on Zach Hughes' phone for device events?
I did.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 175. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is a copy of the device events
For whose phone?
for Zach Hughes' phone.
Your state moves 175 into evidence. Objection.
Objection.
All right. All right. So I'm going to start with column 1. And I'll see it there. All right. So tell us what that column 1 is, and we're just going to go down the columns. And you can tell this jury what is this telling you?
That just it gives you the time. It's a time date stamp for the value of the event that you're looking at.
Okay. So the event type tells you what the event is.
Correct.
The value tells you kind of what it's doing.
Correct. In other words, device plug-in status. It's going to show you basically in the values that it was plugged in.
All right. What about this source over here?
That just tells you basically where it was found by the Cellbrite program in the database. That's where it extracted it out.
So looking at number 1, what's the date and time and the end time, and what was the event?
It was on October 13th at 4:30 a.m. and it was plugged in.
So is that telling you that somebody plugged in their phone to charge it?
Correct.
So that would require manual manipulation.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to number 2.
Basically, it's 10:13 at 4:30 a.m. It's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
So how would somebody unlock a phone?
Usually either Face ID, thumbprint, put the passcode in. One of those usually would be the way to do it.
Would that mean the phone is in somebody's hand?
Right.
Or being
Yeah.
manipulated by a person? Is that
Correct.
fair? All right. And so number 3?
At 5:56 a.m. on the 13th, it's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
And same
Same
analysis
thing.
applies.
Correct.
All right. Number 4?
At 6:02, the phone is unlocked.
And number 5?
At 6:09 a.m., the phone was again unlocked.
All right. And this is all on October 13th.
All of these are, yeah, everything I think on this report is the 13th.
So I'll refer you to number 5.
Again, the phone is unlocked at 6:09.
Number 6.
Phone again unlocked at 7:06.
Number 7.
Phone again unlocked at 7:07.
And then number 8.
The phone is again unlocked at 7:41.
What is the end time on number 8?
I'm sorry.
The end time? Is that a start time and an end time? Oh, I'm sorry.
Move it up just a tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:42.
All right. So then I'm going to show you column number 9. What is that? Column number 9.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. At 7:42 a.m., the device is plugged in.
And then what about the end time?
End time is 11:34.
And then we go to number 10, and then we're going to go back to number 9. What's number 10?
10 is at 10:34, the device is plugged in.
Is that 11:34?
I'm sorry, 11:34.
Device is plugged in. All right. So explain to this jury what this gap in time is. We've got 7:42 to 11:34.
It's just showing that the phone has not been manipulated, plugged in, turned on, unlocked, any of those normal things that happen with the phone.
It's not being utilized.
Not being utilized.
All right. And then it continues on. For example, number 13. What's going on at number 13?
Okay. At 11:35, you're having a orientation change of the phone to landscape. Means he was looking at it like this, turned it and was looking at it in that mode.
So that would require physical manipulation of the phone.
Correct.
Go from a vertical phone to a horizontal phone.
Correct.
All right. And then for time's sake, does it just continue? What about number 16?
16 at 1:21 p.m., the output speaker is turned on.
And what time was that?
That was at 1:21 to 1:41.
And then what about number 17?
Change of landscape at 1:21.
And again, number 18?
You have another orientation landscape at 1:41.
And let's go back up to the top of this report. What time in number 19?
19 again, a speaker activation at 1:48 p.m.
I'll skip to what about number 22?
22, you have a speaker activation at 2:22 p.m.
Okay. And what's the end time on that?
3:50 p.m.
All right. And so I'm going to take you to number 83, is sort of the end of this report on the 13th. So what was the last thing that the Zach Hughes phone did on the 13th?
He unlocked it at 11:40 p.m.
That night. Okay. The night of the 13th.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did you have the occasion to print out any more reports?
Gosh, yeah.
Lots of reports.
Yes,
Did you do a report entitled Timeline?
I did.
Okay. And show you States Exhibit 176. Do you recognize that report?
Yes, that is a timeline.
Is that a timeline for application usage log?
Correct.
Your Honor, State moves 176 into evidence. No objection.
Objection 176.
All right. So I'm going to show you. You can just tell us about the number one line and what that means and at what time.
Just that application usage log stating that on 10/13/2021 at 7:06 a.m., the application usage log, he was logged in to his
And what is the description?
VPN, Express VPN.
What is that?
VPN is just a way of a private logging in to the internet.
And so what is application usage log?
Application usage log, it's just what it says. It's the usage of that particular thing on that day.
Is it say the usage of a particular app or an application?
Correct.
Okay, and so it tells you when you use a certain application or if it mention
Correct.
this, if it's not on there, that means you're not using it. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
So I'm gonna show you number 6. What is the application usage log?
That's 10/13/2021 at 7:07 a.m. And that's the Express VPN.
All right, is that the last application usage log on Zach Hughes' phone on the 13th?
It is.
Did you do some more reports?
I'm thinking, yeah, I think there's more coming.
All right, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna ask you about what about an application report from the Cellbrite regarding wireless networks.
Correct.
All right, will that show what wireless networks you connected to along the way?
It will.
We'll show you States Exhibit 177.
Yeah.
Is that the wireless networks report that you ran?
It is.
Your Honor, State moves 177 into evidence. No objection. Objection. So what is the wireless networks report?
I'm sorry, what now?
What is the wireless networks report?
It shows when somebody connects to a wireless network that's available to them.
All right. I'm going to refer you to line number 3.
So that's a when Wi-Fi is the name of the Wi-Fi, and then it's showing that it auto-connected on 10/13 at 2021 at 1:17 p.m.
So at 1:17 on the 13th, Zach Hughes' phone was connected to the Wind Wi-Fi.
Correct.
And you just heard testimony. Where's the Wind Wi-Fi located?
799 Indian Flats up in Marietta.
And what does last auto connected mean?
That means the last time it auto connected. In other words, he didn't have to put in the password. He drives up the house, walks up, whatever, and it connects. Just like mine does it, my office and at home. I never have to do anything to it to get it to connect.
All right. Did you run a report entitled Web History?
I did.
And what is Web History going to show you?
It's just the where he goes on the web during any particular time.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 178. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the web history search for October 13, 2021? Was that used?
It is.
Your State moves 178 into evidence. No objection. No objection. All right. So I'm going to show you line. Let's just start with 321. Tell this jury how this works, like how you read this report.
It just basically is that first one is it's telling you the Google search that he did, and it was done on 10/13/2021 at 8:22 p.m. in the evening.
All right, I'm gonna take you back to the end of the report. These reports sometimes start from early in the day and then go all the way
Like you read them backwards.
backwards. All right, so at 3:40, what time was that? Would be his first search on October 13th,
Correct.
2021, right?
Correct.
So the first search was at what time?
It was at 4:23 p.m. on the 13th.
And this right here just tells you what he was logged into.
Correct.
So he wasn't doing any web searches in the morning of October 13th.
No.
Were you able to run a report called call logs?
I was.
And what is the call log report going to show?
Basically, the call log shows you the calls that he received, made. It usually gives you the duration that the call was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 179. Ask you to identify it.
This is the call log for the 13th.
Oh, is that your phone?
Correct.
So you just testified. You gotta have to start backwards and work forward, right? Is that the easiest way to review these?
Yeah, if you're wanting to do it in a chronological order.
Okay. All right. So we'll start with 16 and 17. What are the dates there?
Okay, those are on October 12th at 3:05 p.m. and 6:55 p.m.
On the 12th.
12th. Those were on the 12th.
All right. And then moving on columns 15 and 16. Sorry, 15 and 14. Let's go to 15.
Okay, on that is a incoming call received from John Mello on 10/12/2021 at 7:01 p.m. Duration is an hour and 53 minutes.
All right. So that first number up here, whose number is that?
That would be the number of for John Mello's account.
And then what is this number right here?
That would be the number associated with Zach Hughes's WhatsApp.
And that is using WhatsApp.
Mhm,
Can you make phone calls through WhatsApp?
You can.
And what was the duration of that call?
1 hour and 53 minutes.
On October 12th?
Correct.
At what time?
7:01 p.m.
That's 7 o'clock at night.
Correct.
What about column 14?
That's a call from Zach Hughes to John Mello. It's an outgoing call. It took place also on the 12th of October at 8:54 p.m. and it was 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
And so that call was at what time?
8:54 p.m.
And then going to column 13.
It's a call from Zach Hughes' WhatsApp account to John Mello's WhatsApp account. It took place on 10/13/2021 at 3:50 p.m. and it was an hour and 20 minutes.
So that's on October 13th, 2021 at 3:50 in the afternoon.
Correct.
For a duration of an hour and 20 minutes?
Correct.
And then number 12?
Number 12 is from John Mello to Zach Hughes, 10/13/2021 at 7:01 p.m., 14 seconds.
And then number 11?
A call from Zach Hughes to John Mello on the 13th of October, 7:15 p.m. for 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And then I'll refer you back to number 8.
Call from John Mello to Zach Hughes on 10/14 at 2:05 p.m. for 22 minutes.
Right, so that's the day after the murder?
Correct.
And then what about number 7?
It's a call to Max Hyde Law Firm on the 14th of October at 2:10 p.m. for 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
And what about number 6?
It's a call to Isabella Mello on 10/14/2021 at 2:16 p.m. for 34 seconds.
And then number 5?
Another call back to Max Hyde Law Firm at 3:44 p.m. on the 14th of October, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
And then number 4?
Pull it down just a tad. Okay, there you go. It's a call from Isabel Mello, incoming to Zach Hughes on the 14th of October at 3:46 p.m. Not answered.
And number 3?
Call to Isabel Mello, 10/14/2021 at 3:47 p.m., 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Our state moves 179 into evidence. I may have forgotten. It's been a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. I'm sorry. I get my groove.
No objection. Thank you. 179 comes in. Getting down to the last report.
Thank you.
So the last report is called activity sensor data. What is that?
That is, if you have an iPhone, it's your activity app on there, steps, flights of stairs climbed, distance traveled during your activity.
All right, Investigator Perry, I'm sure you states exhibit 180. You recognize it?
I do.
So the activity sensor data?
That is activity sensor data.
State moves 180 in evidence. No objection. Objection 180. All right. And again, if you want to start beginning of the day, work backwards. So I'll start you with page 6 of the report. I guess that's it. All right. So explain to the jury the first column there, columns.
Okay, the first column 16 is showing that the time frame between 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 13th of October, the activity that took place during that time.
So on down here at the bottom on 10/13 at 5:39 a.m., it says distance traveled.
Correct.
So what was the distance traveled at 5:39 a.m.?
51 meters.
And then at 5:57, how many meters were traveled?
4.23 meters traveled.
Now, I'm certain that for your phone to register this information, you have to have it on your person.
Correct.
If it's sitting on a table when you're walking around, it's not going to magically
No, it's not going to pick anything
up.
No.
So let's go to from, I guess, the time frame 6 to 7 o'clock.
6 to 7 o'clock on the 13th of October. Between that period of time, the actual breakdown of when it actually took place was the distance. Which one do you want first? Speed. Okay, steps were at 6:10, 6:11. You got a one flight of stairs. Distance traveled 21 meters, and the speed was 1.29.
And we'll go from the time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If you could move it up just a tad. Okay, from 7 to 8 o'clock, you had two flights of stairs climbed. At 11:50, 11:37, you had one.
No, I think 14 from 7 to 8 a.m. At 7:41, how many steps were made?
At 7:41, you had 41 meters traveled.
So that's at 7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next activity on this phone?
So there's no other activity picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35. Looks like the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
All right, so let's start at 11:35 and work our way up on distance traveled, flights climbed, and steps, because that would be between 11 and 8 o'clock, right? I mean, 11 and 12 o'clock.
11, that's your time frame, 11 to 12.
All right, so not to be confusing, at 7:41, the last step was 41 meters.
Correct.
Indicated right there.
It was 41 meters at 7:41 a.m.
All right. And then the next activity with the phone in hand
Correct.
is what time?
11:35 a.m.
Okay. And then at 11:35, what happens?
You have 79 meters traveled.
All right. And then 11:48?
11:48, you have 37 meters.
And 11:58?
156 meters.
And as far as flights climbed at 11:37?
You had one flight, and then at 11:50, you had two.
All right. And then as far as
All right, y'all. So we are actually going to pause the twisted murder trial for now. We are going to switch over to the altercation that happened in court today, in the A$AP Rocky trial, where Lewin and Takapina and them got into it, and I think that should actually take us to the verdict because it's about 30 minutes long. So, going to get us switched over here.
The jury's over there, so they gotta keep us away.
All right. You ready, Kevin?
I'm ready.
All right, we'll go on the record in Mr. Mayer's case. He is not present. Mr. Takapina, do you waive your client's presence for
Yes, that's fine.
legal purposes?
Yes.
All right, two issues that we're going to deal with. One is the allegation that Mr. Takapina violated the gag order. The other is the defense position that Mr. Lewin misled the jury in his summation. The first issue regarding the gag order, I don't need any response from anybody. I don't want any response from anybody. I was forwarded the part that was believed that Mr. Takapina violated the gag order, and I had to listen to it a number of times, and I wrote it down word for word. And this is what Mr. Takapina said when he was interviewed by, is the last name Baden?
Yes. Kenny Martin, Linda Kenny Martin.
That's Kenney. I'm not sure how to spell the last name.
And her partner is
Michael Bryan.
Brian. All right, Ms. Baden asked you if you could comment on what was said at the sidebar, and this is what you said. There is one part of the gag order still in effect. Actually, that's not right. There was only one part of the gag order.
Yeah.
But anyway, there is one part of the gag order still in effect. And it has to do with a particular sidebar conference that we had regarding the question that you are asking about right now. In that regard, I can't really speak to anything the judge said at the sidebar during Relly's testimony. I do not believe that that is a violation of the gag order. That's the ruling. I don't need any response from anybody else, from anybody. All right, the motion filed by the defense. I've read the motion. Mr. Lewin, did you want to respond?
The motion's absurd. It's being done clearly, as was the interview, to attempt to sway the jury. It's interesting that after telling the court repeatedly and counsel on the record that he would not be doing any interviews during the pendency of this trial, that the day before the jury deliberates, he does.
No. I'm done with that.
I'm explaining the motion. The motion, number one, sets out two apparently issues. One is that he is trying to say that I intentionally switched photographs. Now I'm going to show them up to the court. It's patently absurd. Just so it's clear, I got on this case extremely late. I was on the case basically. I started the day before trial. So I had the exhibits from my co-counsel. The exhibit list that I had, he had a number of photos of the victim's fingers, the injury that he had. The exhibit that I had and that I used in closing, although it was on his exhibit list that he gave me, it's not the photo that he used. But just so it's clear, Mr. President, just so it's clear, both photos, this is the correct exhibit, as the court is aware, and this exhibit basically shows the injury to the finger. This is People's 17. I used a photo which also shows his hand with the injuries, thinking that was the exhibit that was used. As the court is aware, does the court need me to come up to the court to examine them or no? They're showing the same thing. There's absolutely no prejudice. It's absurd.
And I know that was correct immediately.
Yes. Regarding the second issue, let me be clear about this. We admitted People's 15. I had no part in gathering those videos. I got them from my co-counsel. Both parties, both the defense and the people, slowed down their respective exhibits during closing argument. I said on the record, I am playing this at half speed. When you slow down a video, it slows down how it is played. It does not change how the video is presented. But I want to add something else. Both Mr. Prezlemic and I have been extremely clear from the start. It is not when the particular gunshot was fired. What is important is, and this is demonstrated on the video, is that the cause of the incident was not the victim attacking ASAP Ills. It was the defendant pulling out his firearm. That is what prompts, when he pulls out the firearm, that is what prompts the victim to try to hide behind Ills. So the idea that somehow I slowed down or changed the video is absurd. I don't even have the capability to do it. What I did is exactly what I said. I played it at a reduced speed, which, by the way, before I did my argument, counsel got up on the other side and he said, I'm going to play this at slow speed, his exhibit. Now, if we go back one step, the defense had an issue apparently with the surveillance videos that Mr. Prezlemic gave them well in advance of this case. After the conclusion of our case, and actually at the end of their case, they actually moved the court, if the court can recall, because they wanted to put in a different video. The court allowed that video in. That video is evidence, our video is evidence. I would finally add that what is said in closing argument is not evidence in the case. What is said in closing argument is argument. The exhibits speak for themselves. And finally, because it needs to be addressed, counsel is apparently in discussions with a couple of lawyers on 2 murder cases, which I won, where that appellate lawyer is involved in both of them. And he has basically attempted to tarnish my well-deserved 30-year reputation, which the court has commented on repeatedly. There has only been one time in this case where a court has found that there was any violation that was not inadvertent, and that did not occur with the people. So let's be clear. When they put in their motion, and there's no reason for it, Your Honor, they quote a Ninth Circuit opinion, which, by the way, was reversed, not for prosecutorial misconduct, it was reversed for instructional error. But I'm just going to add that Justice Hofstede, who is one of the most outstanding justices in the California court system, wrote the original opinion, found no error whatsoever. Neither did the Cal Supreme Court. Neither did the federal district court judge who looked at the case. And I will just add that in the very Ninth Circuit opinion that they cite, which was a 2-to-1 decision, if you go to the dissent makes clear in their dissent that, in fact, my argument about Joe Giarrusso and the fact that the victim in that case was alone at the time of the murder, the majority felt that because she had had dinner with him hours before the murder, that meant she was not alone that night. As the dissent made clear, and as the California Court of Appeal made clear, I was commenting on the fact that at the time she was murdered in the middle of the night, almost beheaded, she was by herself. Now, why that has any business in a motion they filed, you would have to ask them. But I find it extremely interesting that given the repeated discovery violations, which the court has found, given the leaks to the media, which, by the way, the individual who did the interview yesterday, who is apparently Mr. Tacopina's close friend and law school education partner, she is the one who reported an alleged conversation that originally occurred at sidebar. I find it rich that the defense makes these allegations. They are slanderous. They are not accurate. And I've got a 30-year reputation with this court and with my office, which I will stand by. And the minute the court finds that I've done anything unethical, I would like the court to say so. I'm going to add one last thing because it's important. The defense was upset because we ended up getting a report from ballistics that was inculpatory. It only would have helped us. As soon as we got it, we turned it over to them. We then made arrangements to get them the evidence. And in fact, we didn't end up doing testing at the court's order because of the timing. The defense was actually given more ability to test the evidence than we were just because of the timing involved. The court found at the time that as soon as we were aware of information, we turned it over. The court is also aware of a second situation, which has not been made public, where we became aware of potential evidence, didn't know whether it would be exculpatory or inculpatory, and we alerted the court to that, and the court ended up making arrangements. Every single issue that we've had in this case regarding discovery, as soon as we find it, we present it to the defense. Finally, the issue with the alleged stipulation with Relly. As the court is aware, and as the court has stated on the record, everybody at the time believed that the stipulation, that the firing range was out of state. That was my understanding when it happened. As the court is aware, numerous times during this case, I offered to stipulate to assist the defense. Many times, as the court is aware, Mr. Tacopina would be standing up there, not knowing what his problem was, not knowing what the foundation was, not knowing how to introduce certain evidence. And I would say to him, he would look at me, what's wrong? And I would say, okay, Joe, here's what I can do. And I would stipulate. I made that offer to stipulate because everybody at the time believed that the firing range was in California. The court has already found that the court believed it. We believed it. That's why we offered it. I would further add that the fact that the victim was in California at a firing range 2 weeks before this incident occurred has about almost no relevance or impact on the case. However, when aspersions are made that somehow that was kept from them or that somehow we ended up asking for a stipulation in anything other than good faith, the court has already made its comments. I would request the court to I'm asking the court, if the court thinks that anything that Mr. Proslemek and I have done has been a violation of discovery, has been unethical, I'd like the court to say so. The court has been very clear that that is not the court's belief. In the end, we made a conscious decision because it's ethical not to try this case in the press. You haven't seen one comment from us, not one. Mr. Tacopina's motion, or maybe it's motion, I don't know, communication has insinuated that somehow we're talking to a reporter. We know he's talking to a reporter. Let's back it up. I am more than willing right now to go under oath.
No, we're not doing that.
Well,
We're not doing that.
Well, understood, Your Honor, but I want to make sure that my personal integrity has been impeached. I won't stand for it. I am more than happy. You put me under oath, you put Mr. Tacopina. I understand the court doesn't want to do it, but I want to make sure I've offered that, haven't heard the same thing from Mr. Tacopina. Would love for that to occur.
Who wants to speak?
I'll speak, Your Honor, to this. Okay, because all I've been hearing for the last 10 minutes is deflection here. So Mr. Lewin just asked, deflection. All he's doing is deflecting. So first of all, he asked, why we would raise a Ninth Circuit decision. What does it have to do with this? Someone should ask us. Okay, the question's been asked. Here's what it has to do with this. The Ninth Circuit said that Mr. Lewin lied to a jury. That's why. Here he is saying, oh, my reputation.
That is untrue.
I let him speak, Your Honor.
Don't interrupt.
Your Honor, I'm not gonna have that kind of personal aspersion
Here we go
made,
again.
made against my reputation and character. I won't have
They
it.
take it up with the Ninth Circuit, okay? I didn't say it, they said it.
The Ninth Circuit did not say that.
Your Honor, the Ninth Circuit said there was an untruth that was presented to the jury by this individual right here, regardless of the basis for reversal. That's what the Ninth Circuit said. And the reason we raised it with respect to this is because there's a claim of prosecutorial misconduct. And by the way, let's deal with this in reverse. The stipulation, right? Because that was one issue of prosecutorial misconduct. I just heard Mr. Lewin say that everyone believed that that shooting range was out of state. Who believed that? The witness didn't know that. Mr. Tacopina didn't know that. In fact, did Mr. Lewin know that it was out of state? Did he? Because I find that very difficult to believe, given the fact that it was not out of state. So either one of two things happened, and Mr. Tacopina said this previously. Either one, he knew it wasn't out of state and tried to lie to the jury, or best case scenario for Mr. Lewin, he didn't know and asked for a stipulation. Now, on this point, let me just note, I know that Mr. Lewin apparently,
Slow down.
fine, fair enough. I know that Mr. Lewin
Slow down, slow down.
I know, Your Honor, that Mr. Lewin, because he's represented this to other people, is, my understanding, knowledgeable about firearms. He carries them. I find it very difficult to believe that Mr. Lewin did not know that the LA shooting range is not in Los Angeles. So when he's here trying to bolster his own reputation.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask the counsel not bring up anything personal about what I do or do not do when I'm outside of the office. It is absolutely inappropriate.
That's fair.
Well, Your Honor, when this individual,
Just
Mr. Lewin.
talk about your motion. That's what I want you to talk about.
Well, okay,
If you
Your
want
Honor.
to talk.
All right,
I
that's what
read
you
it,
want to.
all 11 pages.
Thank you very much,
Stick to
Your Honor.
that.
Fine. The claim here is one of prosecutorial misconduct, and specifically deliberate prosecutorial misconduct, which is why I was raising these other issues and just responding to Mr. Lewin. With that said, let me focus on the motion. So we didn't raise this issue to distract or try to mislead the jury. To the contrary, the misleading was done by the prosecution. If the court will recall, at the end of Friday's proceedings, we raised this issue with the court and said it appeared to us, looking at the video on the screen, that it was altered. We then asked Mr. Lewin, would you show us the PowerPoint so we could resolve this issue now and avoid potential appellate issues? You would think at a bare minimum, to avoid this very matter, he would have said, sure, take a look at it. Instead, no, he adamantly refused, packed his bags, and got out of that courtroom as fast as anyone could. Now, we then fortunately had the opportunity to look at that video because it was televised on court TV. And sure enough, it was altered. That wasn't People's Exhibit 15, okay? What the video that Mr. Lewin presented to this jury during summation showed was the shot taking place before Relly ran towards Ills. Now, the prosecution says, oh, it's not a significant issue.
Yes,
the timing of the shot couldn't be more significant with respect to the claim of self-defense. Now, perhaps Mr. Lewin doesn't realize that it's an issue in this case when he and the prosecution in general told the jury they only have one matter to consider, which is a prop gun. That's not the case. Self-defense, of course, is an issue in this matter if the jury finds that there was no prop gun. The timing of this couldn't be more critical. So, Your Honor, this has nothing to do with slowing down a tape. That's what Mr. Lewin speaks to. Oh, we slowed down the video. It's not about that. It's about moving the shot a second earlier. That's what they did. And I would just add, People's Exhibit 15, and we raised an issue with this previously. We were advised by the prosecution that Detective Flores is the one who prepared that video. When Mr. Tacopina questioned Detective Flores about it, he said, no, it wasn't me. Even at this moment, we don't know who prepared People's Exhibit 15. There wasn't a proper foundation laid for it. We objected. The court allowed it in. But now, during summation, to alter that video further and present a misleading image to the jury in terms of what happens couldn't be more of an example of prosecutorial misconduct in this case. The law is clear. And in that regard, I would note this. I don't accept Mr. Lewin's assertion. I know the court has spoken to this, but I don't accept Mr. Lewin's assertion that the photograph of the quote-unquote bloody knuckles that was introduced was inadvertent. I see him holding a photograph right now. I can assure you that the photograph that was displayed to the jury was not what he has in his hands. It was brighter. It exaggerated the nature of the injury. Unfortunately, they had the weekend to do whatever it is that they did with their videos and with their photographs. But the fact of the matter is we all saw it. There was a photograph that was introduced to this jury that was not admitted, that exaggerated the extent of purportedly the complainant's knuckles. We don't know because there was no testimony regarding that. never should have been presented. I appreciate the court swiftly taking action to resolve that situation. But given that that occurred once, and now we have another video that alters what occurred, I find it difficult to believe that it was inadvertent. And in fact, for that matter, how? How could you have a video inadvertently manipulated? It's deliberate action. So, Your Honor, here's where we are. There was a video that misleadingly presented to the jury something that was not People's Exhibit 15. The only resolution at this point, Your Honor, would be to advise the jury to disregard that video that was presented by the people because it moved the shot to an earlier time than what's reflected on People's Exhibit 15. That's the only solution at this point, to try to resolve this issue and avoid potential appellate issues. That's our request. We briefed the issue, the law is clear. You know, I don't know what more to do at this point, but it has to be addressed to this jury because right now they're in the back.
No, they're not. Not yet.
They will, fair enough, Your Honor. They will be in the back, having seen the last video in the courtroom, one that wasn't in evidence and misrepresents the timing of the shot. It couldn't be more paramount despite the prosecution's claims that it's insignificant. I know they want it to be insignificant, but it couldn't be more significant with respect to the issue of self-defense, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I just respond to the video portion of it? I don't need to yell and I don't need to hash out anything else. But as to the surveillance video, all that happened, it took some technical expertise to create that video where one is on top of another, which is not any kind of program that I have access to. So I went to someone in the DA's office who works in our video laboratory that has access to Adobe Premiere and asked her to line up those two videos at the point in time when when a floodlight is seen in both videos as a visual cue. And if the court is not following what I'm saying, I can pull up the video and show the court. And that was done with Detective Flores's, kind of in pre-consult with him. He was aware of what was going to happen. We talked about how that was going to.
Tell me again. You went to someone in the DA's office and they did what?
Just ask them to put the videos on top of each other because one video has audio and one captures actually captured the shooting. Okay, so it's the video that we've all been describing as sequenced surveillance video. It just took a special program called Adobe Premiere to be able to play those two videos at the same time and screen record. That was it. That happened well before the trial, and I gave that to defense counsel, and I told them that Detective Flores would authenticate the video, not that he had been the one who created it with computer programs. So that was all that happened with how that video was created, and I'd asked her to line it up with a visual cue in the videos, which is when a floodlight turns on. That video has not been changed, manipulated, or anything since the trial happened. I have not gone back to the person who created that video or anything like that. So I can tell you, and honestly, and this is more from my personal experiences with Mr. Lewin and his technical abilities, I can guarantee you Mr. Lewin would not have the ability to move the sound of the gunshot in those videos. I mean, so to that issue on whether or not the video that he played for the jury was changed, I can tell you that's the only copy of that video that we've had where the two videos are playing on top of each other. There's only one that exists. It's been labeled sequence surveillance video. It's the one that was played in this PowerPoint. I can't speak to how it came out on court TV, but I can tell you we did not move the sound of that shot, and nor do we, I think as Mr. Lewin articulated, feel that that is really the relevant inquiry for the jury. We have always argued, I did it in mine and he did it in his closing, that the point in time that matters is when the defendant turns around having pulled the gun, not when he actually fires it. So I just wanted to add that because Mr. Siegel had brought up how the video was created and that we had changed it. That video was not changed as it went into Mr. Lewin's power.
No, you filed the motion. I heard from Mr. Lewin. I heard from you. Right. I heard from Mr. Lewin. That's it. No more. That's it. All right. Based on the explanation from Mr. Kruzlomic, I can say I don't believe anything nefarious occurred here. I don't think anything was altered. Now, what the focus is, or what the issue is with the defense is, has to do with People's 15, which is the video that was admitted into evidence and the PowerPoint. People's 15, which the jury has, shows from the time elapsed from the second shot to Rocky coming in contact with 12E is 6.98 seconds. The PowerPoint, which Mr. Krzovic described as trying to put one on top of the other, the sound in addition to the video, the audio on top of the video. That shows that there is 7.98 seconds that elapsed between the second shot to Rocky coming in contact with Chloe. Do you really think, does anybody really think that by showing that video to the jury in final argument, that they would pick up that there was a 1 second difference between the PowerPoint and People's 15? That is virtually impossible. No human would be able to do that. In addition, what is said in final argument and in summation is fair comment. It is not evidence. The jury was told that. As to the hand photo, I don't agree with you, Mr. Siegel. I think it was done by accident. The two photos are almost identical, and it was corrected immediately. The defendant's motion for an order directing the people to preserve its closing argument PowerPoint with regard to prosecutorial misconduct is denied. The motion to request that the court instruct the jury to disregard the sequence surveillance video displayed during the Mr. Lewin's summation argument is denied. All right, that's it.
Your Honor, I need to take a record on that. We're not quarreling with your decision, Your Honor. We accept it. We understand it.
All right. So what do you want to say?
Thank you very much. Just quickly, because this is the first time that we've heard an explanation from the prosecution regarding specifically how People's Exhibit 15 was
All right,
made.
say what you want to say.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So there's been no witness. Detective Floor certainly didn't do it to authenticate People's Exhibit 15. I don't know who this person was in their office that they just described that made it, but there's been no evidence to lay a proper foundation. In light of that fact, Your Honor, we're asking you to exclude People's Exhibit 15.
All right, if we hear from the jury, we will let you all know. You're welcome to be an hour.
Can I add one thing?
I think you said 90 minutes, Your Honor. You agreed to 90 minutes.
No, if there is any communication, will you all be available by phone?
I will be, absolutely. I won't be personally potentially here.
All right, so the only reason you have to come in is if there's a verdict or if the jury indicates that they are in pass.
Well, Your Honor, what about if there's a note requesting a readback and we have to sort of,
We call you.
yeah, and then how do
And
we?
we'll talk about it. Usually, when a jury requests readback, they'll say, okay, we want witness Jones's testimony about X.
Okay.
What I do and what Kathy does is we find out what the witness said about X on direct, cross, redirect, recross. Anything the witness said about X is provided, but nothing more,
Okay.
nothing less.
Do we weigh in on that at all?
Well, of course.
Okay, so how, if we're not here physically, how do we do that?
You do it on a speakerphone.
Oh, okay.
Alex knows how to do it.
So we, okay, so someone knows how to, so we don't have to be here to discuss the note.
All right, y'all. So none of that even matters, right? Because at this point, sorry, Morgan left her little thing on. At this point, we are here at the verdict. They've reached a verdict. We're waiting on the verdict, and that is what matters at this point. Let me just say that this is why I feel like the defense failed a little bit, because even though the judge ruled that they could admit that video, I feel like they should have spent more time arguing it with the witness. Questioning it with the witness, and then placing more emphasis on it inside of that closing argument, and even the opening argument, right? Because they knew ahead of time that this video had been altered. That is what kind of like bothers me. And then to hear how they altered it, and like we're just now hearing this, right? We didn't hear this while the trial was going on, that somebody matched up the light, the lights together. Like the speed of light and the speed of sound is different. It's different. So it doesn't matter when the lights came on. It matters when those shots were fired. And it's not a minute issue, because the actual claim is that one side is arguing that he ran to Relly ran to Ills trying to use him as a human shield from Rocky, and the other is arguing, no, well, he attacked Ills and Rocky defended him. So the timing absolutely matters. 1 second absolutely matters. And I do agree with you, Shay, that when it goes up for appeal, if he's convicted on anything, I think that it's a possibility that something could get overturned. The argument in general, though, I felt like Lewin is, I agree with y'all. He is just a big old crybaby. Big old crybaby. I'm not having my way. It's not going my way. And the more I talk, the more convincing I'm going to not only feel for myself, but you're going to feel it too. So I just feel like the defense dropped the ball on it. It was way too personal. We know that Relly was a liar. We know that he is not credible, but we spent way too much time talking about it. We should have been moving on to the significant issues, or really focusing on what the elements were in this case. But if you are here, we got 22 people watching from YouTube and 23 people watching from YouTube and 463 people watching from Twitter. So if you are here on YouTube, make sure that you hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure you subscribe to the channel, because we going up over here. We almost close to 3,000 subscribers, y'all. So we got to get to 3,000 before the end of the month. So make sure that you hit the subscribe. If you on Twitter, make sure you come on over to YouTube, type in Taylor Umbridge, and also hit the like and subscribe button over here. So personally, I think that they're going to say that hey, Sonia, hey, Kay. I think that the verdict is going to be, I think they're going to decide that it was a gun, and I think they're going to find him guilty of brandishing and then not guilty on the shooting. I think he was the aggressor. And I'm gonna stick with it. I know CB somewhere out in the bushes. But I think I did share my thoughts and opinion on this. So they're saying that we're supposed to get a verdict here any second now. So we're just pretty much watching and waiting. We watching, we waiting, because the people want to know. The people want to know. But that right there is exactly why they should have been stuck and yelling. Media is not in the courtroom yet. The cameraman is. We are sitting outside the courtroom and have not seen Rocky yet. His attorneys walked in about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, and the verdict has not been read yet. So if you saw somebody say that the verdict had been read yet, they telling the story. So we are here. Super, super exciting news. Are y'all familiar with the fit attorney, right? The ATL fit attorney. Well, she's gonna be over here on our channel on Thursday. We're gonna have a personal interview with her. If you don't know, she is representing Moontunk with the Angry Lawyer. I don't know if you guys are over on Twitter or not, but she's going to be representing Moontunk, or she is representing Moontunk in his little situation. And so if you want to tap in on that on Thursday, make sure you come back over here to the Taylor Umbridge channel, because it's going down. It's been a minute since we had a little interview. So I'm gonna have to brush up on my skills and make sure I'm ready to talk to my girl. Yes, y'all. Free Moontunk. Yes. So make sure y'all tap in, tune in to that. It's gonna be at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. I'm gonna get a flyer. I'm gonna get a graphic created for today or tomorrow, LaRon, and I'll be posting it so everybody can know. But we gonna turn it up a little bit more. We're gonna turn it up on Thursday. We're gonna turn it up a bit. It's been a minute since we had a guest. It's been a minute. It is gonna be a part of our my black women in law series. So we're gonna learn a little bit about her, learn why she decided to go into law and practice the type of law that she does. And then we're gonna see what we can find out. If she gonna spill a little tea on the Moonsoon situation. So make sure you tap in on it. But y'all, we just waiting. Do we got audio? We got audio. Go out here and check the Twitter streets, because gotta stay connected on the Twitter streets. We have a seal. I'm just checking the Twitter thread to see. Y'all, what y'all think happened in the current retrial today? What y'all think happened in the current retrial? Because allegedly the prosecution done told something to the judge. The Commonwealth then said something to the judge, and the judge feel like it is going to be super impactful to the defense. Like, what's going on over there? Oh, I love that, Cindy. Taylor Talk Thursday with the fit attorney. I might even brand it like that. Come on, come through. Come through. Thank you, LaRon. I appreciate that. Rocky needs to come on. I just took my meds and don't want to miss the verdict. Okay. Yes, everybody. Make sure y'all send my girl Shay some little wrapped up hearts. Tell her to get well soon because our girl is not feeling good, but she hanging out with the gang. So everybody just put your mask on, use your hand sanitizer as you should. You should do that. You should do that all the time. Just like you drink your water and mind your business. You got to have your hand sanitizer. But just wish my girl Shay good health and hope she pulled through this flu thing because I heard it ain't no joke. I heard it ain't no joke. Yes, they done made it home. You done made it home and it's still no verdict. So I didn't really know. I didn't follow the current retrial the first time. And so I'm like catching up on like what's going on without trying to, I don't know. Like, I don't want to make y'all sit through that whole trial with me. So yeah, I'm trying to catch up on it. But it sounds like somebody's setting Cameron up from what I've heard. Ooh, V. V said the prosecution spilled some tea that peed the judge off. She has set the next hearing for February 25th at 11 a.m. I wonder what they did though. I wonder what that tea was. Well, Rocky need to show up. We don't need him out here running. We do not need him out here running. DDA Lewin has arrived. He is walking in, y'all. Everybody got a little verdict watch going on, but y'all know ours is the littest. Ours is the most lit right now. We got everybody in the building from Twitter. We got everybody from our YouTube channel. We got our regular regulars. The ones who ain't gonna cause no ruckus. You didn't watch that one either? Can we gonna have to watch it on the we're gonna watch it when it air this time because Karen got some if they even have the trial, because what happened today? I'm gonna have to go over to the lawyer, and find out what happened. But then came back to say they were mistaken. The prosecution basically lied on the defense. Wow. We have to watch it. That's gonna be Action Jackson. Attorney is raw. Rocky coming in matching with Raja and Riot. Possible communication between the defense and potential expert witness or co-witness. I don't know which is correct. Hey, Robin. You joining in for the verdict watch? That's what I'm talking about. Let me text the group chat and tell them that we on verdict watch for ASAP Rocky. Let me text the shit. I know they probably like, Taylor ain't said nothing to us all day. I want the wink emoji. There we go. There we go. Your nerves bad. Mine is too. Yes, let's watch it because everybody say she is not guilty. All right, well, we just gonna go ahead and rewatch Current Read then. If that's what the Telegame want to do, we're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna try to do it if we don't get caught up in another case. Cause this twisted, I know y'all ain't really been in here for the twisted murder trial, but child, this trial is off the hinges because why are you this deep in your best friend's business? Literally. What are they doing? Y'all, Didi is in the building. Make sure y'all say what's up to Didi. Standing on business then join. Had to join and watch the verdict with Taylor Gang. Come through. Come through, people. Didi, we miss you too, girl. You got school and stuff now. You just, you be busy, girl. Hey, Jen. Yes, y'all. Beauty and the Beast is on right now. So we are just waiting for the verdict to be read to the jury. Now, the jury had reached the verdict 90 minutes ago. 90 minutes ago. So I'm guessing that they still waiting on everybody to get in the dough. So I'm gonna go out into these Twitter streets and see if anything new has been posted. Rocky being the last to show up is so him, just extra. I feel like he has a slick mouth. So Rocky the last person to show up. Didi, it's too early in the game for Princess and the Frog. You want to talk to the people? Yeah. Tell them, Morley. Yeah. Typical New Yorker. They say Rocky the last to show up. That's what the people say. Nah. Some people are thinking that the verdict came back quick. I mean, it came back right after lunch. So it seemed like it was one person who probably was like, let me eat over it. Let me go have dinner. Marley, what's the problem? Hold on, yeah. Yeah, Marley on my bumper, y'all. They said, hey, Marley girl. Say hey. That's not a request. Huh. Mm-mm. I don't think it's hung. I think they got a decision. All right, y'all. So I need y'all to drop what y'all think is gonna happen. Guilty, not guilty, split, or hung jury. Drop your prediction in the chat right now. All right. If you are part of the Taylor gang, meaning you have a membership, you are welcome to use one of the guilty, not guilty special emojis. But let us know what you think. Like what you thinking over there? Yes, Didi, we got Taylor Gang emojis now. If you look in there, it's one that say Taylor Gang too, girl. Yes. This one is a hard one to pick. It's the hard one to decide on because I mean, you got to get past first, you got to get past is it a proper no? And I don't feel like either side proved that it was a real gun or that it was a fake gun. So what I found is that if they couldn't get past that question, it was probably going to end in a mistrial. It was going to end in a mistrial. So if they got past that question, I think that, and they said that it was real, which I think they will, and they did. I think it's going to go guilty on brandishing, not guilty on the other. And that's what I think too, Sonya. I think if they were hung, they would have been called in, sent back, and some more. Shout out to Robin for becoming a member, y'all. Robin is a new member of the Taylor Gang. Make sure you take advantage of the new emojis. And y'all, you excited about that, huh? Take advantage of the new emojis. And I'm gonna create us a Discord. So it'll be a place that all people can come, all of our members can come and we can have conversations outside of the channel. It'll be like a little huddle room for us. So we can talk about whatever. It's going to be an exclusive chat for members. So if you want to become a member, just make sure you get you a membership. Welcome to the Taylor Gang. Well, stand on business. If they decided it was a prop, case closed. Like you have to find them not guilty on the other 2 charges because it is a assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That is the charge. So if they said prop, yes, prop, then he's not guilty. It's over. If they said nope, not a prop, real gun, they then could consider self-defense. So looking and determining if really was the aggressor, which we all know he was. You feel me? She's just trying to get in her seat, Samaj. So just grab that out of there. Give me her yeah. And then you can set it down. Thank you. Yeah. So that's why it's important when we talk about that video and them arguing that video, because if they decide that it was a real gun, they need to be able to see that he attacked Ills, or if he attacked Ills prior to that first shot going off. 1 second is a lot. I'm sorry, Judge. It's a lot, and that's why it matters. Anybody he can get his hands on, Sonya. Anybody really could get his hands on. He was getting ready to tear him apart. Free the jury, y'all. Drop them, free the jury. Close that bathroom door. Drop them, free the jury. Oh my gosh. You want some more of that? Drop that free the jury emoji out here so everybody can see it, y'all. Let me see if I can get to the I might be able to get to it. Let me check the Twitter streak. Y'all know I got ADHD and my head just spinning. You want cereal? Okay. And then I forgot. Oh, okay, there we go. Free the jury, y'all. Y'all see the free the jury? That free the jury emoji. It's a real thing out here. That is too much cereal for him. Way too much cereal. Child, they gonna eat us out of house and home. For real. Like in a minute, we ain't gonna have nowhere. We ain't gonna have nowhere to be. Free the jury, not guilty. Robin say not guilty, y'all. She didn't drop her emoji. She say not guilty. As Marley is occupied with her peaches, y'all. We've been streaming for 7 hours today. It's been a long day for us. I know you better stop. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Y'all, these kids. I know y'all can't see the actual emoji on her because, you know, StreamYard don't actually show it, but we got some good ones on here. So I guess we won't have another reason to use this. So drop the coins in the chat, y'all. So one thing that we know about this trial is that the judge got sick and tired of them squabbling, as he would explain it, And he even imposed sanctions on either side if they were arguing with the witnesses, with each other, or with him. And so whenever, okay, free me. Whenever, you know, they did that, he would require them to take that sanction, y'all. So we had these coins that we was popping out here in the chat that I think is so funny. I can't remember who asked us to create a Mario coin emoji, but it was definitely, I want to say it was Fancy. Might have been our girl Fancy. It was definitely a fun one to have for this case. I'm not sure what the total was, Cindy, but I want to say each side at least got 2. I want to say each side got 2. No, even though we do have fun in the Taylor Gang chat, we do understand that these are people's lives that we are watching the state and the defense protect or prosecute. So we definitely keep that in mind while we over here. We never look past that. So I sure want to know. Yep. We try to be as sensitive as possible. What we call spades around here. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. And sometimes the Taylor Gang make up their mind real early. I'm glad my girl out here enjoying them emojis though. All right, let's see what's going on, y'all. I ain't seen nothing. Rocky is still not there. The courtroom or attorneys, no ASAP Rocky. The judge is in his courtroom without his robe on. Everybody is waiting on the defendant. Now, Rocky, we need you to just show up now. We don't need you trying to hit the deck, bro. We really don't. It done been an extra 30 minutes waiting on you, big homie. You got to show up. Yes. Yeah. We always try to be cognizant of that. You know, these are real life situations. Real life situations. You got the world on pause. Somebody asks, does Lewin know he can't object while the verdict is read? I think that was a cute comment. Girl, I need the teeth to just grow because the way you be screaming. No. So yeah, we just waiting on Rocky. I mean, we need Rihanna to check in because really didn't finish Rocky, did he? Okay. We need a little sanity check to pop off because what? What if he does object? I will hit the floor. I wonder if he's gonna have the same reaction homegirl did. And while we wait, free yak. Rocky might be, you know what I mean. Ooh. We need him to show up though. Like, bro, where is you at? Like, you supposed to be within a few minutes of the courthouse. 90 minutes is crazy. That boy say, look. Yes, y'all. Free yak till it's backwards and free Lil D till it's backwards. Yes, y'all. So if you weren't here, I did make an announcement that on Thursday, this Thursday, I will be interviewing the fit attorney, the ATL fit attorney. If you don't know, she's representing Moontunk in his probation violation that we saw go down in Judge Whitaker's courtroom. So it's going to be a very insightful interview, getting to know who she is, why she decided to be an attorney, and maybe see if she gonna spill a little tea on what she got cooking for Moontunk. So if it's something that you were interested in, it's been a minute since we had a guest over here in the Taylor Unbridge channels. Okay, it's been a minute since we had somebody. So make sure you tune in on Thursday at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central, as I interview the fit attorney, y'all. Oh Lord. This is what Jasmine says Rocky is doing. This is what Didi says Rocky is doing. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. So Marley over there messing with Boosie, with my son's tablet. We ain't gonna say nothing. We ain't gonna say nothing. Bernicia is laughing because she find it hysterical. I hope y'all let D. Williams in because she left some on the table, and she let some off. Oh, wait a minute. I hope y'all let D. Williams in because she let off some fire in the fit attorney's interview. Dyslexia, y'all. Don't just bear with me. Did she? I thought their interview was coming. I thought their interview airs next week. They already did it. We're doing it live. Oh Lord. Nate said he definitely getting some. I started something. Okay, it was a good interview. Okay, sweet. Yes, y'all know I love me some Angie, y'all. That is my girl. Okay. Now it seemed like the girls is in agreement with you today. Okay. I didn't know that already happened. So we gonna see what I gotta go over there and see what happened over there. I gotta see what happened over there. But yeah, so Thursday, tap in on Thursday, y'all. She's gonna be here. It's gonna be a live interview. We'll be on for about an hour from 5:30 to 6:30 Central, 6:30 to 7:30 Eastern. It's gonna be right here on YouTube. I mean, right here on YouTube. All right, y'all. Let's see if somebody said Rocky showed up. Y'all don't look like it. I don't know what I just saw, but Twitter is dangerous, y'all. It is dangerous. I'm just checking to see if anybody has any little update for us because where is Rocky? We're gonna have to drop some eyes out here in a minute because where you at? What's up? Yeah, say Rocky need to come on. She said she hungry and she sleep. She said she tired. Yes. I believe that Paige locked up Monsoon to satisfy love and no other reason than that. I don't think she was well versed enough in this case to see how things was going. And I think that if they would have waited until after the fact, I think that it would have went different for him. Because she basically was like, she viewed what he did as perjury, but how the hell? Paige, she made a mistake on that one. I'm sorry. I don't like that. But I also, maybe I don't know. I can't even get into the mind of Paige on that one. They say he probably in traffic. That's what D Wood say. I don't know, D. I don't know. Mr. Demings has now been in custody for 2,202 days. And if one state attorney is not available, maybe one of the other two assigned to this case can stand in. And if all three are not available, maybe one of the 150 state attorneys upstairs might sit in. Ooh, is what the judge said in court today. I thought his hearing was tomorrow for some reason. Otherwise, we would have watched that because we are following Millie too. I thought it was tomorrow. So now I got to figure out what happened to get a little video going for that. Rocky just walked in the building, y'all. So here we go. D. Williams got that told yesterday too. Got what told? What she tell y'all? Oh, I know. Oh, I know how Angela feels about Whitaker. So I'm actually not surprised if she said that again to LaRon because I don't know if you saw we did like a post YSL conversation here on YouTube. It was me, Attorney Arian, and Miss D. Williams, and yeah. She let the hammer fly on that one. Okay, I lost a couple followers off of them comments. I lost some subscribers about what she talked about Whitaker. Yeah. Not that I care, because if you were upset by her experience, then you shouldn't be here anyway. Because we never invalidate anybody's feelings or experiences. So, but I'm just saying it to just paint the picture of the controversy that she sparked. Okay. Yes, baby. One thing about Angie, baby, she don't hold back when it come to Paige. She gonna say what she got to say. All right, y'all. What y'all cook today? I made rasta pasta. What y'all eat? I'm outside I'm looking out the window for this other couple inches of snow that ain't there. I'm gonna go watch it. Lauren. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna have to watch it so I make sure that I don't cover anything that she's talked about. Leftovers, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. Clock it, Jasmine. How about people? You ate mucinex. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fish and fried potatoes and onions. That sounds good too. Fish and chips. Mm-hmm. Leftover crawfish and fried rice. Now that sounds good too. Shrimp, rice, and broccoli. That sounds, hey, I might be hungry because everything sounds good right now. I might need to give me something to eat. You making rotel as we speak. I need to check the weather because what happened to the snow? They said it's supposed to be snowing right now. Ain't nothing happening. I don't think. Oh Lord, y'all, here come Morley. Hide your kids, hide your wife. I had boiled crawfish. Y'all know, y'all want to know a secret? I never had crawfish. To you, I went and got fresh butter pecan ice cream earlier because we were supposed to get ice cream tonight. Let me tell you, the ice cream was so good. I can't wait to go back. Cannot wait to go back. All right, y'all. The media is being let in. Here's the thing. Let's read. Attorney Arian White says, on a serious note, this is the scariest time for a defendant. If he's found guilty, he's most likely going into custody immediately. That has to be hitting him hard right now. Hashtag ASAP Rocky. Shout out to Attorney Arian. Make sure y'all following her on all platforms, okay? Our girl is on Twitter. She is on TikTok. She on Instagram. And she's on YouTube. So make sure that y'all are following her and subscribing to all of her content because she the truth, okay? She the truth. Make sure y'all follow my girl. Where is Yates at? I'm surprised Yates ain't in the comment. The snow in Arkansas is coming down, down, down. Well, they said that like if it could clip us, but if it missed us completely, that the heaviest snow was to the south. So I 100% believe you, girl. Well, you can't be out here trying to drink sodas and stuff. You can't drink no soda, girl. So now we wait, y'all. They stay here in the building. All right, so it's been about 5 minutes. They let the media in. I'm sure they finna let the jury in. I have no idea. North Carolina is expecting snow tomorrow. I need to check the weather map. Yeah, I had left my phone in the bag. Let's go get this thing. So after being 40 minutes late, let's say he was 40 minutes late We have yet to hear the verdict. All right, now. I don't know if they're going to hold it up for Rihanna now. No sign of Riri, FYI. There's a ton of media here today. People are just being let into the courtroom. We are not on the record yet. They say, here we go. Yes, y'all, that is my son jumping across the couches. This is what my house sounds like at 6:45 at night every day. Y'all OC. They say Riri is clocking. Maybe she don't want to. Maybe she don't want them to be. I don't know. I don't know. It's the. I don't know, y'all. I know. Ooh, yeah, we might have to run that Melly trial hearing back. It says, shout out to Bryson Boone Paul. Today in the Melly trial, in case I'm not making my feelings on this point clear, I'm not prejudging anything, but talking to a judge about trying to agree to set depots in a death penalty case is absurd, and I'm embarrassed for both sides. The state doesn't get to decide what's relevant and what's not relevant. He's a homicide victim. Just turn over everything you have, go over there and download everything that they have. I don't know what happened over there today, but we're going to find out. Well, Marley over here banging something. My son, he stopped jumping. He just on his tablet right now. Yep. So we just waiting, y'all. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to speed watch this Melly motion. So his mother and sister are there, and they are in the front row. Are we getting movement on the camera? Boy, sit down. Make sure if you haven't liked the video, if you liked the live, if you have not subscribed, do that as well. This is real life. Quentin, stop running across my couch. If people wonder why I don't have nice stuff, because I got children. I got children. Oh, get back. 1 second, y'all. All right, let's see. I'm not seeing any newer posts about anything at the moment. I need y'all to stop for real, because why? Like, what are y'all doing? See, this is why I left yesterday. I just left, went to the store, and went and got ice cream on them. Because I don't have no nerves. I have 0 nerves left. None. None. This is actually ridiculous, D Wood. The judge should have made them all stay there at this point. And we wait. We still waiting. Yeah, hey Nick. You have missed absolutely nothing, girl. We are still waiting for the verdict to be read. The judge, Quentin, thank you. The judge basically said that we had to wait 90 minutes after they reached the verdict so everybody could get there. Rocky showed up 35 minutes late, so we ended up waiting 2 hours and 5 minutes for him to come.
Notified that the jury has reached verdicts on counts 1 and 2, and I believe the judicial assistant Alex has confirmed that. Yes.
We were told they had it ready. That's correct.
Both sides ready for the jury? Yes.
Yes.
All right, we're on the record with all jurors present, all parties of counsel are present. Juror 9, you are the foreperson? Yes. And it is true that the jury has reached verdicts? Yes, Your Honor. On both counts? Yes, Your Honor. All right, you have the verdict form with you? Yes, Your Honor. All right, could you give those to Deputy Bennett? All right, what we're going to do, folks, is Deputy Bennett is going to give the verdict forms to juror number 1. Juror number 1, I want you to look at the verdict forms, and I'm going to want to know whether these verdict forms reflect your true and correct verdicts. Juror 2, I'd like you to look over her shoulder so you can review the verdict forms. And I want to know from you whether these are your true and correct verdicts. Once I've heard from both of you, give the verdict forms to juror number 3. Juror 3, look at the verdict forms. Juror 4, look over her shoulder. So ultimately, I'm going to want to hear from all 12 of you whether these verdict forms reflect your individual true and correct verdicts. Everybody understand? All right. Deputy Bennett, put these two in the names. Juror number 1, are those your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 2?
Yes.
Juror 3 and 4?
Yes.
Juror 5 and 6? Juror 5, are those your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Juror 6? Yes. All right, let's get the verdict forms to juror 7. Juror 8, look over your shoulder. Juror number 7, those are your true and correct verdicts? Juror 7?
Yes.
Juror 8?
Yes.
9 and 10? Juror 9? Yes. Juror 10? Yes. 11 and 12. Juror 11?
Yes.
Juror 12? Yes. All right, all jurors have stated that the verdict forms reflect their individual true and correct verdicts. Alex, read this. Yes, Your Honor. All right, the jury is left, the bond is exonerated. Mr. Mayers, excuse.
Back row. Exactly. Yeah. No. Everybody in the back row, you need to exit. Rocky said, I'm going crowd surfing. Rocky said, I'm a crowd surf for y'all because the man, they read one count, not guilty. The man jumped in the crowd. The man dived over the pew, hugged up with Rihanna. I hope she had no baby in her hand because he definitely hurt the child. Okay, because he literally said, we finna crowd, we finna surf this mug. Just go ahead and lift me on back to the last pew because it's up from her. Like that man said, it's up from her. It was a straight surf, okay, nothing but it. But you could tell that a weight just lifted off of him heavily in that moment, in this moment. Now we're gonna watch that crowd surf back. We're gonna watch the crowd surf back. But if you didn't hear, son, bring it down. If you didn't hear, A$AP Rocky was found not guilty on all charges. He is completely exonerated, which means that really ain't getting them 30 M's. Them 30 M's is over with. Okay, so go ahead and drop them not guilty emojis in the chat. Go ahead and drop those gavels in the chat because the jury has spoken. Go ahead and drop some free to jury emojis as well. We're gonna run it back so y'all can see the crowd surf because the people want to see it. So I'm just gonna hit play again.
All right, what we're gonna do, folks, is Deputy Bennett is gonna give the verdict forms to juror number. Juror number 1, are those your 2 correct verdicts? Juror number 2?
Yes.
Juror 3 and 4?
Wait a minute, because it's the judge saying for me, you used your common sense. Because common sense said that anytime, ooh, well, this little nasty little cough. Common sense said anytime a witness decides to withhold evidence and then take it to the police station 2 days later, say they picked it up, but ain't no video camera, you must have quit. You must have quit, y'all. And that's exactly what they did. So thank y'all so much for you know what I'm saying, for you. Is you cool? Okay, thank you. Thank y'all so much for rocking with me today. We've been on here for 8 hours. We did a shift. We did a shift on her out here. So stay tuned. Y'all know I'm gonna drop a 1 minute recap today for Rocky. I'm also gonna drop one on the twisted murder trial. I gotta catch up on Melly. Maybe CB will drop me some notes in the comments a little bit later. I can drop one on Melly. I will absolutely see y'all tomorrow. All right. We done had a long day. We done did 8 hours together today. We did a whole shift. All right. Make sure y'all hit the like button and subscribe. Yeah. Make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe on your way out. We're gonna be on TikTok. I gotta get over there and talk to my TikTok folks. So I'll be on TikTok live in a little bit. So let me babe a couple people first. But all right, y'all have a good night. I will see y'all tomorrow.